be that it's allowed me to create some of the most amazing, lasting, and true relationships through shared experiences of exploring different game worlds all through Xbox Live. I've made so many friends and built a community with people who share my love or frustration with various games on this platform. And it's allowed me to build these relationships in ways where I feel safe and on a platform that I enjoy doing it. And it lets me continue to explore that and build on that year after year after year.
This launch moment means a lot to me, as it'll be the first Xbox launch in years where I'll be celebrating alongside my brothers from day one with the new next-gen console in hand.
Gaming has been such a positive force in my life because it's brought me so many great friends, of whom I met online and are now some of my closest friends that I keep very near and dear to me. I feel like a lot of people can relate to that because it might be hard for us to open up and blossom and meet friends in our own lives, but online we bond with people so much easier and we make lifelong friends off of it.
As a player, this launch means connecting with my friends, my family, and all of you, Team Xbox, as we embark on those epic journeys on the Sea of Thieves, or as Spartans. As a professional in support, shoutouts to CSS CXT and Flight, this launch means being present for our players when they stumble to patch them up for another round.
For me, this launch moment means spending more time together with my family and playing the games we love.
Ciao a tutti amici Xbox, sono Davide Premuselli, vengo da Milano e ormai per tanti anni che gioco per passione. Non vedo l'ora di poter toccare con mano la nuova generazione di console e per questo voglio augurare un buon lancio a tutto il team Xbox e a tutta la community di giocatori che mi è stata vicina e che si è creata nel corso dell'ultima generazione. In bocca al lupo e ci vediamo online.
So what does this launch mean to me? It means accessibility. Why do I say that? Simply because the next generation of Xbox Series X and Series S will be coming with one of the best hardware supporting 120 FPS of gaming at a very low price. And that will make sure that a lot of non-gamers will have access to one of the best hardware for gaming in the market. So that's what I'm looking forward to.
I'm looking really forward to getting my hands on the Xbox Series X that I have pre-ordered. The brand means a lot to me, takes me way back to the original Xbox, which was the first console I bought with my own money, having LAN parties with my buddies, playing Halo all night on the weekends in high school, to the 360, which was the first console I had pre-ordered, to the One, and now here to the Series X, which I'm very excited to get my hands on and try out some of the great games that are in the pipes.
Espero con muchas ansias el lanzamiento de la consola de la próxima generación y compartir mis memorias con todos los juegos de Xbox. Un saludo.
With all the things that you guys are doing, all the great things from Game Pass to the Series X to the Series S to the Bethesda deal, we're so excited. The community is so excited for everything we're doing. We love the direction you're on, and we can't wait to see what the next generation has in store for the rest of us. Keep up the great work. We love you guys.
What does gaming mean to me personally? Gaming has been the best way to connect with family and friends, to distress, to relax, to look at the world and get excited. It's highly motivating for me. I am super excited for the release of the next-gen Xbox Series X, and I cannot wait to get mine.
I hope to be able to acquire the new generation, because the platform helps me in many things.
For me, gaming is a force for good in my life because it brings people together from all over the world, regardless of their background. It gives them a place to escape to, where they can laugh, cry, and make new memories with their friends and families.
I am a loyal Xbox fan. I've been playing Xbox all my life. I've been playing games all my life. This new next-gen system is something I've been waiting for, especially with 2020. It's like, we need this. This is something that we need, and I can't wait to play it. And I can't wait to, I feel like a little kid again.
For me, this moment means a lot of proud to work in the Xbox team here in Europe, so can't wait to play with you.
What does gaming mean to me personally? Well, gaming means community, friends, connecting with others online. It's where I've met most of my friends actually in this current generation of gaming, since gaming can be with anyone from anywhere.
For me, gaming is a force of good in my life because it connects me with friends from all over the world. I've been playing games with my friends almost every single day, and it's made me feel so much closer because we chat so often. It's something that I don't think would have happened if we don't play games with each other, so I'm super thankful that gaming is what brings us together.
For me, gaming means two things. The first is community, and that's one place where I think Xbox does a great job. It's a great place to meet friends, and the way that Microsoft brings together the console, the services, the accessories, it all just feels like a cohesive whole, and I feel it's a great place to meet people. And the second for me is flow, something you normally hear about in the workplace, in meditation, but not necessarily gaming. But I find that multiplayer and single player gaming brings me a single focus, and it can be very calming to the mind.
¿Qué tal, amigos de Xbox? Mi nombre es Heriberto Flores, es un gusto para mí poderlos saludar. Estamos aquí a la espera del lanzamiento de la nueva consola Xbox Series X. Estamos muy emocionados por ver qué es lo que nos va a ofrecer esta consola. En este tiempo o en estas generaciones pasadas de Xbox he conocido demasiados mundos gracias a todos los juegos, me he divertido muchísimo y me encantaría poder aprovechar esta nueva consola, ver su retrocompatibilidad y ver qué es lo que nos preparan los nuevos juegos para disfrutarlos. Estoy ansioso de este lanzamiento y espero junto con todos nuestros usuarios de Xbox que sea lo máximo.
Gaming's been a big part of my life. I've been playing from the Sega Genesis up to now. I have two boys. I got a 10-year-old named Adam Jr. I got an 8-year-old, his name's Dante, and I got them into gaming, and it's been a big thing for us to spend time. And we can't wait for the next consoles. We're excited for what's gonna come through our way, all the action adventures. Thank you guys so much.
Gaming has helped me hone my troubleshooting abilities. If it weren't for video games, I wouldn't think twice about stepping back and retracing my steps or thinking through what the process is to get from point A to point B. It's become second nature now, thanks to video gaming.
What gaming means to me personally goes far beyond a pastime. It's my escape from my day-to-day routine. It's where I can just go de-stress, hang out, and just have a good time with my friends and my community.
Gaming is many things to me. It's a fun pastime and a hobby, a good way to spend time with friends and of course making more friends along with your gaming journey. Gaming can be a very good force for good. When you are in the right place, being in the right community, meet or play with the right people. As for me, gaming helped me to be a better person with continuously helping gamers and contribute to Xbox Ambassadors community. This launch point means a new world of gaming and limited possibilities for me.
What gaming means to me is after a long day of work, being apart from my wife, getting together that night and sitting down, logging on to our Xboxes and playing some games and relaxing. There's nothing better.
Xbox means a lot to me as it's been a major part of my whole life. I discovered my passion of gaming through Xbox and it has become my main hobby. Thanks to Xbox and the Ambassadors program, I feel like I'm part of a real community. I met some of my best friends that I still play with and talk to this day through achievement hunting sessions. Xbox also helped me spend more time with my dad as we still play games like Halo and Gears and split screen together.
Gaming means everything to me. I started when the first Xbox came out, and it's just something about it, like when I'm having a bad day, I get on video games and it makes me calm down. It makes me feel good about myself. It makes me just have a good time of gaming. So I love it. Thank you so much for everything. Xbox, you're amazing. Thank you so much.
Gaming for me is a type of art in which I can travel through different worlds, and when I can read and watch some interesting stories, and it helps sometimes.
Gaming is a tool where you can expand and explore your imagination, but also it's a type of language that everyone can learn and everyone can understand, actually without speaking the same language.
To me, gaming means a lot. For some, maybe it's just a hobby or a lifestyle. But for me, it's just my everything, so I couldn't live without gaming.
What Xbox means to me is the Halo night every night with the guys, and making new memories with my son.
What does gaming mean to me? Well, it's everything. It's let me explore new worlds that I could only fathom in my imagination, and it's let me game across the globe with my friends.
For me, gaming is a force of good in my life because of the infinite possibilities to experience what's never been experienced before, to connect with others, and to express yourself.
When you talk about gaming being a force for good, I mean, gaming has really definitely helped me in so many ways. There was a time I was going through darkness, really dark time in my life, and being able to turn on the Xbox 360 at the time, it really helped me get away from the world that was creating the depression that I was living in. And thanks to Xbox, I was able to beat depression, be able to overcome all of that. So just being able to have that, I say that is the best force for good the gaming, such as the Xbox, has created for me.
For me, gaming is a force of good in my life because it helps keep me connected to my friends. Especially nowadays when we can't hang out like we used to. It's great to be able to hop on some Dark Souls co-op or a Destiny raid or stream whatever weird puzzle game I'm currently playing. I think it helps push back that feeling of isolation that a lot of us are feeling right now, and I think that's really important.
For me, gaming is a force of good in my life because it inspires me to break boundaries. When I was growing up, I played a lot of Halo. I loved Halo. It's my favorite game because of characters like Catherine Halsey and Kelly 087 and Miranda Keyes, who are these super cool women who look like me and were breaking boundaries left and right in this fictional first-person shooter video game universe. It inspired me to break my own boundaries in the field of engineering and to pursue a career in gaming at Microsoft.
I use video games to teach science and talk about conservation, and I use my Xbox One to do all of this. Keeping doing this amazing job, I hope to explore all the potentialities of the next generation soon. The future is now, and well, this is the only planet where we have video games.
Well, it's the quality time that we spend with friends and family, even those that we've met online, doing what we all enjoy.
I've met a lot of incredible people since I began gaming. I began gaming when I was 4, started playing on the NES and bumped all the way up to where I am now. Mostly play on my Xbox One X, and it has been an amazing ride ever since. I play with incredible people that make me laugh constantly, and we're immersed in the worlds that we're in, and we always get lost in them, besides all the other friends I've ever met because of gaming.
Gaming has helped me build a sense of community because I've been able to meet so many great people, sighted players and gamers without sight alike, who have been with me on so many great journeys. So Forza, Gears, Halo, streaming in general, so many things I've been able to do because of that sense of community that gaming empowers you to build.
As we approach a new console generation, I get to thinking about how many years I've been gaming since the Commodore 64 days, through Atari and Nintendo and Xbox and Xbox Series X coming up. I'm reminded at how many amazing friends I've made through gaming and how gaming has been such a positive influence in my life. I hope it's been the same for you. Cheers.
I feel like community was redefined for me once I got heavily involved in gaming, from connecting with my fellow fans and connecting with the developers. I feel like it helped bridge the gap between the developers and the fans, and just understanding that we're all honestly like-minded folks. Some a little bit more passionate than others, but it was nice to see how similar we are and actually being able to interact with both sides.
For me, gaming and community have always gone together. Some of my best memories growing up were playing video games at a friend's house, some couch co-op or competitive gaming with each other, and then eventually online gaming with friends everywhere. I've moved quite a lot as I've gotten older, and so a way to stay in touch with some of those folks has been through gaming. I'm excited to see the different ways that community is growing and expanding between Let's Plays and forums and getting to game with more and more people across different platforms. It's awesome to get to be a part of that community and watch it grow even more.
As a mother of a 7-year-old boy, I never feel he has such a strong desire that he needs to engage, socialize, and play with his friends, especially during this pandemic period. This is not what I as parents can give him, but gaming can. More importantly, gaming on a safe platform with a number of safety supporting tools gave me such a peace of mind as a parent.
I want to thank the Xbox team for the marvelous work they are doing. As xCloud founder member, I have to say this is marvelous. And special thanks to Uncle Phil. Uncle Phil, thank you for all the good work you are doing for the gamers and for the Xbox community.
With the friends that I've been able to make with Xbox and the friends that I've been able to make through the online communities that I've been able to be a part of, it's just enriched my life so much that I don't know what I would do if I didn't have the connections that I have now. Thanks to thanks to gaming and thanks to online communities and, consequently, thanks to Xbox.
Gaming is a core part of my life. Some people don't get it, but gaming is a gateway for whole new worlds and adventures to form part of. That's what got me in love with gaming industry.
I've been gaming on Xbox since the original Xbox, over a decade now, and I've got friends from all over the world. I'm in Canada, but I have friends in the States and various different states across Europe. It's been a great time to build community.
For me, gaming is a force for good in my life because while staying at home during quarantine, it's allowed me to go explore new worlds beyond the walls of my home and still keep up with my friends and family.
Because it allows me to escape and enjoy life, especially in the world we're living in, and I can do it in the safety of my own home and be with the ones I love.
Gaming is a force for good in my life because it constantly challenges me to think about problem solving in new and unique ways, and exposes me to different ideas and ways to perceive the world.
I'd like to thank everybody, the team behind Xbox, Phil Spencer, for over a decade of fun and pure joy I've experienced. Looking forward to the future and what's to come. Thank you for all your hard work.
Man, what an incredible time to be a gamer. We're getting the Xbox Series launch. We also have Game Pass, having amazing additions added to it. And then we have EA Play coming to Game Pass as well. Man, I'm so excited to be an Xbox gamer, and I can't wait to get the controller in my hand and be able to push that button on and then hear that, whatever the sound is. I can't make it perfectly. But man, thank you guys so much for creating an experience that I can share with my friends, share with my family. And guys, thank you guys for being Xbox, and thank you guys for everything you do. We appreciate you.
Gaming as a community is awesome nowadays. You meet people, you create families, things in common. It's awesome. You make friendships now more easier than ever. Microsoft here has created a beautiful thing, and we're excited for the new launch of the new console.
Gaming has been an enormous force for good in my life, not just by being able to play my favorite titles and share them with people all across the world, but being able to help donate hundreds of thousands of dollars to charities all across this globe by being able to build communities, bring people together, and enjoy our favorite games.
Gaming has empowered me. empowered me because through Halo, I have learned a very valuable skill of problem solving.
How has gaming empowered me? I think that gaming has primarily empowered me to see people for who they really are. Because you don't see the person behind the controller, you don't see how they look, you don't see what they're wearing and all that. So you just go off personality.
Pour moi, les jeux vidéo sont un moyen de s'évader et de penser à autre chose, mais surtout de découvrir des univers incroyables, des expériences inédites en coop ou en multijoueur, mais surtout de s'amuser, c'est plus important.
To a little bit about how gaming has empowered me. Even just through streaming, gaming has given me a lot of self-confidence. It's helped me with public speaking, and it's given me a voice. And by that, I mean I've been able to help with charities. I've been able to inspire other people to start streaming, to do something with their life. I've been able to help people boost their own self-confidence. And for me, that's empowering. Having a voice to create change in the world means everything to me. And the fact that I am able to do that through gaming just shows how powerful gaming is.
Gaming has created a sense of community for me because I live in Minnesota, and being in a wheelchair, I'm trapped indoors 7 months out of the year because of the snow. And so gaming for me is my link to the outside world, my social life, and it's where I meet all my friends.
So when I was in my late teens, early 20s, I had an opportunity to be a leader of a guild, and it kind of fell onto me. But what it actually helped me to do was to lead teams, even remotely, because we were spread out all throughout the US. So what ended up happening is I eventually became a project manager. So it really kind of like helped me in my career, like over in the future, like professionally. So gaming's been awesome for me.
I've been an Xbox fan since then. Used to game on PC, but then moved to the console platform for price and convenience. And I was just so happy with the choice I made. And I've been an Xbox fan since then. It's been really awesome.
My most powerful memory related to gaming has got to be going to E3. The different Xbox pressers to FanFest. It's just been amazing experiences. But I gotta say, the most breathtaking has been the Forza Horizon 4 reveal. The way they did the season changes, from the hot to cold to the falling leaves, it was just epic.
My most powerful gaming memory has to be my first ever gaming convention. And I think it was Milan Games Week 2013 in Italy. And it was there that I got to meet for the first time some of my friends that I've been playing online with. And to be honest, some of my friends kinda means hundreds of people. And yeah, it was a bit overwhelming, but it's such an heartwarming experience that it will always keep close to my heart. And yeah, it was there that I realized that there is much more in gaming than just playing.
What is my most powerful memory related to gaming? I would have to say that's about 15 years ago when I moved across the country. I didn't have any friends or family out this way, and gaming allowed me to reconnect with my best friend from back home. And playing games with him online reminded me of when we were kids and we would sit in his living room playing games together. How has gaming allowed me to build a sense of community? I would say that gaming allows me to meet and interact with people from around the world, people I may have never met before. And it allows us to come together for a common goal and work together to achieve that goal. It allows us to build friendships and some long-lasting memories.
I have many great memories of gaming, but let me talk about Xbox achievements. I started casually playing without any goals back in 2005. However, I eventually reached #1 gamer score in my country of Korea. I went even further to become #1 in all of Asia. The sense of accomplishment reaching those milestones were amazing, and I'll never forget that.
My most powerful game memory is the first time I'm beating a video game in my life, which was Ori and the Blind Forest. I was 5 years old and my little hands couldn't reach the whole Xbox controller, so my dad would sit behind me and hold the Xbox controller while I would only push the X button and he would do all the rest. This means a lot to me because I love playing video games, especially with my dad.
My most precious memory of gaming is when me and my cousins after school would get picked up by our uncle, go home, do our homework, eat, then just play games for hours on end every night, then repeat the same process for the rest of the week and even the weekend.
My favorite moment on Xbox has to be playing the original Xbox, Halo 2 LAN parties with a bunch of my friends.
but I had the upper hand because I had Xbox Live and no one else did at that time. So I knew a couple tips and tricks and something called the new combo. I appreciate you guys. Keep up the great work. Can't wait to see what the Xbox team has next. Peace.
The most memorable gaming moment for me was when Fable 2 came out and me and my family had moved. The first thing that I did when I moved in my new room was to power up my Xbox and play Fable 2. And because I had played Fable 1, I saw that everything was new in Albion, in the world. And I shared that moment because everything was new for me then.
My greatest gaming memory is how I acquired my first Xbox, the original. It was December 26, 2001 when I received that console. That's after my parents failed to get me one on Christmas. I went to my great-grandmother's house on foot. She recently passed just this past August at 95 years of age. She immediately called my parents, explained to them how I was feeling, and they went and got me one the next day. She's the sweetest person in the world, and you guys make the greatest gaming systems in the world. Thanks, guys.
I want all the kids in the world to have an opportunity to play Xbox games from whatever devices they can afford and own.
I remember the Halo 3 midnight launch. It's cold here in November, so my brother, my future wife, and I got all bundled up, put an Xbox, an inverter, and a TV in the back of the truck, backed it up in front of EV Games around 5 p.m. and played through Halo 2 while the people in line cheered us on.
One of the first memories I have in my life, period, is the opening cinematic to Panzer Dragoon on the Sega Saturn. It was the coolest thing I ever saw at the time, and I just became engrossed with the concept of playing video games and getting lost in immersive worlds.
My favorite gaming memory is playing Halo Master Chief Collection on Xbox One. That was terrific. And I want to say thank you very much, Phil, Larry, Aaron, everyone, for building up this amazing community. And I cannot wait to play Xbox Series X on November.
Playing the original Xbox console, popping in Halo, it was literally a life-changing experience for me. I think it was for a lot of people.
For me, this next generation of consoles, whether you're someone who picks up, PlayStation or an Xbox, a PC, getting new parts, or all of the above, is a huge deal because there's even more boundaries being broken down between gamers. Crossplay is becoming more common. Cross-save is incredibly common in the industry. So it's really just about uniting gamers in general.
Gaming's had a huge impact on my life. Not only have I made lifelong friends around the globe because of games, and I may or may not have had Arbiter and the Master Chief as cake toppers at my wedding, gaming is also the reason that I pursued and achieved my doctorate. I've studied video games for over a decade, and as a clinical psychologist, I use them all the time in my practice. Games are a way that we connect with others and how they meet fundamental needs that we have as humans. And so using games allows me to understand where my clients are and where they want to be.
I wanted to share that this generation of Xbox is very important to me because in 2013, when the Xbox One first came out, my girlfriend and I started dating, and like a week before the launching of the Xbox One. And on this year, we are getting married a week after the launch of the Xbox Series X and Series S. So as you can imagine, this is very important for me because this is the closing of an era for me and the beginning of a greater era for me. And I can't wait to have the Xbox Series X in my hands so I can play some games as Gears 5, Gears Tactics, playing Forza Horizon 4, and especially playing Hellblade 2.
Gaming means the world to me. The fact I can still play with my friends who are across the other side of the world, we can still enjoy playing multiplayer every day on Xbox Live is absolutely awesome.
For me, gaming is a force for good in my life because it helps me stay connected with my friends around the world. Even though we might live in different time zones, you know that when the weekend rolls around, we are squatting up.
Gaming has been a force for good in my life by giving me the opportunity to show people how diverse a body of gamers can be. I think representation and visibility is hugely important so that we know that not all gamers are the same. It's also been great for giving me the opportunity to run charity campaigns and raise money for amazing groups. that want to do good in the world. Gamers can come together to do some amazing things.
Last year, I was attending my first E3, so of course I wanted to go to Xbox Fan Fest, though I didn't get picked. But through the generosity of a community member that I didn't even know, by the name of Gotham Guy, he made me his +1, and I was able to go to Xbox Fan Fest, one of the best events of my gaming life.
For me, gaming on Xbox has provided a sense of community because it provided a safe and inclusive place for me to get on and play games like Halo and find a friendly community of people on Xbox Live when I had moved to the United States but did not have a lot of cultural touchstones to relate with those around me. And I'm grateful for that sense of community that Xbox provided.
I got into the Xbox world, well, that's thanks to my uncle. When I was a kid, I used to visit his house often, and he was playing Rainbow Six 3 online. Well, whenever I had the chance to play the game, I was so hooked on it that I asked my parents, Mom, Dad, can I get please an Xbox? And they were first doubtful, and a couple weeks later they surprised me with an Xbox and Rainbow Six 3.
The most powerful memory that I have related to gaming is having the opportunity to go to St. Jude Children's Research Hospital and get to hang out with the kids that are recovering from cancer and be able to sit on a couch with them and play their favorite video game and just watch their face light up. And it really comes to show that even in the darkest of days, video games can put a smile on your face, and I think that'll always stick with me forever.
Gaming has really empowered me as a former mixer partner of understanding that there's so much culture in gaming that really wasn't exposed before. It's really empowered me to start seeking out better ways of having a cultural connection with somebody who doesn't even share the same culture. You know, it's all about learning about different cultures and learning about other people all together. So it's really empowered me to just want to explore the world by ways of meeting new people.
My most powerful memories related to gaming always include having spent time with my friends or family, whether it's sitting in front of the TV and beating Metroid, or going to the mall and to the arcade to play Street Fighter 2 with my friends, or camping out overnight waiting for the launch of the next console. It's with people.
So to all the big dreamers out there, remember, no matter who you are, where you come from, you can do it. So keep creating, keep playing, and power your dreams.
We see a future where you are at the center of your gaming experience.
Watch how we do this. No, you can't stop it.
This is the most immersive console experience ever.
Watch how we do this. No, you can't stop it.
We embarked on a quest to find creative teams that have the mastery of our art form.
Game Pass members can play over 100 titles.
Every Xbox Game Studios title will premiere in Game Pass day one.
We are giving gamers the option to connect across devices and across platforms in a way that we never were able to before.
This is about giving you more choices, giving you more ways to play.
The games you want, on the devices you want, with the people you want. Gamers are really at the heart of everything we do at Xbox. We are building this for you.
It's the moment we've all been waiting for.
What this console launch means to me is that I'm going to be able to enjoy these incredible games the way they were meant to be enjoyed.
It feels like everything's been coming full circle after nearly 20 years of incredible gaming memories on Xbox.
This launch moment is a culmination of 5 years of innovation in the accessibility space for me.
This generation of consoles is by far the best that I've ever seen, and it's completely out of this world.
I think it's really, really, really cool.
This generation is about giving you the tools to be what you want to be.
Being able to play games at 120 FPS is going to be awesome.
It gives the opportunity to create excitement in so many different ways to capture the sense of community and togetherness of gamers around the world.
Every single time that I have seen that next system come out or that next great game with awesome graphics, it reminds me of where we've come from.
For me, this launch moment means that more people than ever will be able to jump into the next generation of Xbox.
I know that I'm going to be making even more memories with even more friends, and I cannot be more excited.
Whatever your preference, whatever your choice, get out there, go play.
All right, here we go. Hello and welcome to the Xbox Launch Celebration live stream. My name's Larry here of Xbox Live's Major Nelson. I will be your host today, along with Kate, Malik, Kat, Jeff, Tifa, and many other Team Xbox members from around the world. We will also be joined by hundreds of our Xbox FanFest fans. See them up there? We are coming to you live from Studio D on the Microsoft campus here in Redmond, Washington, right outside Seattle. Now, this building that so many members of Team Xbox and ordinarily work in but today the circumstances are a little bit different, so they're not coming in and out. But there have been many great memories, ideas, and games that have come from this very location. And since we all can't be together in person this year, we thought it would be fitting to bring you the stream right here from the center of the action in the atrium.
Fitting indeed, Larry. Now today, it's not about big news and reveals, it's about playing games. And that's what we're gonna be doing all day on this stream. Plus we've got a few surprises and fun, different aspects you're not gonna wanna miss. So we hope you're also playing games at home today with us as well, because we'll be playing right alongside you. So whether you're watching us on your primary screen, a second screen, your mobile device, we're just thankful and grateful you're joining us here today.
I'll tell you what I'm grateful for, Kate.
Yeah.
This is my third console launch. I was around when we launched the Xbox 360, the Xbox One. Last year, we unveiled the Xbox Series X, the world's most powerful console. This year, we introduced the smallest next-generation console, the Xbox Series S. And today, people around the world are finally experiencing the future of gaming for themselves. All right. Right? I agree. Now, for the next 5+ hours, we'll be on the stream celebrating the launch of next generation of gaming with developers, publishers, celebrities, and of course, fans. We've got a great stream plan playing Watch Dogs Legions, Forza Horizon 4, Assassin's Creed Valhalla, Destiny 2, Tetris Effect Connected, and more.
So let's jump in with a new next-gen title from Xbox Game Studios that gives you a top-down perspective and, of course, the opportunity to save every human on the planet. This is Gears Tactics.
Just like we planned it. Good work, Jack. Join the party. Well, if you insist. Summon the beast. Holy shit. We're done here.
I'm so excited to be here today. PC gamers have been playing this critically acclaimed game since earlier this year. But if you prefer console and haven't had a chance to play it yet, today is your lucky day as it launches on all Xbox consoles.
And you are lucky because this is a great game. But what I think you might want to know, how does a turn-based strategy game made from the ground up on PC make that move from mouse and keyboard to, I will take apart the set here, to the Xbox controller? Here to tell us more, joining us live from Vancouver up in Canada, Tyler Beelman, the Publishing Design Director up at the Coalition. Happy launch day, Tyler.
Thanks, Jeff. I'm super excited, thrilled to be here kicking off the show with you guys. And I'm so excited that everyone will get to play Gears Tactics on their consoles today.
They don't know what is coming for them because it is an excellent game. But let's say you're new to the world of strategy. Gears has always been a third-person cover shooter. How did you decide to make a turn-based strategy game in the world of Gears?
Yeah, I mean, it was the process of prototyping and proving things out and making sure that we could take what was really essential about Gears-style combat and translating that to a different camera and a different perspective, but all the while bringing what makes Gears great to it. So we've got big boss fights, we've got incredibly satisfying combat encounters, and we've got a really amazing story to go with it. So we're really happy and proud of how Gears Tactics plays on the console.
And it's widely known that I'm a huge Gears fan. Gears Tactics doesn't really take place during the same time period as the other games, right, Tyler?
That's right. It actually takes place about 12 years before the events of the first Gears of War game. So about right around Emergence Day, well before the events of Marcus Phoenix and Gears 1. And the game revolves around a sort of reluctant hero named Gabe Diaz. And if that last name sounds familiar, this is Kate Diaz's father, Kate Diaz being the main character in Gears 5. So we get to explore his journey. He's a tactical commander who's had some bad experiences with the COG. And sort of when we meet him, he is working in the motor pool in sort of self-imposed exile. But he's brought back into the fold to fight an incredibly dangerous locust scientist named Ukon, a geneticist. And Ukon in Gears' backstory is the monster that makes the monsters. If you've seen those big Brumacs and Corpsers, those are Ukon's pets. And so our heroes need to go on this journey to try to stop Ukon from creating even more devastating enemies that will take down the planet Sarah.
All right, Tyler, we didn't come here to talk. We came here to play and also to talk while we're playing. So why don't we fire up the game? You're playing live here on Xbox Series X, right? There's the controller. Yeah, so why don't we take this footage? Yeah, so let's load it up and let's see what we're doing. Where are we in the game here? Well, Act 2, Chapter 7.
we've got this loaded in about 2/3 of the way through the game. So we've got lots of cool skills and abilities, which we'll talk about. I've got a 4-person squad here, but the squad now, as of today, also includes Jack, the sort of signature Gears robot companion. But as we move through the objectives here, and I'll show you some of the basics and kind of get people who are not familiar with tactics on PC. I'll give you kind of the basics and what kind of why it's a special game. The first thing that I want to point out is that even though it is a turn-based tactics game, the game does not take place on a forced grid. You are free to move wherever you want in the game, in the map. You can create any sort of firing lanes or trap areas that you want to. You're not constrained by that. The second thing that I would point out, and kind of what makes tactics special, is in a lot of turn-based tactics games, you're very limited to one move action and one shoot action. In our game, we have 3 action points. You can divide those between your movements. So this would be a 1-action movement here, a 2-action movement, and then a 3-action movement. Or you can fire your primary weapon or your secondary weapon 3 times, or you can use these skills. So you'll see the skill bar down at the bottom. These are all the cool skills that I've leveled up or figured out how to get through my equipment loadout. This is my scout, Michaela. I'm going to look around a little bit actually and get some scope out the battlefield. So this is an equipment case over here, and I can see a bit of the objective, but I can't see into the fog here. So we're going to move our scout up. Scouts are really good at penetrating, getting in close, and using their shotgun to finish units off.
It's a Nasher, man. It's a Nasher.
Yeah, what are you going to do, right? You're going to bounce through there and you're going to take him out with one shot. So one other thing I'll notice, this is not something that we teach in the game. It's kind of a pro tip, is you do have this limitation, this radius of one action of movement. But because, you know, we're a Gears game and we want you to be flowing into the cover, we'll give you a little extra movement. That movement up to that cover would normally cost you 2. But because you're snapping into that cover, it's going to cost you 1. So when you're playing, you want to always be looking for those little advantages that will help you conserve action. So we'll move our scout Marcella up here, and she has managed to reveal, wow, a ton of enemies. We've got our sort of hammer burst drones here. Those are sort of the normal soldier command units. And then there's a Cantus here, and I'm actually going to zoom in a little bit and show you the Cantus. And the Cantus is kind of a healer class, and it has this opportunity attack, so I can't get in super close or else it will knock me back. That zoom, actually, while I'm talking about it, this zoom is something we put in on the controller. It's on the right trigger, and that's sort of something we put in just for console users because we know you're going to be playing a little further back. So we give you the opportunity to get in, and that's really important if you're really trying to position really carefully to make sure you've got the right firing lines.
Tyler,
that zoom is
just
also adjustable in the settings. Yeah,
just to jump in there, the team has done a lot of work to adapt a genre that's usually, you know, played with on PC with the mouse and the keyboard for it to work with the Xbox and with the Xbox controller. Can you talk a little more about what work is when you do that?
Absolutely. We basically threw out the controls altogether on the controller when we started the console work about 10 months ago, and we really wanted to make sure that it felt as native as possible. So, for example, this bayonet charge that I've just selected is a skill on that bar that my Vanguard Sid has, and instead of making you sort of hunt and try to find the right location for it, we just snap the cursor to it, and so you can cycle through. Even though these are not viable targets, you'll kind of end up on the right one. That kind of background work, just to make it super smooth, are the kinds of things we did. Another thing we did is on the right trigger, I mentioned the zoom, but on the left trigger, we actually slow down the cursor movement a bit, and so you can actually get a little bit more precision on where you're moving the unit to. And so those kinds of, and there's a ton of these in the background. We overhauled completely the front end where you do all the customization screens to make sure it works really perfectly with the controller.
Tyler, let's see some action here, because the thing that I want to talk about, is the fact that you wouldn't necessarily think from a remove that Gears, which is known for its quick action and you shoot first or you're probably dead, at least in multiplayer, would fit with like a patient thinking man's game. I do love the Retro Lancer, and I love that that's in here. You've done an amazing job of capturing the feel of Gears in a game that is a completely different genre. So I'd love to just, we're seeing it, but I would love to hear a little bit more about the steps you took to bring in things that are classic Gears, like a Lancer, directly into a Theron Guard or something like that you've done that make this game feel Gears and yet completely new.
Yeah, I mean, it was really important to us that we make a game that feels like Gears, and part of that is making sure that we are rewarding aggression. In a lot of turn-based tactics games, you have a strategy of sitting back. Yeah, I'm just trying to, I'm going to try to place it just right to maximize the damage with the grenade. This is Gears, right? So you have to push past that cover and take out those enemies. So what starts out as a very intimidating looking front of enemies, through the depth of the tools that you have and the things you can do, and sometimes just a blunt force object like a grenade, we really wanted to emulate what makes the Gears combat so special, and that has to do with creating flanks, pushing through fronts, and one of the mechanics that we hit upon, in about the middle of development, but it became something we doubled down on, is the execution mechanic. And I don't think I have enough actions here to show it in its sort of full potential. But if you can down a unit, actually, I'm going to use Jack here to try to protect.
Now, Jack
Sid.
is entirely new, because I played this game.
I
beat the whole game on PC, and I loved it. And for someone like me who's like, okay, do I need to play this again? You've actually added a ton of new content that makes me want to go back to the game, whether I do that on Xbox Series X or S, or if I want to do that on Windows 10 PC. There's a ton of new content in terms of enemies, weapons, and of course Jack. So I would love to hear about the new stuff.
Yeah, so Jack is entirely new. He has his own unique skill tree that's unlike any of the other classes in the game. He goes on every mission with you. So you don't have to trade off your sort of offensive capability of your units for the kind of cool tricks that Jack can do. Jack comes standard with a buff called Wingman that lets you improve the accuracy and damage of the other squads. You can cloak Jack. Jack doesn't use cover, so it's important to make sure that Jack is protected. And we added a whole new area of effect element to the game. So he has these capsules, and these capsules create areas of effect that that will debuff enemies or buff your unit. So in this case, I aggressively moved Sid up into this position. So I'm going to try to protect him by using a shock capsule, which should debilitate these enemies and not allow them to move or shoot, kind of protecting him. So he's going to fire off his capsule, and now, because those units are shocked, Sid can maintain that forward position, but he doesn't have to worry about those two units.
Now, one of the hardest part of the game is always choosing what characters you want to use. You start to fall in love with different ones. Do I want to have, more than one sniper at the expense of giving up a scout or something like that? But you don't have to make that choice with Jack, do you?
No, absolutely not. And in fact, I mean, Jack's skill trees, I mean, those are still difficult choices because he has all of these cool toys that you want to use. So, he brings a lot of different options to the battlefield. I'll just move up a bit here.
He doesn't take up a slot, does he? But...
No, he doesn't. He goes on every mission with you, every side mission, every story mission. It was really important that we really embrace the player here, and we want to give the player a ton of different tools. We're going to put you in really challenging situations. We're going to throw tons of enemies at you, but the depth and your cleverness will always, well, in a lot of cases, not always, should help you get out of it. And that's, that was something that we felt like was important as we developed the game on the PC, and then in translating it to console, making sure it still has that feel. I've found myself in a bad position.
And to overcome all these enemies, could you walk us through how do you go about squad building and trying to find the best characters for each one of the challenges that you have on Gears Tactics?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I can leave the mission and show you kind of where you do all the customization, and it'll just take a second for it to reload back into the convoy. We have 5 different classes in the game: heavy, sniper, support, scout, and vanguard. Each of them has a signature Gears weapon. So they have, in the case of the support character, they have the signature Lancer. You can see here Gabe, our hero, who's carrying the Lancer. One of the things people told us very early on when we were developing is how much they loved the skills. If you're an RPG fan and you're looking for sort of a deep experience in that way, we've got an incredible depth of skills. So each of your support classes can be built entirely differently. You can see all the skills that I've got unlocked on Gabe here on the right side. And in addition, every weapon has weapon mod slots, so you can customize the stock, the magazine, the scope, the barrel, and so there's a lot of different options for you there, and you collect these weapon mods through the progression of the game and by those equipment cases in the level, and that really allows you to build out these ultimate builds the way you want. The same thing goes with the armor. Ooh, there's an epic destroyer vest here. That's pretty cool. You should probably have that equipped on. And
some of the gold tier accessories can really be game changers. I mean, like radically, even affect like how many turns you get, and it's worth it to go out of the way for those chests, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's tricky, but one of the things Jack can do, actually, again, kind of a pro tip, is Jack can go retrieve those chests for you. So again, you're not trading your offensive power for that, which is pretty cool. When you go to your
gamer tags out there, I think that's how you know we're doing this live. Is here it comes.
Absolutely. So this is the mission screen here, where we have that mission we were just on. You go in here, you choose who you want to take on the mission from your roster. Oh, there's Cole making a special appearance in his thrash ball armor. Look at that.
Cole is awesome, by the way. We'll talk more about later on how to unlock him, and it's very easy to do, and you're going to want him.
Yeah, it's really cool that he comes with a unique set of armor that gives you a little boost in the early game by having it.
This is great. Let's can we talk about? You've talked a lot about all the things that are added. You're getting new armor. You're getting a new character in Jack, who was essentially a fifth wheel in a good way, if that was a thing. And so it was like, wow, this game must be getting easier. But there's another side of that coin, isn't there?
Yeah, we knew we couldn't give you more tools without giving you more obstacles. And so we brought in a class of enemies called the Deviants. The Deviants are sort of Ukon's rejects. They're a little overpowered, a little unruly. So there are 5 new Deviant enemies, and those Deviants have unique skills that kind of allow them to function as a captain for the encounters that are in the that you go through. So, for example, the Deviant Wretch has a pack effect that will make all the wretches around him harder to kill. Those wretches, if they push through your front and get to you and attack you, they will push you out of cover, which then allows hammer burststones to shoot you. So every time a deviant is on the field, you have to be very careful, and you have to approach the encounter in a different way. And so we've sort of sprinkled those throughout the campaign. So again, even if you've played a single act on PC or played through the whole game, it's a very different experience when you get to the console. And then the last thing I'll throw in that we added is a new tier of loot. We've added an equipment tier called Supreme. So when you're going into these weapon mods, there's a high level of red Supreme equipment. I don't think I have any actually, because this is too early in the game. But those have a synergy to them. So for example, if you have all of the different weapon mods of Supreme for the sniper rifle, it turns it into a crit machine, and that can just keep critting over and over again. And that's exactly what you want to take down those high-powered enemies that might be a little bit further back, like the Cantus, that are trying to buff up the enemy team.
Tyler, if you had to put it out there, what's your favorite squad and what's your favorite formation on Gears Tactics? What would that be?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan of the Scout and Vanguard classes because they do what Gears does really well. It allows you to push through, find a flanking route, and deliver a high amount of offense without the enemy having the benefit of cover. So I tend to lean into Scouts. They also have a cloak ability, which allows them to push through. And then the Vanguard's kind of interesting. We have a lot of different, more traditional classes like the Heavy or the Sniper, but the Vanguard is sort of unique in that the Vanguard has a straight ahead sort of attitude. So whereas the Scout, you might want to cloak or flank around, what you want to do with the Vanguard is push forward and sort of move through the fronts that way.
We're taking a look here at Gabe Diaz, and you mentioned earlier that Gabe is Kate's mom, and you're going to learn
Kate's
a little
dad,
bit. I mean, Kate's dad, yes. And you're going to learn a little bit more about her lineage going in. But something I just wanted to call out, I love strategy RPGs. I played XCOM, Mutant Year Zero, Phoenix Point, Mario Rabbids. If it has the word tactics in it, I will play that game. Very few of those games have a really good story, and you've put a ton of work into the story. There was even like one point later in the game where I was like I couldn't believe it. So talk about like the story and the world building that goes into this. This is not just like map, and on forever.
Yeah, I mean, the game takes place in Vasgar, partially, which is a region of Sarah that you discover in Gears 5, except this is many years earlier. And so you can recognize some of the architecture and some of the things if you're a deep Gears fan. And it was really, it was an experiment for us that whether or not we could create a tactics game, which usually has a sort of point of view that's a little more omniscient and a little less personal. And can we do that, create a story around a main character that you grow to care about, surround that character with supporting characters like Sid and Michaela that bring the Gabe story to life. It has the sort of AAA cinematic quality that you're used to, which of course looks amazing on the new hardware. And that was, for us, part of Gears are big boss fights, and we've got those. It's that sort of character-focused story. We've got that. It's incredibly relevant to the lore. So in addition to the basic combat and intensity, we made sure that we brought in that really high quality story that makes it feel like Gears.
And Tyler, I heard you have added a lot of new stuff to the game on the PC too, and you've talked about it for a little bit here too. Is there anything else in the game that you want to talk about and show us?
Yeah, I mean, there's new achievements. So for those achievement hunters out there, we've added, I think it's 400 gamer score worth of new achievements. So there's plenty of stuff there for you to hunt down. And of course, just a note, you can play anywhere. So if you've started your games on PC and you come over to console either through Game Pass or buying the game, you could pick right up where you left off and continue your saves, which was very important to our technical director, Cam. Like that was the one thing you had to make sure worked. So so it's really great whether you've played it or not, whether you are a longtime tactics player or a Gears player, or even someone kind of from an RPG background. We believe there's something for everyone with tactics.
For sure. Thank you, Tyler, so much for being here today with us and for showing Gears Tactics to everyone at home.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Happy launch day.
So that is Gears Tactics, which everyone can play now on PC, Xbox One, and starting today, Xbox Series X and S. And of course, it's on Xbox Game Pass.
I think Tyler's got a lot of mail to sort through now and a lot of private messages. So if you play the game by December 4th, you're going to get the Thrashball Cole character pack. We saw a little bit of that and what that includes. Let me tell you, it's voiced by Lester Spade. He's got his famous catchphrases and woo, and like all the things you love about Coltrane is into this game as well. So you're going to want to get that. Plus, all you got to do is complete the tutorial and you get the Armored Gabe character skin to use in Gears 5 multiplayer. So it all connects together. So while we can't be together for this in-person celebration, and we love having you up here, but we do miss seeing you, we can still celebrate. So we're bringing our fans together virtually through an Xbox Fan Mosaic. So if you want to participate, go to fanmosaic.com/Xbox Fan Mosaic. There's dashes in there. We're going to put that up down there for you. And you can share your gaming selfie, and we'll watch the Mosaic come together during the stream. The whole world is playing Xbox today, and that goes for Team Xbox too. We're playing, as soon as we get off camera, we're going back there and we're going to be playing Gears Tactics. So throughout the stream, we're going to be checking in on all of our friends here at Team Xbox to see how it's going.
All right, guys, we're going to be recording some Squadrons gameplay for the fine folks at Xbox. So we're just chilling today, going to get a few games in. You guys want to warm up with a dogfight, and then we'll dive into fleet battles?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's knock off that space dust. Pick out those Wookiee hairs. Get on it.
Ion cannon, away. The first ion missile is away.
I can't get away from
peaceful. Hey, wing on me. He's 25 health. If anyone can make some magic happen. Oh, it's not going to matter because we go down. Game's a
It's a who. Punch it, Chewie.
That's some big hits coming in the butt. No. Oh, they got me, dude. That bomber is doing such a good job. Coming around to make a bombing run. Oh, come on, baby. Dang. Oh man, this has been an interesting day of Squadrons. Not our best, not our worst, but absolutely super fun. This game runs and feels great on the Series X. For folks lucky enough to be playing on the Series X this week, we hope you enjoy launch day. We hope you enjoy launch week, and excited to see what different games you're going to be playing. But there's so many good games coming out this week. You got Assassin's Creed Valhalla, Destiny's new DLC, Call of Duty hits at the end of the week. I mean, my goodness, there's just too much to play.
Are you a huge fan of Xbox? Want to spend time with that community, unlock special access to exclusive experiences, sweepstakes, Xbox gear, and more? Well, I've got good news for you. Xbox Fan Fest has gone digital. Join for free today, and in addition to all the other benefits, you'll also get access to today's drop of exclusive merch into the Xbox Fan Fest gear shop. And you can also opt in to our Xbox Launch Celebration Fan Fest sweepstakes for a chance to win an Xbox Series X, Series S, and that awesome custom Xbox Series X fridge. Now, the winners will be drawn at 3 p.m. Pacific time today and announced before the end of this live stream. So if you're 18 or over and want to join, sign up now at xbox.com/fanfest. Now, if all of that doesn't impress you, let's see if this does.
Hey guys, DJ here. So I got some really cool and exciting news to share with you guys. So 20 years ago, I teamed up with my buddy Bill Gates, and we launched the very first Xbox console to the world. And since then, over the years, I've had the real privilege of working very closely with Xbox to deliver Xbox consoles and Xbox games to kids all across the country in America and all over the world. Kids who are in need, kids who are fighting the good fight, kids who are hospitalized getting treatment, and we have delivered these smiles, if you will, over the years. So the exciting announcement is I'm teaming up with Xbox once again. We are getting ready to launch to the world, of course, the brand new Xbox Series X. But before the world gets it, I have an opportunity to team up with Xbox and deliver some of the very first Xbox Series X consoles to kids all across the country in 20 hospitals. And we are teaming up with a charitable organization called Gamers Outreach. Now, Gamers Outreach is this awesome organization that provides video games and software to help kids cope with their stays in hospitals as they're getting their treatment and fighting the good fight. This is a look at the very first special edition rock outfitted Xbox Series X console. So we are outfitting these hospitals across the country with the Rock Go-Kart specials. That will obviously include this Xbox Series X. Holding this controller really brings back memories, because me, as being an avid gamer, I mean, I just remember the nights when I would stay up all night long and I would just get my ass kicked playing games. What is important is over the next year, we have over 50,000 kids who are going to be able to play this game. And I want to thank Gamers Outreach. I want to thank my good friends at Xbox and Microsoft. And thank you, Bill Gates, for letting me come on your journey 20 years ago. And most importantly, to all the kids out there who are in the hospital, who are getting their treatments in the United States and all around the world. I send you love, I send you strength, I send you mana. Stay strong, and have a great holiday season, and enjoy your new Xbox.
Man, I'm so excited about this new system dropping.
I've actually booked 2 weeks off work, specifically for this.
I'm already planning on giving my old Xbox to my mother.
Non vedo l'ora di poter toccare con mano la nuova generazione di console.
I'm going to go pick it up curbside, bring it home, hook it up, get everything going, and then I'm going to press the go live button and enjoy it with my community.
And I'm planning to play a lot of new games with the Xbox Game Pass.
The following week, I'll be playing Master Chief Collection, the original Halo Combat Evolved, in 4K, 120 frames per second, thanks to the new upgrades for Series X.
It's been really great having those games pretty much our entire lives now. So I would have to say we are super excited about this new Xbox launch, and especially for Halo Infinite when that comes out.
Nothing really feels better than coming home and hopping online to play with the boys and get a few matches done.
Super pumped for the next console launch. Let's go.
I cannot wait to see what the 4th generation of Xbox gaming brings, because right now it just looks incredible.
Hey everyone, it's Phil Spencer. Thanks to all our fans and players around the world for joining us today. You're the heart of our vision for the future of gaming, and this launch celebration is all about you. We're thrilled to see so many of you around the world playing games that you love, the way you want to play them, with the people you want to play with, on the devices you want to play on. So to everyone who has an Xbox in their home, and all of those who have their heart set on getting one down the road, and everyone that loves video games and what they bring to you, thank you. So let's do what we came here to do and play some games. First, here's a look at a game I play a ton of, a trailer for Destiny 2 Beyond Light.
The light and dark ready themselves for a new phase. So must we.
The day we've been dreading has finally arrived. The darkness is here. We are deploying Guardians to all corners of the system to find answers.
I'm picking up a distress signal. Someone's in trouble.
My friends, we are all in great danger.
is the light. Someone has to do the same for the dark. Stasis is just a tool. We must use it for good. This power is a gift. One I will share with all of you. One by one, we will rise again.
Only one truth: death.
You are not special. The darkness is mine!
Go beyond the light on the all-new Xbox.
Hey, as I said, big fan of Destiny 2, and the trailer looks awesome. Beyond Light, it's an important moment for Destiny. New raids, stasis powers, and a lot more. I can't wait to play with everyone on Game Pass. I'll probably be on tonight. Game looks and plays great on Series X and Series S, and it will look even better when the next-gen update launches in December. My good friend, Pete Parsons, CEO of Bungie, is here to play the game with me on Xbox Series X, both of which launch today. Woo. Hey, Pete.
Good to see you, Phil.
Good to see you. It's we get to play. They put controllers in our hands, and they completely lose us. I'm already getting ready to play. But
they almost think that we're good at this.
Well, you better Sherpa me through this, because I've never played Beyond Light. This will be my first time. I'm excited. But I know you play a ton, and you play a lot with the community. Like, when you think about all that Bungie's done to get to this point and launch Beyond Light, like, what's really hitting you right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what's so exciting for us, which is, you know, we're players of Destiny, as are you.
Yeah.
And the community has become a really important part of everything who we are. It gives us feedback. It feeds us. You know, we continue to be a part of that community, and we also have this ongoing dialogue with the community. And so we're super excited about where you're headed with this new launch, because not only is the hardware fantastic, but the continued focus on building, growing community, the social aspects of it for us are fantastic. It's great.
Thanks. You know, and I think the partnership that we have around Game Pass right now in the game has been fantastic to see. And really, when I think about Bungie and Xbox and our history through Xbox Live and so many of the things that we've done together, it just seems natural that we working together to bring Beyond Light and the new generation of consoles with great updates. You know, 2020 has been a challenging year when you think about all that you've had to do at the studio to get Beyond Light done. Any unique challenges?
Yeah, I mean, well, one is we have a long history together, and that's pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. And Game Pass has been really great for us to engage in. And you know, we moved the entire studio out in March. Wow. Which is a long time. And so Beyond Light, we're really proud of the work. I'm incredibly proud of the work the team has done for Beyond Light. But it is largely a product of everyone being at home. And so when I look at, not only, I'm completely inspired by the work of the team to make it, but also of our operations, IT, security team, allowing us or giving us the ability to be able to move out and be productive. That said, you know, working from home poses its own challenges. So this has been, it's been a long road, and yet, I think the work speaks for itself.
That's awesome. And to be launching a console today and having Beyond Light come out at the same time seems like, you know, a special moment for Bungie.
It's very exciting for us, and as you know, it's a long history. We have a long history of partnering with Xbox with launches, and it's kind of fun to see that come, you know, back around. It's been many years since we started on this journey together.
Okay, well, we're going to start playing. I think we're on an Xbox Series X here. Again, I have no idea. Oh, there you are. I have no idea. What are we looking at here? Why don't you explain a little bit where we are? At
its heart, the pyramid ships have come back into the system with the Seasons of Arrival, and now we're going to have to deal with that in both the new locations that we have, so Jupiter and Europa, as well as new powers where we ultimately decide to wield the darkness with stasis, and so that's what we're going to do.
And just so I'm clear, you did take my light level, right? Let me see it.
Don't.
Okay. More grinding to do. Let's go.
All right.
Your old pal Drifter was.
Do you know where we go?
It's time to ditch the light, good, dark, bad dogma.
Oh, you're talking to that
Folks
guy.
are finally starting to see it.
Yeah, so we're going to talk with the Drifter.
Okay.
And then we'll head on.
Just let me have this one, Three Eyes.
You ready?
All right?
I think
Just
so.
once.
I'm ready. Oh, do I need to talk to him too? Okay, sorry.
So if you remember, we have characters coming back from Destiny 1, the Stranger.
There we go, sorry.
I know. I owe you an
We will get through
explanation
this.
for all this.
We will. I hope.
I am the biggest consumer of Destiny
to
lore.
prevent
It's actually
darkness's arrival.
not true.
Yeah.
The Grimoire.
Actually, one of the things that I love is that the team has done such a good job of building lore over the years that,
The
you know,
floodgates
not
are
only do we
open.
have
The darkness
you know,
is here.
members of our community who are
I wield
focused
it
on
now
just
with
lore,
intent to stop our enemies
but we
where
even
the
have
light cannot.
achievements that are lore
Your
based. And so
resilience within the
You
pyramid
do.
proves you're
I'm just kind of a put the crosshair on the enemy and pull the trigger.
Before us lies what we
That's my
call a
Destiny play,
ziggurat.
and I love it.
Its
And the
purpose
grind.
is temptation. To begin your training, you must give in.
Okay.
Here, take this.
That looks familiar.
All right.
Please.
Okay, I'm following. Oh, you're already going.
All right, so we're on the surface of Europa.
Okay. No enemies yet.
Nope.
Can I hit you with a grenade?
You can.
Okay.
Absolutely. And so we're going to try to uncover the secrets here. So I heard you do
I understand why you're going along with the Stranger's
some of your
plan,
team meetings on
well,
inside
she's
Destiny. Is that
not
true?
telling us everything.
I will, any excuse, do I want this?
Yeah.
Okay. Any excuse I have to play video games, I'll do it. I've done in Destiny, Minecraft Dungeons. You kind of have to temper the one-on-one based on the kind of player skill of who you're meeting with.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
This one's
The longer
locked.
we're here, the more nervous I get.
That one's locked.
Not that I think you can't handle
That
it.
one's locked.
I know you can.
They're locked for you. Oh, we have a
I just
waypoint. Here
wish
we go.
had a
It's over
better
there.
idea of what that might be.
All right.
We're definitely.
Oh, look, it's Destiny, so we're going to go to one area, we're going to go back. and
Oh,
we're gonna go
stop.
Back. Look, sorry. Anybody who's looked at my hours played on this can. Oh. Okay.
All right.
So we're on Europa right now.
We are. So there's Jupiter in the distance.
Looks good. So this right now is running 60 frames per second.
Yeah, 60 frames a second. But what do you want
What's
to say?
Crucible running at?
Do you want to say the fun thing about
Well, you
Crucible?
guys did the work. You should say it.
Well, no, you get the. Yeah, it's pretty exciting.
I'm not a huge Crucible player. I'm very good at getting shot in Crucible, but I do know playing Crucible at 120 would be amazing.
And we are announcing today, right now, Crucible at 120 frames a second.
Thank you for that. So good.
Yeah.
So good.
Super exciting. I can't wait to play. I was actually talking with a friend of mine. Actually, she was on earlier, Katarina. We're both looking forward to playing this evening.
I think I can get shot twice as fast at 120 frames per second.
I think you probably can. I think last time we were rolling strikes, right?
Yeah, we were. That was fun. We had a good time. I still have that banner that I got for doing that. People ask me all the time, hey, how'd you get that banner? It's a secret.
Oh, people...
Oh, there's people in.
All right.
So launch day at Bungie. What's going on back at the studio right now?
Well, you know, the studio, it's such an interesting time at the studio because the studio is largely empty.
Yeah.
And we have our online teams. They're standing by as we look for the traffic that's coming in.
Because you've launched on all platforms today.
Launched on all platforms today. So it's super exciting time for the studio. Once again, you know, we've been managing seasons for the last 7 or 8 months, but this is, you know, our biggest content drop in a very, very long time. And so for the team to be able to have this experience is pretty incredible.
I'm not used to looking at this gamer tag for you. You've recently changed your gamer tag, I understand.
Okay. Yeah, you know, you helped me out on that. So everyone, my gamer tag for 20 years has been Mango.
Mango.
And a good friend of mine, April McKee, 20 years ago, asked me what I wanted for a gamer tag. And I said, P squared, P2. And as a backup, it was Mango.
Yeah.
And I was told that I needed to go with Mango because they couldn't do a 2-character gamer tag. Turns out...
There's a way to make that work.
Turns out there's a way to make it work. Phil Spencer did with P3. And
I think they weren't telling you the truth because I've been P3 since the original. Oh, and look at this. Graviton
I think they
Lance. Graviton Lance works well in P2.
Anyway, Phil.
So they changed my. So I now have the new stasis.
Yep. Now
So
you
talk
have
to me
stasis,
about this.
Yeah. So stasis essentially is wielding the darkness. It largely has to do with elements of freezing or binding your enemies.
So that's...
Or blocking them off in walls like I just did with my grenade. Or dying like you would do.
No, I'm not dead, don't.
Oh, you didn't? Okay.
Do not. My excuse is they have me sitting like 20 feet from my screen. But I'm not dead yet.
It is a long way away from the screen. Anyway, Phil, so between you and April, after 20 years, reconstituted my original request for P squared. And so now...
Is that what we're going with? We're not calling it P2.
It's not P2. You're P3. And I'm not going to take that away from you.
So we're going with...
Because P squared or P2 is obviously a better number.
Yeah, it's less than. So that's the one way of putting it.
And I really appreciate it, actually. Uh-oh. Oh, what happened here? Oh my gosh. Did you die?
Oh, no, I heard you're going to nerf my
then I died.
Oh,
okay.
Okay.
Right. This is called two middle-aged guys playing video games.
No, now it's not. Now it's called... Oh, it's a pound. Okay. Oh, it freezes them and kills them. Okay.
Yeah. Did you pop a super yet?
Yeah, right now.
I can't see anything.
Do I still have the headbutt is still in? Nice. Oh, wait a minute. Let me go get that.
I died.
I know. I'm gonna come over here and help you.
I blame you though.
Wait a minute. Let me mope. It makes me sad.
No.
I'm opening a shot.
Okay.
Now you can mope on me. That was my bad. I'm not gonna let you.
No, this is no.
This is first encounter. Okay, let's actually play. A lot of gold bars here.
Oh man.
All right.
I'm not selling this.
That's okay. Bad. It's my first time playing it, so. Now we're on. What is the?
Okay.
Oh wow, that keeps right back.
Well, we're also.
Are we under level?
There's just a bunch of scary exclamation marks around all of the combats.
We're just gonna slow down. Take our time. We have
like 15 minutes. That's what we're gonna do, Turtle.
We're
gonna hide for 15 minutes.
Okay, here they seem to be powering up our stages a lot. So let's do this. If I freeze them, can you at least shoot them? I'm the one wreaking havoc on all these.
Hey, in all seriousness, the launch of this is the launch of the new console is really exciting for us.
Thanks.
Not just in terms of new consoles are awesome, but I think I said it before and I'll say it again. The push that Xbox is making towards social. One of the things we've talked about with Destiny going all the way back to 2009, Phil, was we wanted Destiny wherever you are, and wherever your mood, and so. And to become that social experience that people want, that third place where ultimately, you have these great, casual encounters, but you also have these, intense encounters as well. And I think we've been able to do that, but I think Xbox has been able to pull that off with continuing to build on social, but also continue to build on Game Pass. So we have, more people are able to engage with the Destiny universe and become a part of it and part of the community. And on top of that, just the ability to play on multiple devices is also incredibly important. I remember, how long was it ago you showed me you were playing on your phone?
Yeah, that's like 2 years ago.
Yeah, so Phil came by the studio like 2 years ago and was playing on his phone. I couldn't believe it. It was pretty awesome.
Yeah, it was fun.
And just the idea of our ability to, oh, did you die? I'm sorry.
I've like revived you 3 times while you've been chatting, so. No, we've talked a lot about, your guys' vision. I think Bungie.net was an inspiration for a lot of the things that we looked at, which was obviously created before your garbage right now, on Xbox Live, and just watching how you guys have evolved that service. And it's great to get to partner on where you want to take this and maybe even talk to you about other things that Bungie could be working on.
Yeah, I mean, I'm super proud of the team, and we continue with the building and growing the Destiny universe, and we have many, many years ahead of us to continue to build and grow Destiny, but we're also working on other things as well. And one of the fun things about working with you and the rest of the team is, I think we've tried to make a universe that will that welcomes you, like no matter where you are.
Yeah.
No matter where you're from, how you identify, like we have this inviting environment that you can come in and just have a great time.
It's awesome.
And if you just want to shoot some stuff and get an achievement from it, that's great. If you want to go and do much more intense activities like pinnacle activities like raids, or Nightfall, you can totally do that. And so we offer this great range of fun things to do that are more fun to do with or in front of your friends. And that's always a great. Okay.
Season rank, look at that.
Oh my gosh, I can't see anything. I can't see what you're saying. All right.
Oh, they're moving us. They're moving us. We went too slow.
Where are we going?
They're fast forwarding us.
Okay. Yeah, so it's been fun to be part of that partnership. I mean, I think we share a lot of the same common DNA. Certainly, we've had an incredibly long relationship with each other. But yeah, at its core, Destiny has to be a great game. It has to do a lot of fun things. It has to be this hopeful, inviting world. But engaging you socially and allowing you to be a part of this larger community with your friends ultimately is the most important thing that I think we can do. And it's pretty humbling when you see just the level of engagement that we have with our community and how important our community is to us. I'm laughing right now because I'm sure I'm getting lots of messages from our community because of people I play with, and I know you do too. And that's just super exciting when like your favorite game is also like your favorite community of people, and it's pretty rare to have that.
One of the things, there we go, I think. When we were talking about Xbox, maybe people don't know your history with us.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. So for those of you who don't know, I was at Microsoft a long time ago. Phil and I used to work together in games, and a few of us worked on actually the original Xbox.
Yep.
And then we also acquired Bungie.
Yep.
And that happened in May of 2000, if you can believe it. I can't believe it's been, we're getting old, man.
We are, yeah. I think getting doesn't need to be in there. I think.
And so I was an early employee on the Xbox, and as were you. And we worked on the acquisition of Bungie, and then I was ultimately fortunate enough to flip over and work on the Bungie side. I've been there pretty much ever since.
How many years has it been now with you at Bungie?
Well, the entire span has been about 18 and a half years. Wow. And so, and I wouldn't trade it for anything else. Like I'm super inspired. I'm super inspired by the team. Like, yeah, even during the pandemic, Phil, like every week we do this team meeting, and I get an opportunity to tell people how much I miss them. You know, how much I want to see their faces, and talk about what we're doing. And you know, we've just been able to assemble this collection of some of the most talented, passionate, inspirational people you've ever met, and it keeps growing. I mean, I think I was employee 44 when we started, and
there's more than that now.
There is more than that now. It's several hundred people, not only working on Destiny, but working on new projects. Yeah. And you know, you know, we're an independent developer, and so we've also built out our own, you know, publishing infrastructure and ability to communicate with our fan base, and so that's been an exciting journey. And,
it's been awesome to see. You guys have done an amazing job.
Thank you. Yeah, really. I mean, well, I have to say the same thing about you all. But all right, we're playing.
I am still listening to this. You. There you go. Okay.
Yeah, I'm getting.
And she will show herself.
I'm going to pretend like everything's going fine. I'm just playing.
Is it not working for you?
No, it's just about to work.
Okay.
Just about to work.
Oh, look at that. Okay.
Anyway, so this is I think we're gonna come up against Aramis, as we've had the new pyramid ships have come into the system. A new force has arrived that wields the darkness on Europa, and that is what we're going to tackle.
Nope.
Anyway, so going back to our long history, I mean, obviously we have a long history with Microsoft and the Xbox. I always think about not only the launch of Halo CE as it's known now, but certainly, you know, I think we changed the world together with Xbox Live and Halo 2, and I think, you know, we continue to do that kind of work together. Hopefully, Game Pass and then Beyond Light and the launch of the new consoles will be a continuation of our great history.
And the fact that, I mean, obviously it's not just Xbox that's launching right now. PlayStation has a big launch. You guys have a big presence there. You've grown your presence on PC. I mean, just the complexity that you guys manage now with all the different platforms, just great to see how you've connected those communities, allow me to move between PC and Xbox, which I do quite a bit, playing back and forth. I just really love how you've embraced letting people play where they want to play.
Yeah, and we have cross-generational play, which we're doing as well, and we'll continue to push on making sure that You know, if you want to play our game, you can, and you can play with your friends no matter where you are, and no matter what device you're on. So that's the goal.
Yeah.
And we'll continue to push towards that because we think the Destiny universe is pretty special. And I'm excited because we have this really great roadmap ahead of us for the Destiny universe. Beyond Light kicks off a new trilogy inside of that universe. And then after that, you'll see, new games coming from Bungie as well. And it's been fortunate that we've been able to build up the kind of talent that's able to continue to build and grow the Destiny universe as well as think about new things.
Cool. Well, I think that's about it. You've seen some more talented players than I playing through.
And I.
Really excited to get to play Beyond Light. Like I said, I'll probably be on tonight playing. Appreciate the great partnership with Bungie. It's always fun. It's good to see you.
Yeah.
And to everybody who's waiting to play this game, jump in. It's going to be amazing.
It's going to be exciting times. I'll see you everybody tonight. I'll be online on Xbox.
See ya.
All right. Take care.
He's the ex-military rock star that headlined Cyberpunk 2077. And though he's been a part of the franchise since its tabletop days, what do we really know about Johnny Silverhand?
I love this town. The city of endless opportunity. Ready to get your cherry popped? Yeah, come on. City like any other. Legends are born here.
Johnny Silverhand is a rocker boy, and a rocker boy is a character class from the original 2020 pen and paper game. A rocker boy is a very charismatic individual who's able to lead and inspire others. Johnny Silverhand is one of the most famous of them from his time with the band Samurai, and also well known for his political activism. Johnny Silverhand was born in College Station, Texas. He joined the military at a young age and became part of the Second Central American War, an ill-fated American war that takes place in the late 1990s in the cyberpunk timeline. He abandoned the war, becoming disillusioned with the United States and the world at large, and signed up with a group of Aldecaldos that were traveling back to America. In a world ruled by corporations, Johnny Silverhand stands against them, Arasaka Corporation most notably. He's extremely anti-authoritarian, and in the past he's led direct action against the corporations, including starting a riot at Arasaka headquarters and later leading a band of mercenaries in a direct assault against them.
How about we go over the plan?
Johnny Silverhand is a very strong-willed individual who is a bit of a narcissist. He can also be a bit of a jackass and is really suffused with his own anger. In 2077, you may see graffiti that says, "Where's Johnny?" It's been over 50 years since Johnny was seen last, and it's assumed that he died at the end of the Fourth Corporate War in the Arasaka Tower explosion that he presumably caused. Of course, if you play the game, you'll find out for sure. I'll be interested to see what people think of Johnny Silverhand. On one hand, he's played by a supremely charismatic actor, Keanu Reeves. But on the other hand, Johnny can be quite arrogant and bellicose at the same time. So we'll see what people think. I'm very excited to join this Xbox launch celebration and be part of this fun Johnny Silverhand moment.
It's easy to see why we're a fan of Johnny Silverhand, and that's why we constructed a 20-foot replica of his hand that you can control. Here's a behind-the-scenes look on how we did it. For the past 24 hours, we've had a poll on Twitter where fans can vote with emojis to select the gesture that this 1,700-pound hand will make next. And the fans have voted for the winning gesture, and that is... All right, so like I mentioned before, you have control of this. A new poll is up on Twitter right now, so go check it out and keep voting. We'll reveal the next gesture before the end of the show.
We finally arrived at the launch of the all-new Xbox consoles. To celebrate this momentous occasion, we had a number of events kicked off around the globe. Queenstown, New Zealand, the first place in the world to launch, became Greenstown. They launched their own launch live stream and turned the town green for a day, complete with a huge Xbox Series X floating in the Wakatipu Lake with a dreamlike mapped light show. Don't believe me? See it for yourself.
Let's suppose that you were able every night to dream any dream you wanted to dream. And that you could have the power within one night to dream 75 years of time. And you would naturally, as you began on this adventure of dreams, fulfill all your wishes. But now let's have a surprise. Let's have a dream which isn't under control. And then you would get more and more adventurous. And you would make further and further out gambles as to what you would dream. And finally, you would dream where you are now.
Pretty incredible. And did you catch that? Hidden within our regional celebrations like what we saw at Greenstown, there are 7 glyphs. These glyphs, when combined and decoded, produce one word. Can you decode the dream? Find all 7 glyphs, then use the cipher we'll show at the end of this stream to reveal the anagram you need to unscramble and solve. All right, once you have that, then you tweet the keyword that includes the hashtag Solve4X and hashtag sweepstakes to be entered to win our Hero Prize Bundle, which includes everything you need for the ultimate gaming setup for you and a friend, including a new Xbox Series X, a 4K TV, a Samsung Note 20 Ultra, a Razer Kishi controller, and 24 months of Game Pass Xbox Game Pass Ultimate. There will also be 7 runner-ups who will get an Xbox Series X console and a year of Xbox Game Pass Ultimate. Get ready to solve for X.
Over the last year, we've seen gamers contribute to so many crucial charitable causes through Xbox, and we wanted to take this opportunity to say thank you, thank you, thank you. This year, the Xbox gaming community showed up and raised over $4 million for important causes. In the spirit of Giving with Xbox and Powering Dreams, we're donating $250,000 around the world to power the dreams of local nonprofits who are delivering vital support for local communities. We've partnered with Soft Giving to fundraise for Make-A-Wish International. At Xbox, we care so deeply about all the members of our community, and we want to invest in your local community with causes that are important to you. Each person that donates is automatically entered into a sweepstakes. All throughout the stream, every 15 minutes, we'll be giving away a 3-month Game Pass Ultimate subscription, as well as a few of HyperX Alpha Gold headsets. To donate, please go to xbox.softgiving.com.
You're just gonna see some stuff.
All I wanted to be was a hero. I saw my life's path ahead of me. Ichi, would you be willing to get arrested for the family? Reputation is everything. If a Yakuza shows weakness, he's done. I've been waiting to open this door for 18 years.
Here comes the hot stepper.
A dream is what keeps you going. So I say you do it, just like you wanted. Become a hero. Let's start a brand new age of heroes. Well, this just got complicated. Why do you always attract the weirdos? Time to go! You sure know how to make an entrance. You can tell us what the hell is going on here. Get this man a diaper. Huh? I'm sure all of us here are a little crazy, but that's the best part of being friends. Let's get nutty!
Play it on the all-new Xbox.
We're very excited about this title. I know the guy sitting to my left is excited for this title.
Very excited.
And I gotta say, having watched that, it is one of the wildest games I've ever seen for Xbox. Yakuza Like a Dragon looks like it's got something for literally everyone. I'm looking at you, Fighting Crawfish. Here to tell us more about the latest entry into this cult classic series, senior producer Scott Strickert. Scott, welcome to the stream.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Oh man, thank you for being here. And I will say thank you for making Jeff's day come true. But we'll get to some of that a little bit later. That's the one. It is. Now, for someone who's never played Yakuza, the Yakuza title, of course, that storied franchise, what should they know about the series before they jump right in?
This one is one of the ones that you can almost pretty much jump right into because it's a brand new protagonist, Ichiban Kasuga, set in a brand new city of Yokohama, Japan, and also it's a brand new action turn-based battle system.
All right, so we're looking at live gameplay here right now, right? So tell us, this is, if you've played, let's say, Yakuza 0, you've played Yakuza Kiwami 1 and 2, which are part of Xbox Game Pass, you should do that right now. I don't know why you're watching the show. This looks a lot different than what you're used to, but at the same time, there's a lot of familiar things. And tell us about how you turn this into an RPG without losing the flavor and what makes Yakuza Yakuza.
We've absolutely taken the Yakuza formula, which is, you know, a pretty high octane kind of battle system, and turned that into what you'd expect from an RPG. And the marriage of those two systems is this. You know, you get a lot of really crazy kind of battles. It hasn't lost that Yakuza spirit at all. It's very fast paced. It's still got some action elements to it. There's just a lot going on, and it's really fun.
I like that. There's a lot going on. Yeah, no kidding, Scott. There is a lot going on in that trailer we just saw, and I don't know. It's like there's a part of me trying to figure out what to even start and unpack. But Jeff, our resident expert here, I feel like this is a great time. You're looking at gameplay. What's your first impression here? What's your thing that you're pulling out?
Well, I gotta say, you guys are way further in the game than I am. So I'm like, you get 7 people? So we could talk about the party system. We could talk about how great the game looks. I'm assuming you're playing in, there's a couple different, there's like high resolution mode. I think you're in sort of the normal quote performance mode. And the game it is the best looking Yakuza game to date. I don't think there's any debate about that. But where to start? Why don't we start with like the new locale, which is Yokohama. We've been in Tokyo and Kamurocho for the previous Yakuza games, and also spending some time down in Sotenbori. But this is a new place, and I can tell I'm like maybe 10 hours in, and I have seen very little of what there is to offer in the town, mostly because if I cross this one street, all the goons are like super tough and they will kick my butt.
Just like real life.
Just like real life.
Tell us about Yokohama.
Yeah, so it's our brand new city. Ichiban gets dumped off here very early in the game. I won't spoil that, but the impetus for going to Yokohama, we've got these 3 factions that are essentially fighting for control over Yokohama. And when Ichiban kind of gets involved in their drama, and as you've been talking about, this city is massive. It's 3 times the size of Kamurocho if you've been exploring that. And you can essentially take on these different various factions as you kind of cross into the different areas. So there's a commercial district, there's a homeless district, there's a uptown and a low town and a park, and kind of these different factions control different areas. And yes, if you aren't strong enough to go there, you should not go there.
Yeah, you should definitely pay attention. It'll say in the neighborhood how many stars are there, and that's how difficult it will be there. And if you ignore it, you lose half your money when
Is he
you
dance
battle.
Fighting?
Let's talk about this.
Can you bring me through here? I'm both intrigued and very concerned.
So yes, there's a whole RPG-based job system in our game. You can essentially unlock and change jobs, but of course, in your classic RPGs, you have fighter, thieves, mages, and those kinds of things, right? But you take that and apply it to the real world, and as a result, we've got musicians and breakdancers and idols and you name it, it's here. There's just a lot of jobs that you can level up, and it's what makes it really cool is just that, you know, you go in expecting like a warrior and a thief, and you're like, okay, I know how these jobs play. I know what to do with a thief. He's going to steal something. Whereas you go to a musician, you're like, I'm not sure what this guy's going to do at all, or this breakdancer, what are his moves going to be like? And the more you level them up, the more zany they get.
So we see these QTEs here, and you know, moving from a series that had been known all about brawlers and really like action, and you kind of needed some stamina to like fight some of these tougher characters and dodging out of the way and blocking at the right time. And I was wondering how that would translate to a game where, like, if you know, whoever's steering the game right now puts the controller down, like the game would effectively stop if it's your turn. However, when you're into it, you need to, this is not something you can sort of sleepwalk through these battles. There's a lot of times you want to hit the timing exactly right. Like right there, you hit the Y button for more battle. That's a tough folk singer right there. And I actually got super into, like, on the defensive side, you've got to hit B at like just the right time, and you can do sort of perfect blocks. So it is while it's a turn-based RPG, this is not just like, all right, I'll just hit A and I'll just go to the next thing and select and select and select.
I'll take it. Right, yeah, it does keep you on your toes. That's kind of that marriage I was talking about. It's just, we took an action system and applied that to an RPG system so that you can, you know, it's not going to be passive. You are going to want to think about where the people are positioned and how your guys are interacting with each other. Even in the sense that, you know, if you put yourself between a traffic cone or a sign and you between the enemy, you can weave that into your attack. You'll just pick up that traffic cone and automatically wall up some dudes with it. So it's not just a you know, sleepwalk through a battle system kind of thing.
Well, here's a question that I know is ripe on Jeff's mind. Ripe on a mind? That's a thing?
No.
Okay,
Let's not try to make that a thing.
Okay. Guess there goes Fletch, too. Anyway, I will say, how do we've seen party members here. How do party members join the campaign? Talk to me about that aspect.
Right. So you're going to be recruiting this ragtag team of down and out kind of guys. Your first friend is essentially a homeless dude that you kind of befriend as you are dropped off in this homeless camp, and you know, then you befriend this ex-cop, and it's just this group of people who have been on the downside of the socioeconomic thing in Japan, and together you find a common cause, and your team just grows and grows and grows because Kasuga here is actually a very charismatic dude. He has a lot of things about him that just draw people to him, I guess. You know, he's that type of protagonist, and we spend a long time at the beginning of the game really building up him and his backstory and teaching you kind of what Kasuga is all about. We're a very narrative heavy game. It's a lot of cutscenes. It's a lot, you know, you can settle down with your drink of choice that you might want to sip and, you know, sit down at the beginning of the game, and then, you know, the deeper you get, the more it rewards you.
That drink is probably in the game, by the way, because there's all kinds of real Japanese brands in there that I wish I could get a hold of right now. So let's talk about Kasuga. Ichiban Kasuga is the hero here. We're used to seeing Kiryu Kazuma from the previous games. This is like a new starting point, and you're building him up from nothing. So I want to talk about him, and then I also want to talk about the voice acting as well. So why don't we talk about Kasuga the character, and then we'll talk about who's bringing them to life.
Sure. Kasuga is he's a optimistic young yakuza who grew up playing JRPGs. His favorite game, Dragon Quest, and that informs his life.
Like
that
me.
informs kind of his.
Just a bio of
Yeah,
it's
so,
okay
I mean,
to admit I was the inspiration. It's okay.
Absolutely. We base Ichiban Kasuga on Jeff, and no. He, you know, he's got this mindset about him where he's everything he's learned about positivity and being a hero is essentially taken from JRPGs that he grew up with, which is, you know, informs what he sees when you get into these battles. They're kind of through the lens of Kasuga in that he's seeing a battle play out like a JRPG. So of course the game had to be an RPG. You know, that's how he sees battles play out in his head. And as a result, you know, Kasuga is, like I said, he's this ex-Yakuza. He doesn't really know what to do with his life. Very early on in the game, there's a situation he gets in with his boss that betrays him, and you know, now you kind of have Kasuga kind of looking to find a purpose, and it's in all these other people and all these ragtag group of people that he recruits into his party that where he finds that.
You know,
and then you wanted to.
Yeah. Well, we can talk about the voices, but since we're here in like one of these like Sega arcades, I just love that. You know, when you're thinking about like, you know, a gangster story, you might be thinking of, you know, Goodfellas or something,
Sure.
and this is a game. Good grab. You can grab a puppy out of a crane machine.
I mean,
there's something.
Is there anything better?
Are you sure that how long did you practice that to be able to get that on the first try? Because that I would drop a lot of yen into that.
Achievement unlocked.
We're all getting a lot of achievements here today. So let's talk about bringing this to life. So in the previous Yakuza games, they were all in with Japanese language with subtitles, and that's how you've gotten to know those characters. And we spoke actually a few weeks ago on the Xbox podcast with Major Nelson, and we met Keiji Tang, who is voicing the English language character of Kasuga. And like when we first booked that interview, I was like, oh, that's nice. Somebody will use that. Not me. But because we met him and he's really nice, I was like, we'll start it up and I'll put it on English to start, because I'm a nice guy. I met him.
Sure.
And he's amazing. He's really good. And I have continued to play the game in Japanese. And I've noticed that he really brings Kasuga to life in just like a phenomenal way. And I know I'm losing my standing here with the Yakuza community by playing in English. But I just wanted to say it's a phenomenal job. And I also wanted to call it George Takei from Star Trek, and is the voice of Arakawa. And this is not like you've probably seen like, oh my, like sort of zany George Takei. This is serious George Takei, and he delivers an amazing performance that like sort of haunts you afterwards. He's seen a lot of stuff, and it's really impressive the level. And this is a lot of what you do, I know, Scott. So talk about the effort that went into the localization here, and especially now in English voice.
Yeah, so we decided to bring an English dub to this primarily because it's a whole new cast. I don't think we would have ever touched that with Kazuma Kiryu and the team, kind of who are, those guys are the fan favorites, and you establish what those Japanese voices are because they're part and parcel with those characters, right? But here we saw an opportunity to bring an English cast here to, hope widen the door a little bit. I think that there's some people out there who are, obviously the core fans are going to be like, this is the game that you play in Japanese, and that's perfectly understandable. But the opportunity to bring in more fans with an English dub to particularly, make it a little easier to access, and then you can flip languages whenever you want if you ever want to go back to the Japanese, because the Japanese performances are equally as amazing, if not more so. So our English cast, like you said, we've got some big heavy hitters here. We go to all links just to make sure that we're capturing the Japanese essence. This happens. I can't tell you how many interviews I've been on and seen Kasuga get hit by a car and just get absolutely off train. I'm so.
He heals quick.
He's clearly walking it off. Hey, here's a question for you. So we were just talking about, the fans primarily and fans of the series, as Jeff would mention. Are there any familiar areas that we'll be visiting from past games that we want to make sure we mention?
Oh, absolutely. You start the game off in Kamurocho. You're starting the game off in a flashback to the year 2000. So that's going to feel really familiar. And that's what this game does so well, is it pulls you into that familiar and then pulls you right back out of it. And so we do have Sotenbori. There's a quick trip there, and Kamurocho, and obviously there's some familiar mini games like karaoke. It's back in a brand new way with English singing throughout. If you've chosen the English voice track, we have over 15 different mini games, some returning, some new, and it's you will feel right at home in a Yakuza game, regardless of the new city and the character.
All right, so we're running low on time here. I could watch you play this all the time, and I think this will be one of those games you'll jump into. Without any spoilers, we were going to ask you about characters from previous games. I hadn't seen the trailer that we just showed here. I don't know who chose Ini Kamozi, Here Comes the Hot Stepper, but it completely worked. The trailers, whoever's putting the trailers together on this campaign, have been phenomenal throughout the start. And at the end, we saw somebody that's familiar. So I think it's safe to say we will see some familiar faces. I won't say any more than that, because you want those to hit a little. You want them to hit hard in the moment. So, Scott, thank you so much, and whoever's playing the game, well done. Sorry about the running into the car, but thank you so much for joining us and walking our viewers through the very crazy, very wild, and yet incredibly compelling Yakuza Like a Dragon.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Awesome. Now, France is home to some of the most incredible art on the planet. Everybody knows that. And sometimes life imitates art. Here's a look at how France celebrated launch, which also means it's clue time.
Second service number, auction 1709 Barlow. at the Xbox Global Celebration to give you an exclusive sneak peek at my new movie, Free Guy. I'm also here to support a cause I believe in, NPC appreciation. After walking a mile in the shirt of an NPC, I have a whole new perspective on video games. And gone are the days of solely praising the main character, the hero, the name in lights, even though he might be the one who takes the arrows when things go wrong and who put in a few decades of soul-destroying Hollywood work fueled by his own insecurities and anxiety. Anyway, please enjoy this clip from Free Guy. My name is Guy, and I live in Free City. Mondays, am I right, Joe? You said it, Guy.
Guy, listen carefully. You're a character in a video game.
So the entire world is fake, and I'm a character in the background.
Yes.
He's just an NPC. Wait.
Hey! Today's gonna be different. Start now. Who is this guy?
I'm sorry. This game character has been turning heads by being the good guy.
Who is Blue Shirt Guy?
You're right. Who is he or she? Indeed.
This loser is ruining my game. I don't care if he's Arnold freaking Schwarzenegger. Terminate him.
It's the first time I've ever driven a car before.
I really wish you'd mention that. Yeah.
One of the best things we brought to Xbox last generation was Xbox Game Pass Ultimate. You can play over 100 high-quality games on console, PC, and the beta app on Android mobile devices, all for one low monthly price. With new games being added all the time, did you see Tetris Effect today? There's something for everyone. Members can play new Xbox Game Studios titles the same day they release, plus a catalog of recent hits and a variety of games from our publishing partners. And now with EA Play, members get more than 60 of EA's biggest and best console and PC games, exclusive in-game challenges and rewards, special members-only content, and access to trials of select games. With Xbox Game Pass Ultimate, you get more than just a library of great games. It also includes all of the benefits of Xbox Live Gold. You can also enjoy free perks along with discounts on games and game add-ons. In fact, yesterday, we announced a new perk for our Xbox Game Pass Ultimate members. We are offering new Disney Plus subscribers 30 days of Disney Plus. With this perk, Ultimate members will be able to stream endless entertainment from Disney, Pixar, Marvel, Star Wars, and National Geographic. Epic movies, series, and originals from the world's best storytellers, including the new season of The Mandalorian, are waiting. If you join Xbox Game Pass Ultimate now, you get your first month for just $1. So here's a look at how you can watch the newest season of The Mandalorian with Disney Plus.
When we game, we dream. And for many of us, especially our team at Xbox, we dream of games. Thanks to the Xbox Series X, we're dreaming bigger this year than we ever thought possible. To celebrate, we decided to create something special. Introducing the Xbox Series X Dreamscape Adventure, an interactive web experience that will take you on a lucid dream journey inspired by this year's biggest next-gen games. Will you wield stasis or explore Night City? Become a Viking or fight the Maw? Choose your path in the Xbox Series X Dreamscape Adventure at dreamscape.xbox.com.
All right, so we're dropping. It looks like we are dropping in Power Grid. We'll go again. I like being the polar bear. Who doesn't want to get killed by a bear? Ooh, get me out of here. No. Let's go find some more people to fight. No. Oh my God. I'm here. I'm getting you. We're in a good spot. 3 kills, 3 squads left. All these death boxes around. Only one other squad. Let's go. I don't know where they are though.
Just when you thought it was safe to go back to the yard. Coming to Grounded Early Access. And yes, we're still in early access. Comes an update that lets you go deeper than ever before. New secrets to discover. New items to craft. New enemies to face. With some old favorites that luckily can't swim. Oh, they can swim. And of course, that big ass fish. Play together and bond to survive the pond.
So much excitement going on. The fans are excited. I'm excited. I had an energy drink. We're going to get into some
I can tell.
But first, hey fans at home, just a reminder that we're bringing our fans together virtually through an Xbox Fan Mosaic. To participate, go to fanmosaic.com/Xbox-fan-mosaic and share your gaming selfie. Now, whether it be a current photo of you and your current Xbox or of you playing an Xbox game watching live stream, share your selfie celebration with us. We're watching the mosaic come together over the stream, and it's looking good, as we can see here. Now, let's shift gears. If you crossed a survival game with a 1980s kids adventure movie, you'd probably get something along the lines of Grounded, which launched this summer in Steam Early Access, Xbox Game Preview, and of course, Xbox Game Pass. Not only is there a whole bunch of content coming to Grounded, it's also being optimized for Xbox Series X and Xbox Series S.
Absolutely. And now joining us today to tell us more about the future of Grounded, we got Adam Brannicky and Shyla Schofield. Shyla, Adam, welcome to the stream.
Hi. Thanks for having us. Super excited. Today is super exciting, and I'm so glad that we're here.
Yes, lots of fun. We can't wait.
Absolutely. And you know what? I can't wait. Let's fire up that game while we fire up some questions.
Indeed.
Starting with one that I think a lot of Obsidian fans are curious about. You guys are known for your expertise in RPGs, but let's talk about going into survival. More importantly about Grounded here.
Yeah, so it definitely is a very unusual game for us at Obsidian, but we are huge survival game fans, and we've been wanting to make a survival game for a long time. And we wanted to put our own unique Obsidian spin on the survival genre. And thankfully, everyone at Obsidian and at Xbox were very supportive of us working on this game. It's very experimental. We're having a lot of fun with it. And we're so super glad that everyone else is having a lot of fun with it, too.
I got to tell you, the first time I jumped in this game, it was so incredibly unique, like you said, and of course Obsidian has a track record like no other. So I'm excited to, more people to play the game. Now, immediately when you look at the game, you can kind of see, whether it be the clothing or anything else, this game has a lot of inspirations from 80s and 90s. How do you all land on that?
Yeah, so I think it's one of those things that I grew up during that time, and I just really loved that, when I first started gaming, it was during that time, and it was kind of a special time for myself and a lot of the team members. But also, it's just like that time before cell phones, before the internet, where we could just all go outside and just have fun as kids. And we just wanted to bring that feel back with Grounded.
That makes a lot of sense. I mean, one, I love the fact that you're using your life as the inspiration and saying, I grew up in that time, so I want to make a game like that. It's just it's so cool. And I love also, of course, the point of, before cell phones, we actually got out and adventured, right? And so now we're just like in our phone all day.
And it's a special time for us. And I think there's also a lot of just cool stuff, like really goofy, things that we put into the world as well that we just got inspired by that time period. So just like the costumes of the characters, a lot of the fun stuff that you can find in Grounded definitely has that like nostalgia from that time period.
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, I mean, we're looking at incredible gameplay here right now. And while we do, I want to ask a little bit about what people have been saying, what you've been learning about the game from being specifically in early access and Xbox game preview.
Yeah, it's been awesome so far. We're getting so much good feedback. We, as a team, we love just watching people play the game as well, and just seeing like how they experience the backyard for the very first time. And we're talking every day about everyone's play experience and just making the game better and better based on everyone's feedback. And I just want to thank everyone too for playing the game and helping us out develop it. And I think I wouldn't have it any other way. And I think it's a great experience so far. And I want to continue building the game with the community and with all our fans.
That's the way to do it, build a game with the fans, and I love Xbox Game Preview for allowing that to be the case. Now, speaking of feedback and sentiment, I want to give some sentiment. First time I played the game and I saw a spider, I was terrified. And I'm not a guy who gets terrified by spiders at all, but the way you all, I don't know if it's the scale of the spiders, you all did a great job in eliciting some fear from people. Were you surprised that so many people were talking about the spiders?
No, not at all. They're definitely scary. Even on the team, like we've had some jump scares just in the, from team members where someone just like shrieks out loud while playing the game. And it, even the 100th time playing, you'll still get scared by the spiders. We did a great job with it, and I think it's just something that we love seeing that reaction from people. And it's just a really fun thing to see as a game developer.
I was going to say, it's really a testament to how immersive your gameplay is that people start screaming in the middle of the survival game. Let's talk upgrades, optimizations that Xbox Series X owners are going to see when they boot up and start up Grounded. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, so we're showing off gameplay right now running on a Series X, and we've been optimizing the game quite a bit. For the Series X and the Series S. So you'll see improved draw distances, improved shadow quality, and it's running at a silky smooth 60 FPS at 4K on the Series X. And it looks amazing. We also have added new HDR lighting. So the lighting just is popping now, and it looks super good. And I'm super impressed with the art team and the graphics programming team, what they put together. And then we've been optimizing the game a lot. So all those optimizations, if you're still playing on the Xbox One, all those optimizations will carry over, and even on the PC as well. So we are definitely, continuing to optimize the game and making the experience better and better.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at it right now, and both with Series X and Series S, like the visual fidelity is amazing, and seeing the light come through the murky water, it adds that extra atmospheric tension in the game. You mentioned a little bit about, current gen owners of Xbox One. Are there any other things that you're doing to improve the experience for Xbox One players?
Yeah, as I said, we have HDR. So if you're still playing on the Xbox One, and we're going to continue to look at improvements during early access and game preview. So we're not done developing it, and we're going to continue to optimize in all areas and add graphics features as well. So we're definitely continuing to develop the game, and I think it's just going to look better and better from here on out.
Well, I was going to say, talk about development and updates and everything. Don't be coy about this next
here we go.
question,
Here we go,
Adam.
Kate.
Hey, you know what? I was trying to fit in my dolphin sound during this water gameplay, but I did not. You're welcome.
Give it a shot.
So if you guys decide to go Grounded 2 and you're in the sea area, I got you.
Loved it.
Anyway, let's talk about the koi pond. What's going on with it?
Yeah, so our update today, we're releasing it today as well as the Series X and Series S version of the game. But the update today includes a koi pond. It's a huge, expansive area and biome in the backyard. So if you played the game already, there was like the skeleton of the koi pond there, but now it's fleshed out with tons of new content, new things to find, new explorable areas. And that also includes more crafting materials, more insects to battle. And it's a huge update that we've been working on, and we're really excited to finally, show it off and have people play it.
Yeah, I think it really speaks to what you all are doing with Grounded, in the sense that, it is a backyard, but there's so many things you could do in a backyard, and some of the expansions as far as the content and locations to explore. It's really clear through that and other things you all are adding to the game that this is just the beginning. So we're seeing gameplay right now of the underwater gameplay. What are some of the things that you're gonna be able to do under there?
Yeah, so as I said, there's all new crafting in the koi pond. So you can craft a bunch of new weapons, a bunch of new items. First of all, you'll need to kind of increase your oxygen meter so you can explore down in the depths. And you can also craft flippers, which will make you swim faster to catch those water boatmen. Those are the creatures that are doing the little stroke right here in front of us. They're really fast and they're hard to catch unless you have flippers. And then there's a big beast of a creature, the koi fish, and the koi fish patrols this area. This is the koi fish's home, and you just really have to watch your back and watch out because the koi fish is big, and it's kind of a big beast that makes the koi pond its home.
It's like a koi fish blimp that just constantly circles.
It's clear that you all want us to live in fear while we're playing this
Speaking
game.
of fear, okay, let's talk about arachnophobia, because why not?
Yeah.
Okay, because one of the other things that we do mention, of course, we talked about the spiders, but it's the spiders swimming and attacking underwater that really makes it juicy. I'm just curious if you had any second thoughts about that for some of us who may be a little bit scared of spiders, like Malik, mostly Malik. Not
Only in the
me.
game, Kate, only in the game.
I'm just asking if that was a thing.
When we heard about the diving bell spider during our research meetings, we're just like, we need to have this thing in the game. When we, swimming spiders, like who would have thought? But that there's a spider that swims and lives underwater, so why not add it to the game? And it just adds that extra level of like fear while you're swimming around. Not only do you have to deal with the koi fish, but you also have to deal with these diving bell spiders.
I was going to say, you're also dealing with darkness now, so just add it to the list, Adam. Thanks.
Yeah.
What a delight.
Thanks a lot, Adam.
Really appreciate it.
No, this is great. So you mentioned the koi fish and a bunch of the other insects that I'm sure you're going to add later on in the game. What are some of the equipment that players are going to have at their disposal when they're fighting some of these new creatures?
Yeah, so there's a new weapon. It's the trident. You can craft out of bone, and you have to find those bones. They're buried like deep under the water at the very bottom. So you have to kind of figure out how to get down there first, and that means you have to craft. We have a breathing apparatus, which is like the gill tube, and the gill tube lets you have extra oxygen because that's one of those things that you're going to have to really pay attention to while you're swimming around is your oxygen level. And you need to upgrade that as much as you can so you can explore like every little nook and cranny of the pond. And we also have new armor set. So if you want to build a cool new set of armor, there's the koi fish scale armor, and it looks really, really cool as well.
Awesome. Well, we've been in the koi pond this whole time, and Malik and I, by the way, are just sitting here watching and sort of mesmerizing. So just what happens. At any rate, obviously, people that have played Grounded, they know about the base building. They know about, that home base. Excuse me. Can you tell us more about the new base building options here in Grounded?
Yes. And that's one thing that's super cool is you'll be able to get a floating foundation, and that will allow you to build on surface of the pond and any other water surface in the game. So if you want a big, kind of expansive, wide open area, so you don't have to cut down a bunch of grass to build your base, you can just do it right on the surface of the pond. And to do that, you'll have to find the upgrade to allow you to do that. And the materials are found in the koi pond as well. But that's just a cool new base building option for all those players that love building crazy and big bases. You'll have some new options for you to play around with.
Yeah, when the game first came out, it was really fun watching all the different bases that people built. And so I'm really excited to see all the new features you're going to have as it pertains to that. And so I just want to kind of go back to the a little bit of the feedback loop that you have with the fans and playing the game. Obviously, you're talking about all the new content coming later down the road. What are some of the things that you all are personally excited to add to the game? Any specific features that you're like, I cannot wait till, you know, if you can give us a little hint or teaser.
Yeah, for me personally, I think I'm really excited to, you know, get the flying creatures in. I think that's, you know, you can dive deep into the water, but when you're up in the air, like what's up there? So adding in, you know, we're looking at introducing flying creatures pretty soon. We're working on that, and I think that's gonna also, if you're building bases up on top of, you know, objects and stuff to get up high, you know, your base won't be safe if you build up there. So I think that's something that we're really excited to start, you know, working on and developing. And that includes bees, mosquitoes, and fireflies.
All the hits.
So I think, yep, all the cool flying creatures. And I think that's also, there's going to be you know, a lot of crafting materials that you can find out of each one of those. So if you do, you know, find a firefly, you can craft some cool firefly gear too.
Well, yeah.
I'm just curious, actually. So you've obviously had a lot of people playing the game, obviously, and they're loving it. And I'm curious, is there anything you've been surprised by in terms of not just for their responses, but what users, what gamers have actually done with the game? Maybe it's base building, maybe it's crafting. Is there anything that has stood out to you as a surprise?
I think everyone on the team is just super impressed and just amazed about, you know, the base building of the game. We never thought people would build such huge bases, and it's just amazing to see. Like, we introduced the zipline feature in our previous update, and just the creativity of players, it's just amazing. Like, we want to give the players as many tools as possible to be creative, and we just love seeing like all the different things that they build out of the toolbox that we give them, and it's so fun, and continue sharing those. The team loves it, so if you do have an awesome base, show it off, and I think that's something that we're really, really proud of as a team, that we built up a game that allows such expressive creativity from our player base.
Yeah, some of the best games, I feel like, of the last generation, whether it be Minecraft, I mean, that game's been going on forever, have come from the, you know, have really lived by the creativity of the player base. And so great to see people making them. A lot of those bases feel like they're bigger than my apartment here in Seattle, which is a little disheartening for me.
It's okay, but you live near a koi pond, though, so you should be just fine.
That's true. That's
Minus
true.
the darkness and the spiders.
Yeah, I know. It's been rough. It's been
Story of
rough.
our life.
Anyway, Adam and Shyla, thank you so much for spending time to take us through Grounded. But before we say goodbye, I heard that one of the folks at Xbox is helping the Grounded team celebrate an exciting milestone. Let's take a look.
Yes. No, we were.
Hi, my name's Adam Brennicky. I'm the game director.
5 million players.
Orange, California. We're here getting a tattoo of Burgle on Marcus Morgan, which is insane to me. I've shipped a lot of video games, and there's always a lot of speculation of how well title's gonna do before it ships. I lose a lot of sleep, and you have no idea, are people gonna like this? And so we kind of had a little side bet with Marcus. We said, like, hey, if Grounded has more than 1 million players, like, would you get a tattoo of Burgle? He's like, hey, like, if that happens, like, I'll get a tattoo. And we're like, okay, you're crazy.
48 hours after early access launch, we had 1 million players. So I was like, oh, let's up it to 5 million. And 2 months later, here we are. We're at 5 million now, and it's time to pay up. Burgle is the epitome of the spirit of that game. There's a little bit of weirdness to this burger flipping robot. There's a little bit of pizzazz to the fact that he has a rainbow colored mustache that lights up when he speaks. It's a really cool vibe and a good throwback to that late 80s, early 90s period that kind of speaks to just like what Grounded's about, which is this nostalgic kind of freedom.
All right, buddy, here we go. Let's do it. We wanted to capture that period of time before the internet and before we had cell phones, where you could just go outside and have fun as a kid. So we just wanted to like pull that art style that we remember as kids into Grounded. We have a very small team, so each artist has a ton of responsibility and a ton of room to add their own unique flair and style into the game. Thankfully, Obsidian and Microsoft pretty much let us do whatever we wanted to do, and we just went wild with it.
Well, Adam seemed pretty set on a robot buddy, so Kaz and I spent some time noodling back and forth how to dig up a robot from our ancient memories, and you have what you have today, and what Marcus has today, now, forever.
trying to remember, like, why did we go like a rainbow mustache? Was there any thought behind that one?
Just to up his friendliness factor.
Yeah, that's fair.
Tiny details start adding organically, and when you take a step back, suddenly you feel like there's someone in there. It kind of gives it a soul.
Yeah, this is when it was still stewing in Mitch's brain.
Mitch in particular was more worried about me winning this bet than I was, because he didn't want any of his artwork going on someone's body forever.
We're so happy that so many people have joined us in the backyard and have been able to experience the love that we put into Grounded. This is just the start, and we were just so overwhelmed with how many people wanted to try it out.
From everyone on the team, I think we just want to say thank you for playing, and we hope you never feel safe.
Who knows, 5 million more players, might be back for round 2. I'm not gonna make any promises on that one, but shoot, I wouldn't be mad about it.
Here in the United Kingdom, we welcomed the Xbox Series X and S with a hologram chamber, with content spilling out and swirling around the console. Here's what that looks like.
Last summer at E3, CD Projekt Red was front and center with their highly anticipated Cyberpunk 2077 reveal trailer. What happened next? Well, it was truly epic as the man himself, the face of Johnny Silverhand, Keanu Reeves, surprised the world on stage to kick off the presentation.
Please welcome Keanu Reeves.
Hello, Los Angeles. I gotta talk to you about something. Cyberpunk 2077. Check this out.
And just like then, we continue to celebrate Johnny Silverhand. In fact, this rebel music icon was also recently immortalized on the Xbox Walk of Fame, where the biggest Xbox moments and achievements are celebrated and literally cemented into history.
Oh, if you're gonna stay, I'll stay. Oh, it's fine. He's off killing somebody else anyway. Like, we're golden. Come on. Oh my god, that was such a close skill check. Is anyone saving that other person? Shnikes. Okay. I'm gonna go help that person on the hook. Oh, okay. You know what? We're not gonna go help that person. We're gonna let that person die. Oh, don't you bring him this way. Oh snap. Run. No. Oh my gosh. Run. Oh, I hit the wrong button. Oh, what did you just pick up? No! I'm gonna end up dying. Oh my goodness. Well, do I continue as Lisa or do I go try to kill people? Oh, and thank you for the sub. Oh, did I get you? Where did you go, buddy? Hey, friend. Oh, hi, are you limping? Hey, what's up? Are you having a good time? I got this hook just for you. Just hang around. You know, have a good time. I just wanted to just have a little chat. I'm in a frenzy right now. Oh, you are so lucky. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you get cut? Do you need anything? You know what? Come here. Oh, hey, what's up? What's up, Bill? Oh, no. Okay, where'd you go? Oh yeah, I'm sorry, did you think you were gonna get away? No. Here, look, this is just for you. Yeah, you hang out there. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. I'm wrapping up here, and I hope that you get to enjoy your new consoles.
With Xbox Game Pass for PC, it's easier than ever to discover and play more than 100 games for your Windows 10 PC, including Xbox Game Studios titles the day they launch. Exploring the deep library of PC-first titles is easier than ever with the new Xbox app for Windows 10. Browse games, view recommendations, filter by genre, and download your next game. On December 15th, EA Play is coming to Xbox Game Pass for PC at no extra cost, featuring titles like FIFA, Battlefield, Mass Effect, Apex Legends, and a whole lot more.
From the US to France to Australia and finally back home to Great Britain, Playground Games redefines open world racing games every time they get behind the wheel. And now their most recent game, Forza Horizon 4, has been optimized for Xbox Series X and Series S. Here to walk us through the game on Xbox Series X are Mike Brown and Tom Butcher from Playground Games. Gentlemen, thank you for joining me.
Hey Larry, absolutely great to be here. Super excited for a console launch day. Can't wait to show everyone what we've been working on.
There's nothing like a console launch day, and I'm so excited that you guys could join us here. Now, a lot of folks have been playing Forza Horizon 4 for a little while here, but what can they expect from Series X and Series S? Because this is a pretty big update.
Yeah, absolutely. You may well have played Forza Horizon before, but I think a key thing to know right now is there has never been a better time to play Forza Horizon 4. The Series X update adds a ton of new features to the game, but I think the key one that people are going to be really excited about is even if you were on the Xbox One X, you still had to choose whether you were going to play in 4K or you're going to play at 60 frames a second. On the Series X, you no longer have to make that choice, and it will be a native 4K 60 all the time.
That's fantastic.
It's super crisp, super high performance. It looks amazing.
I mean, we can see it right here on the screen. A lot of folks have been playing this. Of course, this is part of Xbox Game Pass. So if you're a Game Pass member, you should be playing this right now. And when you get your new console, you'll just get to enjoy all these enhancements. Now we talked about the frame rate and whatnot unlocking, but what is this new generation of Xbox unlock in Forza Horizon 4 in addition to what you just mentioned?
Of course. So it's much better performance. We can lock in that resolution, lock in that frame rate, but we've also been able to take a full suite of visual upgrades and pump them up to the absolute max. So the easiest way to understand it would be it's a bit like running PC with everything set to ultimate, but in a few areas it's even gone past what we've achieved on PC ultimate. So things like shadow quality, reflection quality. I mean, if you look at the bonnet on the car right here, you can really see how crisp and how accurate all those reflections are on the bonnet of the car.
You know, I want to point that out for a second, because we've seen this in the past with some of the previous generations, and I don't want to give away all the tricks of developers, but usually when you see a reflection, it tends to be a mapping that is kind of fixed. But as you can see here, as you said, on the bonnet of the car, this is real time reflecting what we're driving by. This is not just like, it's not just mapped on there, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's a real-time reflection of the world around us. So it picks up all the environment, all the cars that we see around us. It's and I think that just as you can see, it's like a really quick, crisp, high quality. I think the thing that you kind of can overlook about it, you can look at that and you can see that's a really nice bit of technology, and it is very impressive. And I think Tom's doing a great job of keeping his eye on the road and not just focusing on the reflections there, which I think is a trap whenever you get into this view. But it's just the way it beds the whole scene together. It just makes everything feel like it's all taking place in the same world. It doesn't, you know, sometimes how in games, certainly on older generations, things can feel like they're not really in the scene together.
Right.
But with reflections like this, and I think the shadows as well, which we can see now, and we'll get a look at as we play through, everything just fits together in the whole scene. Every single frame just looks that much more realistic.
I don't think I've ever seen a cleaner car on a snowy drive than this. This looks fantastic. Now, for those players, for gamers that haven't played Forza Horizon 4, what makes Horizon unique among racing games?
So, yeah, I mean, I think Horizon, although it absolutely has racing in it, that is a huge component of it, I think the thing that makes it unique is that we try and think of it as a driving game first, and we focus on the joy of driving.
Yeah.
So even though I would say we have excellent racing and excellent race routes, I think like what Tom is doing right now, where he's just driving around these vast open worlds, it's just such a laid-back, relaxing experience. So if anyone has even the slightest passing interest in cars at all, or just exploring beautiful places, then they're a really great game for you to just relax, sit back, and drive around and explore these beautiful places in hundreds and hundreds of cars.
I think it's that. I must tell you, Tom, I'm impressed because I've played a lot of Forza Horizon, and by now I'd be screaming through somebody's back garden. I don't know how you're staying. I mean, I know you're staying on the road because you're a great driver, but that's the beautiful part of the Forza Horizon series is that the road is there we go, is certainly part of it, but you can just go off and do stuff like this that you can't really do in any other type of racing game. That's just fun.
Yeah, it's you know what, having a couple of hours just racing, sat here waiting to get on the show, gave me a little bit of practice. So I've spent my time spinning off the road already.
Yeah, there was definitely a few cars that he jumped into and goes, well, maybe this isn't the right car for winter.
It's a carefully curated list.
One of the things with Forza Horizon is certainly it's a racing game and you can race your friends. Will two friends on next gen be able to load into races faster, or how are you handling that?
Yeah, so if you've got two friends, both of you playing on Xbox Series X or S, and you're in a convoy together or you're in any kind of Xbox Live party, you will absolutely benefit from all of the super fast loading updates that we've been able to make to the game. I don't know if you guys caught it there, but Tom just swapped cars. We swapped from that Porsche 911 GT3 RS into the Lexus LFA. That load used to be about 7 or 8 seconds, even on the Xbox One X, and it was about 1 second there. So. All of our load times have been cut to, I want to say almost nothing, but I don't want to over-egg it, but so fast that you barely even notice. And absolutely, if you were both loading into an online race together, then yeah, you'd both benefit from that.
And that's one of the points I want to point out is that, you know, this is part of the Xbox Series X and S, the next generation architecture. We've got this amazing, this velocity architecture, which allows this incredible read-write speed from the storage device that's frankly is unbelievably fast. And I've been testing it for many months with Horizon and some other games. And load screens are now, as you said, are seconds, if that. So to see a game which is so incredible, an open world game like Forza Horizon 4, to see it load so quickly, be able to swap in and out of cars so quickly, I mean, that alone is impressive, let alone how well it works. Tell us a little bit about crossplay. How does crossplay work in the Forza Horizon 4 series?
Yeah, so I think the great answer to that is that it just works.
Yeah.
And Tom right now, we are playing on my Xbox. We're playing in retail. This is my account. And all the people that Tom sees around the world with him, I noticed that there's no one on screen right now, but Tom is currently in a real live session. And these people, presumably, because the console's only just come out, are not playing on the Xbox Series X. All these people in the world with him are just other people either playing on PC or playing on a normal Xbox One.
Right.
I think the great answer to that is it just works. There are no hiccups, no boundaries. If your friend's on PC and your other friend is on the original Xbox One and you're on the Xbox Series X, you guys can party up together and take part in all of the content in the game. Almost every single thing in the game is available in co-op as well, so you guys can just join together and have a real fun.
And also, I mean, there's also maybe some players on xCloud, right?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, great call out. Which I've been playing on xCloud lately, actually, and it's surprisingly good. It's almost become like I've probably put more hours in the last few weeks via xCloud than via my Xbox, just because I can just play it while I'm sat on the sofa and half watching TV with my wife.
Right. Yeah. Just kind of go through some things here.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, I should have called that one out. So PC, Xbox Series X, and of course xCloud as well.
You showed the quick loading of swapping into vehicles, and here we are in this Jeep right now, and this is exactly what a Jeep should be doing. So you're doing a great job here, staying off the road. But tell us about the hardware features like quick resume. This is a feature we've heard a lot about in some of the previews and reviews over the past few days. But unless you experience it, it's really tough to explain. But maybe you guys can show it off here. I don't know if you're prepared to do that. But how does it change the Forza Horizon 4 experience?
Well, I think do you want to jump into Horizon 3? I think I've got it. This is risk now because we didn't know this was coming.
Yeah, see, so this is live, so anything can happen here. So here you're loading a Forza Horizon 3.
We're going live. Let's see if Horizon 3 does a quick resume. This Xbox has been unplugged, so we might have lost it.
That's quite all right.
Okay, so I don't. Oh no, it is. It's done it. So yes, I think.
So you can see the quick resume in the upper right-hand corner. So it's actually doing it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's doing it. So I think one of the great same car. Who'd have thought it?
Oh, and we're on the Hot Wheels track too.
So I think just to go back to your question there, Larry, I think a few of the things we talked about here are all about keeping people playing, get you playing fast, get you playing with your friends as fast as possible. And I, like you, have been experiencing the console for the last few weeks and months, and I've just found that it feels like it respects my time so much more.
Yeah.
Like whereas you used to just not even notice that you'd go and boot up a game, like Tom can jump back into Horizon 4 now, and you'd know that from this point you probably had 2 minutes before you were going to be in the game. So you'd have your phone out, you'd be checking Twitter, checking Reddit, maybe you'd even go and get a drink or something while you're waiting for the late game to get in there.
Right.
But now from clicking it from the other game to being in the gameplay, it's down to about 15 or 20 seconds. And it just feels like it didn't quit resume. What a perfect opportunity for us to demonstrate just how quick the game loads from, skip that. Unfortunately, Horizon 4 for some reason didn't quick resume there when we jumped into Horizon 3. Not sure what that is, but it's a perfect opportunity for us to kind of demonstrate that point I was just saying about how much more it respects your time.
Yeah.
So our load from dash into game used to be about 140 seconds. And now from a cold boot, so you're not using quick resume going into the game, it's down to about 40 seconds, which we'll see now. There you go. That looks might have even been faster than that.
Yeah, there we go. Look at this.
I think it really enables those social moments where you have a friend like message you, hey, do you want to play some Horizon 4 or something else?
Yeah.
And you can quickly jump into that and just be in the game with them.
Yeah.
And we're back in the same car again.
Yeah. Love this car.
and it just works so well with Game Pass as well, because I think with Game Pass, you're much more likely to have a few games that you're currently jumping in and out of and playing, or you might well have friends that are playing Ghost Recon. And so, you want to have Rainbow Six. I know I've been playing there. So you might have some friends in Rainbow Six. Hey, should we jump into Forza? And then within a few seconds, you're all playing this new game. I think it just feels like the whole experience is respecting you as a gamer that much more and giving you that much more time playing the games you love and not sat around waiting.
What we're seeing some of the beautiful vistas here, the reflections. We saw the bonnet earlier, and we saw some snow as we loaded up here. What are some of the updates that you've added here that will affect details in the environment that are enabled by this hardware?
Yeah, so like I said earlier, and I don't want this to be the default answer to all of these related questions, but it's a bit like you're playing on PC Ultra. So every single asset that you see in the environment, like you can see these little bits of bush and grass here, those trees. We've been able to increase the level of detail on all of those items as far out as you possibly can, really, so that even those very, very distant objects, those very distant trees, are actually still really full of luster. They're really high quality. They're still able to cast really detailed shadows. And that's something that you may not have noticed in games last gen, that like stuff that's a little bit further away from the camera isn't usually quite as high detail. Right. But once you kind of flick that switch and you've done it, the whole image just sits together that much more. And as I say, it then feeds into other systems like lighting and shadows, and everything is able to just be that much more authentic and realistic.
And it's also important to point out that, you know, regardless of whether you have Xbox One, Xbox Series X or S, with smart delivery, you're going to get the best version of whatever hardware you're running it on. Our systems are going to make sure that you have that best version. So that's what's, so you don't have to worry about anything. You just have to make sure, you know, just play and drive off-road and have fun. I want to talk to you about, we're seeing a little bit of winter here, but how will the new hardware change the look of some of the game from season to season? Because Horizon is all about the season of the game, summer and winter, spring and fall. How does that work?
Right, Larry. Well, I think perfect opportunity now for Tom to jump into a race. In fact, it's a perfect opportunity for us to do an entire cross-map load. So if we fast travel over there, this used to probably be around 30 to 40 seconds. That was about 3 seconds. Wow. So first of all, we managed to travel completely across the map in only a few seconds. Yeah. It's in drop one custom. Yeah, you do that one. So we're going to have to use a blueprint event, which is like a custom-made event, so that we can switch seasons, because normally the game tries to keep you in there. So again, now this is one of our worst loading scenarios, when you're having to change from winter into one of the other seasons, usually around a minute and a half. I didn't time that one. Probably around 10 seconds. Very sure. Right.
I wish seasons changed that quickly for real.
Yeah, it wasn't a thing that people probably experience that often, because the seasons last a week, and so you'd only have to really experience that change once a week. But it's still great that we've been able to make that improvement. So yeah, now we're looking at Tom taking on this race in summer. He told me he's picked this car because it'll make light work of this route. So let's hold him to that and see if he can get the win.
Big pressure.
I mean, you can certainly see some more of the detail. We've talked about the reflections. The sun, obviously, in summer is different. The lighting is different. You can see it in the distant trees here, kind of the shadowing. There's all sorts of nuances that, again, it's a series of little things in some games that will add up to just an overall crisper experience. And one of those, of course, is 4K 60. Tell us more about what that difference means for gamers. You talked about it at the beginning of the interview.
Yeah, so yeah, you're absolutely right, Larry. I think that, and I'm careful too much not to complain about the experience of the previous consoles, because a few weeks ago I loved my Xbox One X and thought that it was absolutely brilliant playing this game in 60 frames a second on it. But I can only do that at 1080p, and I always had to make that choice, make that trade-off, just because that was the technology of our time. But fortunately, we are now no longer limited by that technology, and you don't have to make that choice. You can get 4K and 60 frames a second at the exact same time, every frame. It's super smooth, super high quality. And yeah, it's with the addition of everything else we've just described. So massively increased shadow quality, massively increased reflection quality. Just every single frame just has that much more luster, that much more quality, that much more realism to it.
From winter to summer here, we've traveled, we've gone all the way across the map, we've changed seasons, we've changed into multiple vehicles, we even changed games, so it's been quite a demo you guys have been giving us. Tell us, do you have anything else you want to tell us before we let you go?
Yeah, should we jump into the spring showcase?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so that was a little bit of summer. We'll show a little bit of spring as well, just because it gives us a bit of rain, a bit of wet mud, which again allows us to really see all those improvements. So yes, that was a load back into winter for no reason, just so we can load straight out of it again.
We're gonna wander through winter.
I think that is I guess a thing to note, isn't it, that the amount of jumping in and out of different activities that we've done here would have, in normal scenarios, made for a pretty poor demo, just for the amount of time that we would have been sat watching the load.
Right.
So I think one thing we will mention is, you check our lady there, who is my character. Yep. You can just about see under her jacket that Xbox Series X t-shirt. So when we've had a quick look at this race, we'll show people how they can get their hands on that as well.
All right, here we go. Great looking car.
God, no, I didn't practice this one just before.
This one's actually quite difficult as well, so don't worry, we won't go right. We won't go right to the end of it, so we won't have to embarrass you about losing to the right.
So this year we're racing the motorcycles.
Yes, that's right. And one of the cool things we can see in this particular thing is we talk so much about frame rate, about resolution, about shadows, about reflections. One of the great things we see here is our improved particle systems. So you have these flares attached to the back of the bikes. The plumes come off those are able to be that much more thick and realistic. Every time that we see Tom's car drop through a puddle, it's splashing up more higher quality water particles than it could have done previously. So again, just as you asked before about what effect does it have on different seasons, I think this is just an example of in spring where it's really wet. We get to see you skip the puddle. You know, I'm trying to show the puddle.
Avoiding the puddles.
I'm weighing up showing off the game versus embarrassing myself.
There you go. You just get a much more realistic, a much more authentic reaction from those puddles.
Oh, it's fantastic. Now, you guys were showing the shirt a little bit earlier. How do folks get that shirt?
Yeah, do you want to quit out of this before you lose and embarrass yourself? And
I've got to thread the needle.
I feel like he's doing so well, he doesn't want to quit. I know the feeling.
Had a good start.
It's rare, and I know it's been captured on camera as well.
Yeah, so we drop back in. So
a moment ago, you were showing that your character had a nice shirt.
Do you want to tell us about it, Tom?
Yeah. Okay. So the Series X T-shirt is available to all players. You don't have to have the Series X, but it certainly helps. And you can access that by going to one of your player houses. Just find this one conveniently in the forest here.
Kingfisher Cottage. Now this could be for any of your player house. You don't have to be in Kingfisher Cottage. You're not raiding somebody else's closet.
No. And you head to customize character. We put a jacket on, but we'll take that off in a moment. And then head to tops, and there it is. It'll be unlocked for everyone, and you can just select it and enjoy a summery Xbox Series X T-shirt.
And that's fantastic. And that's again for anybody who has Forza Horizon 4. And if you have Game Pass, you've already got it. If you don't have Game Pass, sign up. If you just want to buy the game, that's fine too. But everybody gets access to this. It looks fantastic. The game is amazing. Forza Horizon 4, again, optimized for Xbox Series X and S. Gentlemen, thank you for your time today. Thanks for coming on the stream. But with the holidays coming up, you got to have something else that Forza Horizon fans can look forward to.
Yeah, that's right. I think I said right at the top that there's never been a better time to jump in and play Forza Horizon 4, and that is absolutely true. I don't want people to think that they played it when it came out back in 2018 and that they've seen all it has to offer, because we've still been working on it and releasing monthly updates every single month. Since then, there's new cars coming. There's added hundreds of new cars since launch. There's loads of new features, loads of new activities, and we are absolutely not done yet. We have some very, very exciting things still to come this year. So I would tell people to watch this space and keep an eye on all things Forza, because we've got some very exciting updates for at the end of the year.
All right, Mike Brown, Tom Butcher from Playground Games. Thank you, gentlemen. It's always great to see you guys, and keep up the great work over there on Playground Games.
Thanks very much, Larry.
Thanks, Larry.
We're currently in the middle of the second big charity giveaway of the day, a HyperX Cloud Alpha Gold gaming headset. As a reminder, every 15 minutes, we're giving away a 3-month Game Pass Ultimate subscription for donations to Make-A-Wish International, which helps support children and families in need all over the world. Head on over to xbox.softgiving.com for more information. If you missed this one, we'll have one more big giveaway later in the stream, so stay tuned.
everyone. Happy launch day. Sketch here from 343 Industries, coming to you live from Studio D at the Xbox campus. And today I'm joined by senior producer Michael Farney, and we're going to talk a little bit more about Halo the Master Chief Collection. Welcome to the show, Farney.
Hey, Brian, thanks for having me. I see while we've been working from home here, we've gone on a little bit of a hair adventure, right? Got this going, and you've got yours going down to your shoulders now.
Yeah, got the latest in pandemic fashions
Yeah,
here.
I think we're matching in different ways.
Yeah, this is exciting. Console launch, here we are. I'm in like the host seat, which I'm awesomely honored to be here. Putting you in the hot seat now as my guest, and we're going to talk a little bit about MCC, right?
Yep.
So we have a lot of great stuff coming to the Master Chief Collection next week, but before we get into that, I thought it might just be helpful just to take a quick minute and reflect back on this whole journey for folks who maybe haven't been following along on all the work you and the team have been doing.
Yeah, so a few years ago, we started by updating for the Xbox One X. And from there, we've just continued to improve upon MCC kind of across the board. Our latest and greatest endeavor is taking everything out on PC and then continuing to improve and support all the consoles along the way.
So over these years that we've been working on this project, which really goes back to 2014, then to 2018, I think one of the biggest pieces of this whole journey is the relationship and partnership we have with the community in our Halo Insider program. Could you talk about that just a little bit?
Yeah, our partnership with the community has been absolutely vital. Flighting has been the key to our success this past year. Getting builds out early, getting feedback, iterating on that, and just really involving the community along the way to help us get these games out has just proven to be so exceptionally vital.
Yeah, and the Halo Insider program, for those that don't know, is open to anyone that's interested and wants to be a part of helping to make the Halo franchise the best it can be. Anyone that opts in at haloinsider.com will have the opportunity to get hands-on with our work-in-progress development builds, things like alphas and betas, and periodically even send out some surveys and ask for feedback on everything else to do with the Halo franchise. So I encourage anyone that wants to be a part of the franchise, go to haloinsider.com and sign up today. We've got a lot more good stuff coming. So, Farney, at this point, I think it's safe to say that MCC, as it exists today, is an entirely different game than what launched back in 2014.
Yeah, dramatically different, right? We've added a ton of PC native features this year, a ton of new things, content, and everything to all platforms as well. But the best is yet to come.
So, of course, that is one of the main things you want to talk about. Speaking of the best is yet to come, yesterday we were happy to announce that Halo 4, the last title to jump into the collection on PC, will come out next Tuesday, which is also the same day that we'll be releasing a series of updates to add new features for owners of the Xbox Series S and Series X. Could you talk to us a little bit more about what's part of this next-gen update?
Yeah, we are super excited to use all this learning from these past couple years and leverage these new consoles, right? So on Series X, players will be able to play at 4K, 120 FPS. And then for the S, it'll be 1080 at 120. We've also increased draw distance across the board, added enhanced graphics, and added a view model adjuster for the Series X and X. We hope to be able to bring that to older consoles as well over time, but for now, we're going to go with that. And then, of course, just extremely fast loading times, right, across the board. It's been really amazing to see. I think we're seeing a lot of that in the initial videos from the unboxings over the last couple of days. It's been great to see. MCC utilizes that as well.
Yeah, it really does. The whole package makes it just feel like a new, fresh, modernized version of these classic games. You know, and of course, all of this comes on top of the work that you've already referenced over the last years, which includes HDR as well. So not just Halo 4, safe to say all the games in MCC look and play better than they ever have before. So, Farney, I know we have a couple other, I think, key things we want to make sure people are aware of that are coming as part of this update next Tuesday. What else are you excited about that you want us to be aware of?
So behind all the game releases, we've also been working on a ton of new features and content for the games. One of the big features coming out alongside Halo 4 is crossplay. Players will now be able to play together across both PC and console, however they choose, more or less. On top of that, we've got multiplayer and firefight support as part of crossplay at launch.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't want to understate how big of a deal this is, because we know the Halo community has been asking for this for a long time, right? So this is like the first time that we have what's going to be close to, 18 years of different Halo titles playable over 2 different console generations and PC and Steam, no less. So huge amount of work I know went into that. I'm super excited to kind of unify our community for what's going to be an exciting new chapter for MCC. I know you guys have also looked at ways to sort of check some other boxes for player feedback, including offering some more choice to the types of experiences players will have online.
Yeah, so along with Halo 4, one of the long-standing requests is for people to be able to select better options for their server region. So we're launching that with Halo 4. And then we've also got input-based matchmaking, which has been a huge request since we started our PC journey. So now players will be able to kind of choose what input device they want to play with and play against. And we're offering a variety of options for players to go through that road.
Well, as you know, we've been experimenting and testing out these features in our most recent flight. Can say firsthand, it's feeling great. It just really kind of just brings this larger world together. I'm very excited to get that out next week. But also don't want to sleep on the fact that Halo 4 is coming back. It's returning to form, and there's a lot to look forward to there as well.
Yeah, Halo 4 just looks, feels, and plays amazing. It just is almost like a new game across the board. We've added cool things like per-piece armor customization and a bunch of different options in there as well.
Yeah, and I think for Forge fans would be happy to know that with the move to next gen and to PC, I know the team's been able to add new objects to Forge, so to create new maps and modes, increase that budget as well, add some new quality of life improvements. So really, even more than graphics, I think you're going to see improvements across the board, some of which I didn't even expect you guys were able to pull off.
Yeah, that's right. Again, going back to all the learning from this past year, we've been able to really push the limits in what we've been able to do with Halo 4, bring a lot of that stuff in. Like you said, increase some Forge limits, bring all the good stuff that we've done with some of our previous releases in as well, and just really push the boundaries. And we're obviously going to continue to support and grow through all the games now that we're done with the last game in the collection. There's just so much more.
And one more thing I think would be interesting just for folks who may not be aware is in addition to all these great new features and improvements, there's been no shortage of new content being injected back into these games, along with a brand new progression and sort of seasonal model, if you will. Season 4 starts next week, correct?
That's right. We are launching Season 4 alongside Halo 4. Players are going to get a ton of new cosmetic weapon skins, armors, vehicle skins, nameplates, all kinds of goodness in there. And then we are leveraging our new challenge system that's been out for a few months now to help players progress and gain some of these rewards.
Well, you know, I'm a little bit biased, but I think it's an amazing piece of experience. It's all the Halo classic experiences brought to life bigger and better than ever before. I can't wait to jump back into Halo 4 and kind of relive it for the first time, if you will, next week. Farney, thanks for stopping by. But before we go, just give you a chance, any final last words or shout outs?
Yeah, for me, I just want to give a huge thank you to our publishing team. We could not have done this without everybody that we currently have on the team. It's just been an amazing journey. All our internal partners and our main team, our external partner, Saber, has just been an amazing partner to work with over this past year. And then, of course, the community, right? We would not have had the success that we had this year without the involvement of the community. We're extremely appreciative and really look forward to what we've got coming next year and continued cooperation between our two groups.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, especially as the community person here at the studio. Really just want to also extend a thanks on behalf of the whole team and studio as well, not just to the Halo Insiders and everyone that's been giving us feedback and helping to play along the way, but just the Halo fans across the world who have been passionate and vocal and giving us feedback and really, I think, driving the whole studio to deliver the best experiences possible. So Halo the Master Chief Collection is available today. You can pick it up on Xbox. It's on Xbox Game Pass, the Microsoft Store, and Steam. And then the next-gen update and all these new features that we've discussed today, along with Halo 4, will all be dropping next Tuesday, November 17th. Thank you, and we hope to see you online next week.
Personally, for me, gaming is everything. Gaming is what connects me to my friends. Gaming is my way of life.
From the world that the developers have created for us, to be able to get immersed and get lost in those worlds, it's truly amazing.
Gaming personally is not only a lifelong passion, but something that I've been able to take into education to have a common connection to talk with many of my students.
It's really empowered me to just want to explore the world by ways of meeting new people.
Mi bebé de 2 años, le muestro lo importante de lo que es una comunidad, lo que es jugar
limpio, honestamente, y siempre ser un excelente tanto ganador como perdedor, ¿no?
I am currently studying games and game development. Gaming for me personally means my future.
It's a new art now.
It's having that sense of achievement, being able to complete challenges that you never thought you would be able to complete. And on top of that, doing it with friends.
When I think of video games, I think of family and friends.
There is absolutely nothing better than spending some time with your friends, playing online on your favorite games, and having some great time together.
Even when my husband went to go to college, we dated via playing games, online games, so it's definitely had an impact on my life.
No, it's a place where I just can let go everything after a stressful day. I just turn my Xbox on, play a game.
Cloud gaming beta with Xbox Game Pass Ultimate gives more ways to play your Xbox favorites across multiple devices. Xbox Game Pass Ultimate members in 22 countries around the world can play more than 100 games on their Android devices with cloud gaming at no additional cost. With the Xbox Game Pass app for Android beta, you can quickly try out a new game on your mobile device by playing it from the cloud. And if you like what you're playing, just download it straight to your all-new Xbox without even leaving the app. And if you're away from your console, you can also keep playing straight from the cloud, since it syncs your saved games and your Xbox profile across console and mobile. That means you can play 100+ games in Xbox Game Pass when you're out and about or while your TV is in use. At Xbox, we love how gaming brings people together. That's why Xbox Game Pass Ultimate lets you play with your friends across Xbox consoles and Android mobile devices using the cloud. Cloud gaming beta with Xbox Game Pass Ultimate lets you play when you want, where you want, on the device you want.
Hey everyone, this is Megan Spur, community lead for Xbox Game Pass, and I'm playing Tell Me Why, and I'm apparently throwing stuffed animals at them. I didn't actually water Herbert before we left. That might be a problem. If this were a little bit more like true to life, I would be like slip on the ice at least 3 times by now.
Yep. You know what they say, safety first in bear country.
Yeah, but... Do they actually say that? Looking snazzy with those glasses, yo. I'm gonna be a jerk.
Exactly. Seriously?
Okay, I won't lie. I would be terrified if I saw that. Hey, bud. What's up? Gotta admit, this game is beautiful. Like, I would want to go camping here.
The only way to get this done is to do it.
That is generally how things get done, yes. Okay, so I've heard stories from friends that lived in the snow that like once or twice a year, just some kid would disappear because they get buried in the snow. And now that's all I can think of anytime somebody talking about making tunnels. I want to see the creepy frogs.
I just have to remember which one is the silent frog.
Well, I'm guessing it is the one that is covering its mouth. Again, this has been Megan playing Tell Me Why. Gosh. No, going in the creepy house. All right.
This is going to hurt.
Mine now.
I don't know if getting a tattoo is the mark of the truest fan, but if not, it's gotta be pretty close. Thanks for everyone for sharing your love of gears with the community. Now, it's time to show off some of the new features and content for Gears 5 on Series X and Series S. Here with us today are Zoe Carno and Matt Searcy from the Coalition. Hi.
Hey.
Hi, Kat. Thank you so much for joining us today. It's super exciting to be here with you, celebrating the launch of our new consoles. So, have you seen the coverage for Gears 5 performance on the new consoles and what everyone is saying out there?
Yeah, we have. The whole team's been watching. We've been really excited to see the response. People have been getting excited about all sorts of this things that we're bringing to Xbox Series X, and especially Batista in the campaign, 120 FPS in multiplayer. We've got lots more we want to show, especially in this segment. And we actually have a trailer that captures some of the things we're bringing to the new consoles.
Oh, I would love to watch it. Let's roll it.
Whoa!
Now what? I told you, it's not gonna happen. You find what you're looking for?
Yeah. Now we need to kill it.
I gotta say, I love the original Marcus, so it's kind of trippy and cool to see someone else in the role. So when you decided to bring Gears 5 to the new consoles, how did you approach it?
Yeah, we knew we were going to show up, and push what Gears could look like on the new consoles. The team really wanted to take Gears to a new level and show what the game could look like. But we also wanted to introduce a new way for people to play, especially if they're coming back to try Gears 5 again. And so we went, that's where we kind of started with our new Game Plus concept. So it's in the campaign. You don't have to play through the campaign to unlock it, but it brings all sorts of new ways to play Gears again.
And other than the new Game Plus, what are some of the other big things that players can expect to see in the game, both for returning players, but also any new players to Gears 5?
There's so much, Kat. We just did so many amazing things. So as you saw, Batista's Marcus, right? Super exciting. That is optional. So if Marcus, as John DiMaggio is your favorite, you can keep that. And then we're going to bring MP skins. So for all those players that have played multiplayer, you've spent your time, earning those MP skins, or you've purchased them, you're going to be able to bring them into campaign and show them off. And that's super fun. We've never done that before. So that's weapon skins and character skins. It just looks amazing. We're going to show we're going to show that to some of you later on. You can also bring your Jack progression. So as you play through Gears 5 for new and other players as well, and you level up Jack, he becomes pretty OP by the end of the game. You're going to be able to bring that progression over into your new playthrough of the campaign with New Game Plus. And so he's going to be able to help you even more in those different difficult situations in combat. And as a part of that, we've got new difficulties. So we've got Iron Man and Inconceivable. So I know Inconceivable is going to be a big one for the community. They're going to want to try it out. You're going to probably want your OP Jack to come help you through those. And then as well, we've got mutators. So we're going to show you a bunch of that later on. But we've got things like Big Head Mode, Bobbleheads, which are hilarious. There's mutators that affect the way the game looks. There's mutators that affect gameplay as well. And so Matt actually is going to jump into some gameplay right now. He's going to play a bit at the beginning of Gears 5 and show it off. So we're going to show off some of the really more sexy Xbox One X and Series X and Xbox Series S features you're going to see.
That's really awesome. I can't wait to see the game now in the Xbox Series X. And honestly, if there's anything I learned with working with you guys on the esports side is that people love skins. So bringing the skins into the actual campaign sounds super cool. And an OP Jack too. So it's a pretty compelling offer here.
Yeah, for players to replay the campaign as well, who've played it once already, right? And then for new players, you're going to be able to see just different ways you can play, and you're really going to be able to switch things up.
And Zoe, for those gamers who haven't played Gears 5, can you walk us through what we're seeing in this segment?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Matt's going to cover that. Just he's going to talk through a little bit about what he's playing and what we're seeing right now.
Is not ready for this. She can barely keep her eyes open.
Matt?
Oh, maybe not. Maybe I will talk through it. So what you're seeing is the opening cinematic in the game. This is where they're just discussing the mission that they're about to go on. Excuse me, and you'll see in the cinematic, you actually are going to see Dave Bautista as Marcus for the first time. So this is where you see it in that opening cinematic, and you get to hear his voice and see his face. And as we enter into the first mission of the game, and Kate starts to realize a few things that carried over from Gears 4 and what she's going to discover throughout Gears 5. I'm not going to give too much away in case people haven't played it yet, but there's Bautista there in the background as Marcus.
And so actually, let's talk a little bit about Dave Bautista. How were you able to get Dave Bautista on board to work on the team on this? I think there's a really cool story there.
Yeah, so he actually started, and fans started an online campaign on Twitter when there was some rumors about a Gears movie coming out and being developed, and so he started a campaign to actually play Marcus. And so fans got on board with it, and they started tagging it and talking to us about it. And so we thought, well, what a better way to kind of give a bit of some fan service and get him in the role than have him come into the campaign for Gears 5. And revoice the lines, and then actually put his face on the Marcus model as well, so you actually get to see him in the role.
And from a game development perspective, I would love to get some insights into that. So what was the process for getting him to record lines for all the scenes in which he takes on the role of Marcus Phoenix?
Yeah, I mean, interestingly, it's pretty much our normal process, which is, we get him in the studio and then direct him to read those lines. So he actually is redoing all of the as-written Marcus lines for the Gears 5 campaign. And then getting that into the game is a little more complicated, but we had to be able to switch out his lines. We actually used our localization pipeline for it, which is an interesting way to implement it. But so we just treated him as though he was his own language, which is an interesting way of implementing it, but it worked really well.
That's awesome. We always love to learn a little bit of how things work on the back end, so it's always great to talk to game developers about those things. And still kind of in that vein, and I believe Matt is back. I don't know if he wants to answer this one.
He is
Hi,
back.
Matt.
Can you guys hear me?
So good to have you back.
Pandemic world. This is fun.
Live gaming.
Exactly. This is all live, so all to be expected. With Xbox Series X, how was then the development team kind of able to enhance the overall quality of Gears 5, which was already really, really high when it first came out, compared to the Xbox One version?
Yeah, thank you for saying that. We're really proud, of course, of what we did on Gears 5, and what the team's been able to do with the new console is incredible. So you're seeing it right now as Matt is kind of walking around and looking around the world. So you're seeing what we call the PC Ultra Visual Feature Set. So this is, you're going to see this more on the Series X. You're also going to get on the Series X the PC Ultra HD texture packs. Those textures are a much higher resolution. You're just going to see more detail, more actual texture in them. It's going to feel much more immersive. Excuse me. And then you're going to get 60 frames per second cinematics, and that is on Series X only. But that allows much more seamless blending between gameplay and cinematics, because you're getting 60 frames per second gameplay with 60 frames per second cinematics. So you can actually see it right now in the gameplay, where you see the flashlight and that moment there. You're seeing more detail in the shadows. It just looks a little more realistic. So for our multiplayer players in Versus, you're going to get 120 frames per second as well. And we're really excited about the load times. We're finding there are about 4 times improvement in load times. And there's also improved latency for a lot more responsive gaming. So people are going to notice that a lot. And really, as we keep saying, it's just an overall more immersive experience.
I mean, this is overall gamer dreams come true. It's 120 FPS on multiplayer. We can look at all this gameplay and see the effects on the water and the light and all the destruction. It looks absolutely gorgeous. I was about to ask you, there's players who don't have a top-of-the-line 4K TV. And so there are some enhancements, though, that they can expect from this Gears 5 version, still on the new Xbox hardware. You touched on a few of them with the faster loading times. Is there anything else?
I mean, overall, they're still going to get that more immersive experience, right? You're still going to see more of that detail. There's things like screen space, global illumination. It gives your scene more dynamic bounce lighting. So some of those things, we already had some of those things in the earlier version. So you're not going to get it quite as enhanced if you don't have that console, but you're still going to notice those improvements for sure.
And you mentioned before that there are some new difficulty modes with this update. So can you get into more detail on the new updates to Gears 5 that changed the difficulty of this game?
Yeah, I can talk about that a bit.
Go for it, Matt.
Now that I'm back. So we have the difficulty modes that Zoe mentioned, but there's also a bunch of mutators you can turn on that either make the game harder or easier. So actually you can see right there, I turned on poison on the enemies, so they leave a pool of acid behind. I also turned on grenade headshots, so when you pop their heads, they explode. I've also got only regenerating health on cover enabled here. So you can really ramp up the difficulties. You can do other things to the enemy or to yourself to make it easier or harder. I've got Raul, actually the lead designer who was leading New Game Plus, playing with me just in case I've turned up the difficulty too far and I DBNO. But yeah, so there's lots of stuff you can do to change the way the game plays. But actually, we can also show some of the crazier stuff in terms of how the game can look and sound completely different. So I'm going to pop out to the lobby and we can turn on some of the other mutators.
Would love to see it. Do you want to talk a little more about those?
About the mutators? Yeah, go for it. So actually, we were going to ask you, Kat, like what mutators do you want us to put on?
Oh, wow. I don't know. If we can activate all of them, would Matt be able to survive more than 10 seconds? That's my question.
Probably not, but we'll revive him, so, you know.
We could turn on a few. So I'm going to pop over. Actually, you can see we've got different skins here. This is a part of the game where Kate's in the player one role. And inside our mutator menu, in addition to turning on all the skins and stuff, we've got this big head or bobblehead mode, so I'll flick that on.
Definitely want that one.
Yeah.
We need some
laugh. It's gonna make you laugh.
We can turn on like low gravity death, so the enemies, they pop up in the air when you've killed them. There's an amazing one here that actually people have started to see online as people have started to put this out there. We have voiced gun sounds. So all the guns in the game change to one of our audio designers making all of the sounds. And then we have all these different screen effects for how the game can look. There's even like ones for Gears 1, 2, and 3 if you're feeling nostalgic. There's some pretty crazy ones in here.
But I'm sure you guys want to show off the new graphics. So I'm not. Before we get into this section of the game, by the way, can you so you've turned on some mutators, and rumor has it that you guys had it. Well, you added a big head mode, which we just activated, and you. I also heard that you have a mode with voiceovers instead of the regular gun sounds, which we also activated. So we're going to see all of these things right now in the game. And I don't have sound here on the studio, but I hope people at home are having the best time listening to this once you start shooting.
It gets pretty chaotic because it's not just your gun noise, it's everybody's. It basically sounds like a bunch of kids running around making sounds with their mouths, which is pretty amazing.
And it's every gun in the game, too.
Yeah.
It's true, we can't hear the audio of the game, so I hope that people can hear the sound.
I mean, I guess I have a mission now when I get home to actually go play it and try it out. So yes, I promise I'll check it out. So how many of these visual modes can players expect to see when they fire up the game?
Yeah, you know, we have almost 20 of them, which is super fun. And so we're showing you cartoon outlines right now. There's other ones that Matt mentioned. So the vintage, I'll call them vintage Gears. You can do Gears 1, 2, and 3. There is also one that makes everything look really pixelated. There are ones that make everything look really cold. There's one called Trippy, where the world kind of moves and wobbles. So I think people are going to have a lot of fun with that.
If you two had to pick your one favorite, which one is it?
You know what? I'm going to say the Gears 1. I love it. It's really fun. Yeah, it's really fun. I'm with you, Kat. I hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think it's fun to play. I love this cartoon outline one. I think it makes the game look really fun, but kind of like you're playing through a comic book. But the nostalgic ones are really fun to go through as well.
So can you tell us a little, I know it's hard to pay attention when, all the characters are running around with big heads, but what's going on this stage for those viewers who haven't played Gears 5?
Sure, this is sort of the start of the second act. And so Kate and Dell have traveled out to an outsider village where they are trying to recruit the last sort of holdouts to come back into the COG cities because of the war that's going on against the Swarm. And then the town is attacked at the same time. And we also start to sort of get deeper into Kate's journey, which is a pretty fun part of the game. Oh my gosh, Raul died.
Raul died.
That will be on record.
You're supposed to be
forever.
helping me.
Well, that was actually pretty good timing, but
Yeah, that's pretty good timing. But yeah, it's pretty cool because when you go back through the story, you get to experience it in a whole new way. Whether you've chosen to modify the way the game looks or the way the game sounds, or you're just trying to ramp up your difficulty, it's a pretty great way to experience Gears all over again or for the first time.
That's awesome. And what kind of updated character and weapon skins will we see in the updated Gears 5? Because there was already so much offered. So what have you guys done so far?
Yeah, so because of this is being out now, so any skins, that you've been awarded or earned up until this was released, you're going to see in the game. So this skeleton skin, I think this came out on October 20th, so skeleton suit skins, so that's a new one. So you're going to be able to play all those skins that you've spent all that time earning, or those favorite skins of yours you've been collecting. I love seeing the whole sets. People have different sets of skins and weapons and all the different weapon skins that go together. So it's going to be really fun to see all of that together.
And one other thing that I was really, really curious about, because personally when I played Gears 5, one of the most fun new parts of Gears 5 was having Jack and upgrading him throughout playing the campaign. Can you go into a little more detail about carrying your Jack progression here?
Yeah, actually, so I've got it turned on right now. So I was able to hijack the enemies here. I just flipped them to my side. These are things that you get much later in the game that really can turn the tide in your favor. We've got the cloak mode already. We've got all of the things you would get later. So basically what it does is it takes your furthest Jack progression that you've reached in the campaign, and it gives you all of those things in your new game plus. It really changes the way the game played. And as Zoe said earlier, you can use this either just for fun, but also if you want to take on one of those new difficulty modes, or especially Iron Man, which requires you to do the whole campaign on one life, it can really be the difference between life and death.
Has anyone in the studio beat the game in one life?
Good question.
Yeah.
Because that sounds really hard.
No, it's definitely possible. Yeah. I mean, that's part of getting through that mode out into the wild. That's what everybody works with this stuff. So
yeah, absolutely.
That's a really good challenge. I don't know if I'll take it, but it's a really good challenge.
We have a tester on our team that we give those higher difficulty challenges to, and he comes back to us and says, this isn't actually possible.
Yeah, this part might be not possible. Actually, it's a good moment to just give a shout out to everybody here at the Coalition, for all the things that we've been working on, leading up to launch. It's been a huge effort, and everybody in the studio has been super excited to be part of this launch and be able to deliver, whether it was tactics or the upgrades that we put in or the new modes. So a huge shout out to everybody here in Vancouver and all the teams we work with.
And I'll relay that too for everyone from us, from Team Xbox. Thank you so much. You guys at the Coalition, you put out so much love and passion into these games, and they mean so much to so many people. Me personally, Gears is a huge part of my life, and one of the big reasons why I'm even here today. It was really what got me into super, competitive gaming, and I made so many friends playing this game. So thank you for all your work.
Thank you, Kat.
Yeah, and Zoe and Matt, is there anything else our viewers should know about the game and what's happening here? Any new enemies, anything that's going on before you two go?
Yeah, so as a part of our Xbox Series update and to just celebrate more widely casting Dave as Marcus, the upcoming campaign, So in multiplayer, we're giving away the Batista skin as himself. We call it the Animal, and that's him with his signature sunglasses on, and also his Batista finisher move, which is super fun to use. So they'll both be free in the game store for 7 days through to November 16th. And then on top of that, we all just want to tell everyone, come back if you've played Gears before, you've played the campaign before multiplayer, come back, play the campaign, have some fun, get silly with it. Use that new share button on the new controller on the Series X and X, and show us what crazy combos you come up with. There's already been some videos sent out, and they're just amazing. So we'd love to see it.
Zoe and Matt, thank you so much for joining us today on the stream here to show us Gears 5 on Xbox Series X. It was awesome hanging out with you.
Great. Thank you so much, Kat. It was really fun.
Thanks for having us.
Bye.
Happy launch day,
Bye.
everybody.
Thank you. So for all of you Dave Bautista fans, hurry up and check out the Gears 5 on Game Pass and in stores. With Gears 5, Series X fans get one of the best looking games on the market, completely optimized for the new consoles. All fans will get New Game Plus with Bautista. Operation 5 is coming out this month, and we recently dropped news announcing our new campaign DLC, Hivebusters, that will also be out soon. Our next game was originally created only by one full-time developer, just one. And every time I see more of it, I say, how is this possible? You run, jump, slide, hack, slash, and shoot your way through the land of Sky, a mysterious series of floating islands hovering high above the Arctic Circle. This is Bright Memory.
世界各地的 Xbox 玩家们，大家好，我是光明记系列的游戏开发者飞燕群岛，非常高兴能够再次在 Xbox Launch Celebration 上和大家进行见面。这次得到了微软公司的支持，并与发行商 PlayStation 和父职本次移植开发的 Stage Game 合作，共同将光明记带到了 Xbox 平台上。目前我们已经确定会正式发售光明记的 Xbox Series X 和 S 版本。X 版本将以 4K 加60帧的模式运行，而 S 版本将采用 2K 加60帧的模式运行。此时此刻，我也非常感到兴奋，能够把中国游戏带到全世界与各位玩家分享。此外，关于完整版的光明记无限仍在开发当中，可能还需要一些时间。在等待的期间，请尽情享受光明记忆的乐趣。接下来，请欣赏一则在 Xbox Series X 平台上运行的光明记实机演示。
Where am I? How amazing! Could this be the floating island hidden at the North Pole? What's that light? It's the light from the lab. I'll go check it out. It looks like someone used to live here. serpent? It looks like it's flying toward the light. Grapple should be able to get into the other side. The entrance to a cave. Where does it lead? All these soldiers' remains. What happened here? Oh shit, an ambush. They came back? So there really is a substance that can regenerate life. Looks like the doctor said.
Gaming means the world to me because it's one of the most constant things in my life that I've had ever since I was a little kid.
One of my greatest memories is when I was a kid playing Halo 2 with my best friend, sneaking downstairs on a Saturday night.
System linking our Xboxes together while playing Halo and having pizza and soda. It was a lot of fun.
Getting my first Xbox, powering it up for the first time, it was mind-blowing.
I look back fondly on getting on Xbox Live, starting up GTA 5 and doing missions after missions after missions with my friends until the sun came up.
My favorite memory of Xbox is when it first came out, getting Halo fans since the beginning.
I've been a pirate on the Sea of Thieves, I've stopped the Locust Swarm on Sarah, and I've worked to become the best Master Chief I can possibly be on any number of Halos.
My most powerful gaming memory happened when my then almost 2-year-old picked up a game that I had set aside and started to play, and let me know that she was always watching and learning.
Back in 2009, when I was deployed to Iraq, I hauled around an Xbox 360 for about 18 months, and we'd play Halo 3 whenever we had a chance to kick our boots off.
Has to be from when we did a stream outside a big gaming event. A kid comes up and says, "Hey, can I take a picture of the rig?" So we invited him up and we put a controller in his hand and we let him play the game on stream, and his dad took some pictures. He said that was the best day of his life. I love that memory. Absolutely love it.
Hello, this is Dan from Imagine Dragons. We hope you are enjoying the Xbox launch celebration. I wanted to tell you about a really cool opportunity. You can enter to win a chance to go on a zero-gravity flight with me and the guys from the band, as well as Master Chief from Halo Infinite, and you can win an Xbox Series X. This is all through Omaze, so go to omaze.com/imaginedragons. Your donations support the Tyler Robinson Foundation, helping families with a pediatric cancer diagnosis emotionally and financially. Go to omaze.com/imaginedragons. Hope to see you there.
The fire siege just got a lot smoother on Xbox Series X and Xbox Series S as Sea of Thieves hit 60 frames a second on our brand new consoles. To celebrate the launch of the next generation and welcome a new generation of players to the Xbox family, we're delighted to unveil a brand new ship livery, the Duke set. Inspired by 4 generations of Xbox devices, this stunning new chipset will be available free of charge to anyone who plays the game on an Xbox Series X or Xbox Series S before May 9th, 2021.
My name is Adam Harris, aka Adam at Xbox, and I am a product marketing manager on Xbox Game Pass, and I am here just enjoying some Destiny 2 right before Beyond Light. And I'm here just to, that's what happens. That's it. That's it right there. Dude, we did it. No thanks to me.
Only one enemy remains. Don't let them catch their breath.
That's it. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, I am gonna prove my skills. Look. Flawless seal. Flawless seal. Flawless is equipped. Oh my god, are you serious?
One opponent left.
One verse two is no problem. Okay, I gotta end on like a high note. Okay, like I need a headshot. That
Your ally is the only one.
No. I hit him. I freaking hit him, dude. Oh. Traded. Okay, I'll take that. Well, everybody, I think that's all the time I have today. But it was great playing Destiny for you all, and hopefully I inspired you. I hope everyone out there enjoys their new Xboxes, their Xbox Series X and S consoles, and I'll definitely see you out there.
Your people a new home when your motherland turned bare. You gave the Vikings something to fight for. You have tamed these broken kingdoms. But your greatest journey still lies ahead.
Let's go. It's time to capture a kingdom.
Now go, Eivor. Claim your place in Valhalla.
Assassin's Creed Valhalla, available now.
Write your Viking saga on Xbox Series X.
Assassin's Creed is one of the most enduring franchises in gaming over the past 2 generations. The series started out as an action-adventure game, but over the years it's evolved into more of an action RPG, and its creators have never been afraid to shake up the open-world category. Now we're kicking off a new generation, and Assassin's Creed Valhalla looks like it's going to redefine open-world gaming again. Let's take a deeper look into the world of Valhalla, and we are joined by Julien Laferrière and Jessica Marr from Ubisoft Montreal. Thanks so much for joining us, and by the way, congrats both on launch and on some stellar reviews.
Thank you so much. 3 years in the making, and we're here. It's amazing to be here today. Thank you.
I think you bring up an interesting point, because when Assassin's Creed has taken a year off and has only done that a couple of times in its history, right before AC2, right before AC Origins, and here before Valhalla. The game that follows after that sort of gap is usually just phenomenal, like one of the best ones. And really, Assassin's Creed Origins and Assassin's Creed Odyssey were just incredibly well received, 2 of my all-time favorites. So let's talk about what you're going to be doing new. Besides the Viking theme, how did you decide to evolve the series with Assassin's Creed Valhalla?
Super good question. Actually, everything was started off from the fantasy of being a Viking, and every decision that we made, whether it was design or narrative, was kind of tailored to make players live that fantasy. But working on the game, we actually came up with a major breakthrough, which is the settlement. And for us, what it means is that we changed the whole game structure because of the settlement, because every quest in the game, you start and end in the settlement. So we really have this feeling that you are a clan leader and you see your clan prospering in England, and that actually kind of shapes the experience of Assassin's Creed Valhalla in something very different for players. So really looking forward to see how players will react to this. But for us, it's a major change in the franchise.
Yeah, well, so let's talk about Vikings. Vikings, very fertile sort of culture for fiction, especially in these last few years, and for gaming as well. So, how did you land on Vikings, and especially in the 9th century instead of like you have all of history to choose from?
So right after Origins, so 3 years ago, the core team, we kind of we met and we said, okay, where we could bring Assassin's Creed next. And Vikings came up very, very quickly because, well, first of all, Vikings are awesome, right? And then you imagine, Vikings, Assassin's Creed, and you already have some images in mind. You already have some gameplay mechanics coming along. And it was very natural for us, based on the foundation work we had on Origins, and now we would see Odyssey shaping up. So it was just very natural to bring it to the world of Vikings. And then why, the 9th century? Well, basically it's because it's the golden age of Vikings. It's the best time to be a Viking. They were at their peak. And it was just, we wanted to bring the experience there. And the fact that England and Norway have such a big contrast makes it very, very cool for players to see that difference. It's a land full of political intrigue and so on. So there's many, many cool things to explore in this specific time period, for sure.
I'm just enjoying looking. I got to say, like Assassin's Creed in 60 frames per second is a revelation on Xbox Series X. I'm enjoying it, and I'm loving just watching footage here of stuff I haven't seen. So tell me, Jessica, how did you work with historical experts to blend the real-world events that happened during this time in with this Assassin's Creed sort of sci-fi setting?
Of course, Assassin's Creed prides itself in its love for history, so we always take what we learn very seriously and try to represent it in a way that really respects and also loves that part. And specifically for the Dark Ages, there's so many things we could work with. Of course, we wanted to recreate that world that almost feels painterly sometimes and recreate that fantasy of the rolling hills and those bustling cities, but we also wanted to make sure that the fight felt really combat oriented, very grounded, and very much feeling like a Viking. So we take everything they teach us to heart.
Well, let's talk about England during this era. I've played a good amount of this game so far, and I didn't realize wolves were an issue in the 1,000 years ago. And you don't really think of necessarily the terrain when you're going to cities like London or something like that, and how mountainous England might be. So, is there anything unique about the terrain of England, especially a millennia ago, that lends itself to showcasing Assassin's Creed, especially with this new console?
I think a part of it is that the England of the Dark Ages is actually many layers of civilization, a lot of people, a lot of different influence. So obviously, in the real, you see some big structures that were actually left there by the Romans. And what's cool is that at the time, that sort of knowledge of technology and architecture was lost. So the people of the time thought that these structures were built by giants. So we kind of really liked that idea, and we wanted to kind of sometimes even exaggerate those structures to kind of deliver on that feeling that the people of the era could have, So, and that helped us shape very interesting kind of compositions and very interesting structures for players to discover. And we thought, it was something very flavorful to bring in the game. Definitely kind of something coming from the perceptions of the Dark Ages, if you want.
So let's talk about, like, on the technical side, what it took. This is a huge chunk of England and you know, Norway early on in the game as well. And I can only imagine, you mentioned, we were talking before we started, just you know, how many studios are working together. So with this new generation of Xbox, like how does the development team harness that to deliver things that weren't possible with what was already a technologically advanced game with Assassin's Creed Odyssey?
Well, on Assassin's Creed, you know, we love technology. You're talking about, you know, a team in 2007 when the first AC was launched, a team that built its own engine, you know, so Anvil. So we have this, you know, this amazing relationship with technology, and our engineers, whenever there is, you know, the dawn of a new generation of console, they get super happy because, you know, we have new possibilities, and this generation was no different. And you know, the first time I picked up the controller of a Series X and I played the fight in 60 FPS, you know, that was just such a cool moment. You know, just the fight is so smooth, and I'm sure, Jessica, on your end, you probably had some stories like that, you know, but when you feel the game on next gen, it's just incredible, you know. There's many cool stuff that feels very comfortable, you know. It's not only graphically more interesting, there's also a lot of comfort coming from the experience.
Absolutely, and the breadth of the world that we can share now to players when you go up on the reach high points and you see that world and everything you can access so clearly and in 60 frames, and even when you're raiding, the fires that start, all those little details really come to life and fulfill that fantasy with the next gen consoles.
So you mentioned raids, and I think we have something that's happening here. It's like Assassin's Creed. We think of assassins as being sneaky. And yeah, you can pull your shroud over your head and you can sneak in. You have your hidden blade here in this game, but I feel like, at least maybe I'm just bad at stealth, but I'm getting into some scraps. I also don't think of Vikings as necessarily being super subtle. And so you get to blow your horn and get into a raid. So let's talk about that and how this plays into combat and has like sort of this big feel and what happens. It's not one person versus the world, but you've really got this cool crew to run through with you.
We definitely, with the fantasy that we have about being the clan leader, being a hardened Vikinger, of course you have a crew with you in your Drakkar and you can set sail, and to thrive in this environment, you need to make some harsh plays, and so raids are there for that, and it's definitely an ode to historical facts. And it's just so much fun. There's so many ways you can enter and explore those things. You can enter stealthily, check out the environment, and then call in your crew and ambush, or you can just go in from the ship, run up, and destroy everyone. It's always a wonderful experience.
Yeah, there's that press Y to start the raid as you just sort of, it's like coming in, like honking the horn, you know, and just like jumping out and getting into it. And it's been working for me, so I'm going to keep on with that. We did see briefly there, we saw the skill tree, which is radically different than previous skill trees, where in the there it is. Thank you. I almost hit that cue perfectly. I just love that. I just love it. So you know, if we think back to Odyssey, you could see the entire skill tree before you and go, okay, I'm going to save up for that one, or I want to unlock that one. This is more sort of hidden, and I find myself depositing my points into different places. So leveling is just very different in this game, and please tell us about how that's come together and what things you can look forward to.
Sure. So one of the visions we had really early on was wanting the player to fulfill their own journey. And for that, you know, we wanted to give them as much freedom as possible. And the skill tree is an ode to this. We slowly unroll or unravel all the possibilities in the game, and you can't make any mistakes either. You can always go back and respec based off of what you prefer or what you find, and so that's what the skill tree is for. It's really there to create that mystery, to encourage players to play their own way, and whether it be purely Viking, purely Assassin, or somewhere in the middle, the skill tree is there for that.
All right, so I'm looking here at Ivor, and okay, we're dual wielding. I think it's a hammer in the right hand. We've got a hatchet or an axe in the left hand, pulling out the bow. Let's talk about weapons, because I feel like you're doing some different things with weapons, especially when it comes to upgrading. And so it's not so much more necessarily, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like you go deeper with the weapons that you have if you choose to do that.
Well, it's awesome to be, so close, or even in the early medieval period, because you have access to all these awesome weapons. My favorite being the flail for sure. Kind of close second, the dual hammers, always a favorite. But we have access to all these really cool weapons, so we wanted to include them in the game for sure. But we wanted to kind of step away a bit from a feeling of loot, more towards feeling of collection. So now you're seeing you're in a raid, but it's very possible that in a raid in the game that you stumble upon a chest, and that in that chest there's a very unique piece of gear that you will collect and upgrade and so on, and you will cherish for the rest of the game. And that's sort of the philosophy that we wanted for the gear and the weapons in the game, because we have a great variety, but we want to feel kind of each find like you're finding a treasure, and that you will cherish and upgrade as you move in this game.
Yeah, I like that. It's not like, oh, this is such a cool weapon, and 5 minutes later, well, I got something that's a little bit better, so I'm going to just throw it away. I'm going to break it down. So let's talk about, we've talked about differences in how you fight, but there are differences in the types of enemies we see. And we see sometimes you come up on these enemies that have that sort of, they have like a title on them, and they fight a little bit differently. And so how are they going to be reacting to Ivor, and what do you need to keep on your toes for?
There's so many archetypes in this game. It's unbelievable. So every corner you turn, there might be a new opponent to challenge, or that challenges you. So I'm sure players will find so much fun in them. Sometimes they have companions, sometimes they work in teams, sometimes they throw objects from the environment. They're always surprising, and there's so many to keep you on your toes and to always check on you, see if you have your abilities together, and if you really can master the way of war. So there's so many. I'm really excited for players to discover them all.
Pro tip, if you see the skull over their head, just run. Just run. Because I was like, oh, I'm good at this, and then I was dead. So you were about to say something, Julian, about the enemies?
Yeah, well, I guess it kind of caters to one of the big goals we had for this game. Was we wanted players to still be surprised after many hours in the game, and I think the variety of enemies is a good thing for that, because we've put a lot of effort, and after 50, 60 hours, you think you've mastered the fight, and then you encounter a new enemy archetype that will surprise you, that uses a new tactic that you weren't necessarily prepared for, and you have to kind of adapt your play style. And that was one of the main philosophies in the game, because we know that hopefully players will spend many hours in this game. We know they did on Origins and Odyssey, and we wanted to keep the experience very fresh, even if they're very deep into the game.
Yeah, that's very much appreciated. So let's talk about the settlement. So we just saw after that raid, Eivor came back to Ravensthorpe, your first settlement in England. And how does that change the Assassin's Creed experience? It's an entirely new feel for the game.
I wish to share.
Julian and I could talk about the settlement forever.
You have time. Go for it.
Talking about the settlement.
The settlement is a place that players can call home, and especially Eivor. There's so many little details to the settlement and how that changes the way you perceive Assassin's Creed this time around. Quests unfold through your efforts. Raiding has purpose beyond just yourself. You do this for your clanmates, with your clanmates, your Jomsviking. There's the Alliance map that you always get to check and see your progress. And of course, there's a million ways to customize either yourself or the settlement. So there's so many things that revolve around that settlement, and so much effort that's been put in it for players to fall in love with it just as much as we did.
So one of the areas
right now
oh, please, Julian, go.
Sorry. Right now we're
no one
seeing
cares about what I'm going to say.
You're following Hytham, and Hytham is actually a member of the Order of Ancients Bureau, and he's actually the Hidden Ones Bureau, and he's actually the kind of the gateway into everything assassin in the game. And now you're seeing a very iconic moment where you're about to learn the leap of faith for the first time. So this is obviously very iconic for the franchise, but also for Eivor, who kind of learns the ways of the assassin. So it's kind of a very cool moment. Actually, I remember the first time I played it, I was, wow, this is kind of a cool tribute to the franchise, and I hope players will get the chills when they feel that. I certainly have them now.
That's so cool because
I saw that moment many times.
Yeah, I hadn't gotten to this part in the game yet, and I did jump off of something, and she didn't do that, and just sort of like, I don't know, just jumped and flailed off like I would probably do if I was jumping off of a large tree or something like that into a body of water. Well, there it is. The famous leap. That's pretty
On
cool.
her first try, too. So effortless.
Yeah, there you go.
Vikings were not afraid of things like you and I, you know, like no problem at all. Can we talk about Eivor a little bit? I don't want to be divisive here, but in Assassin's Creed Odyssey, like you either used Cassandra or you didn't play the game, as far as I'm concerned. It's fine. I don't ever need to talk to you again. And so I'm just curious, you know, with when you pick the gender of Eivor, it's actually like a really interesting way that this works. It was interesting in Odyssey where they were brother and sister, but can you talk about like that you can choose, or you can even choose not to choose in a way when you're selecting your character at the beginning?
Yeah, so obviously we couldn't do, you know, brother and sister. That was Odyssey. So we needed to kind of find a new way to have, you know, both a male and female character, and that would fit within our lore, that would fit within, you know, the fact that you are reliving the memories of an ancestor through the DNA memory. And, you know, obviously we're in major spoiler territory here, but like, I think we've found a cool way to have kind of both versions working, and we're super happy about it. And I think there's, you know, the third option, which is let the animus decide, which is for players who are really into the lore and that sort of stuff. It's kind of the way to go. But no, we're really happy with the way it turned out. And I think on the voice side, we're also lucky to have two amazing actors from Denmark, Magnus Brunn and Cicely Stempsil, both with amazing voices that bring, you know, with each part a lot of flavor to the characters. And, you know, I'm super happy that we have the option to switch between back and forth, because, you know, for players, I think it's a really cool agency to say, okay, I want to experience that scene playing female Eivor, I want to experience that scene playing male Eivor, and then you can even let the animus decide, which is not a random choice, which is a very narratively grounded choice. But yeah, I'd be curious to hear your take on it, actually. Jessica, how do you feel about all of that?
I've always been very obsessed with lore, so I will definitely be picking Let the Animus Decide. And having heard, you know, small tidbits here and there from the narrative team, and having seen parts myself, I think Let the Animus Decide is a wonderful choice. But honestly, there's always times where you're curious, like, oh, like how would that tattoo look on male Eivor or female Eivor? And both of them are very canon, so there's no wrong choice. And as you said so beautifully, the voice actors nailed this. You fall in love with both voices so easily, and there's no wrong choice. It's really up to your own adventure.
Jessica, you're making me regret my decision here a little bit to just go all in on female Eivor, but the voice actor is amazing. So I think you could switch that later on, can't you? If you decide you want to.
Anytime.
Yeah.
Anytime at all.
Well, then nothing to regret. You were talking about the customization, actually, and like it seems like a lot of work has gone into that, like the different tattoos and hair. It feels like it's above and beyond, and even it plays into the game and the things you unlock as you're playing the game.
Yeah, there's so many ways for you to customize your experience or make it feel, either the settlement feel more like home, Eivor look a bit more to your fashion, and of course your gear to reflect your playstyle. So there's so many ways that the player can identify themselves in that world, starting with gear, weapons, your Yoms Viking that you get to share online, tattoos, hair, horses, like ravens. There's a million different ways that you can make the experience your own and share it with friends.
And I think that's just, it's to another level that we hadn't seen previously in the Assassin's Creed franchise, and I think that's really cool. We're running low on time. I think we're out of footage here, but I just wanted to ask you one thing. There was a particular thing that I particularly loved in Assassin's Creed Odyssey, and that was that Spartan kick. You know, you just, this is Sparta, and you kick them off the cliff. It's pretty great. Is there something like that, like a particular move or an element of Viking lore that you brought into the game that you're like, this is the thing, and I'm particularly proud of that, or I just happen to love it?
Axe throw. We gotta have to go with the axe throwing, huh?
100%. That one is wild.
It's not just for bachelor parties anymore. It's a fun move in the game.
It's in the game. That's it.
That's the strong one.
All right. Well, the rabbit hole clearly goes super deep with Assassin's Creed Valhalla, and as a longtime fan, I mean, this is exactly what I want to see. So, Julian, Jessica, thank you so much for giving us another look at Assassin's Creed.
Thank you so much for having me here today.
Thank you.
Congrats on launch.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Mexico has some of the most passionate Xbox fans in the world, and to celebrate the launch of the Xbox Series X and Series S, they went big. Like, really, really big. See it for yourself.
Now, as we said earlier in the stream, EA Play is coming to Xbox Game Pass Ultimate starting today. Members get EA Play at no additional cost on Xbox consoles, including Xbox Series X, Series S, and of course Xbox One. Now, if you play on PC, then starting December 15th, Game Pass Ultimate and Game Pass for PC members will also be able to enjoy EA Play on Windows 10 PCs via the EA Desktop app beta. Now, EA Play, it brings the best of Electronic Arts to Game Pass with more than 60 of their biggest and best games, including Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, which enters the playlist today. Starting today, Xbox Game Pass Ultimate members can also play some of the best games from EA on Android devices from the cloud, including Madden NFL 20, The Sims 4, Plants vs. Zombies Garden Warfare 2, etc. And with more on the way.
That's all we pray. Always okay. Moments of joy. Our words to enjoy. Always okay. Moments of joy.
Who doesn't love Tetris? I mean, seriously, who are you? When you combine proven mechanics, beautiful visuals, and online teamwork, you get an amazing game like Tetris Effect Connected. Joining us today to talk to us about the game are producer Mark McDonald and lead multiplayer designer Tomohiro Tashima, who also goes by Green Tea. Gentlemen, thank you for joining me today, and welcome from Japan.
Excited as hell to be here.
Well, we got to tell you, we're thrilled about you. Tell us, I mean, people have been playing Tetris for, I don't want to make myself seem too old, probably 30, 40 years. But tell us, why did you decide to add multiplayer to Tetris Effect?
So we had, as you know, Tetris Effect is a game. It's been out there now for a couple of years. We had a great reaction to that game. But one of the things that we saw a lot of people, saying and reacting to is that they wanted to basically like share the experience with a friend. It's a very positive kind of life affirming. It sounds weird that I'm still talking about Tetris, but I am talking about Tetris. It's a very different kind of take on Tetris. But so we had this really great, really positive, wellspring of good feelings around the game. But people wanted to share that with people. They wanted to share that with family or with friends. They wanted to hang out with other people in that space. And so, so that basically led to us wanting to add multiplayer now for Tetris Effect Connected.
Mark, when you were working on this, I mean, you could probably look at it and go, gee, we're gonna add multiplayer. We could all play on one board, or maybe we'll all have individual boards. Like, tell us about the thought process of how you came up with what you ultimately are shipping versus kind of something that you played and go, no, this doesn't feel right.
Sure. Well, I don't want to undersell the difficulty of doing anything new in the world of Tetris, right? Like, it's like you say, it's been out there now for 30, 35 years. And so, we didn't walk into that lightly. It's like, who are we? What are we really going to add that's going to stand the test of time? And so we did it with humility and very carefully. But one of the things that we identified, we thought we could add, in addition to, kind of takes on competitive Tetris and a throwback to kind of classic Tetris of old, we identified an area we thought that there really hasn't been mined too well in Tetris, and that's co-op Tetris. And so one of the things we wanted to focus on, again, with that real positive, good feeling, is we wanted to have people feel like they were united, like they were cooperating, they were playing together as a team. And so that was a big inspiration behind the mode I think we're going to play today, Connected Mode, and kind of the namesake mode of this new multiplayer is, hey, let's have people not just, competing and fighting against each other, but actually like cooperating as a team to kind of feed more into that good, positive feeling behind Tetris Effect.
Yeah, I mean, and you talk about, that positive feeling, and it's, we talk about, it's a 30, 35-year-old game that was developed in Russia. You guys are in Japan. It's enjoyed around the world, and it's really one of those very few gaming phenomenons. And I don't use that term lightly, because I remember people pouring hours and hours into to games. You're playing them on much smaller screens, but now you've got this beautiful 16:9 palette. You've got the power of Xbox Series X and S. What are some of the features that we're going to see on these new consoles?
So, you're going to see a much higher, like native 4K, 60 frames a second performance. And, I think that's, especially with a game like this, I want to say that is more than just numbers, because a lot of what we do with the graphics and sound, the audiovisual experience is a big part of what we think makes Tetris Effect really special. And we use like a particle system, right? So if it's a bunch of dots, like the graphics are based around kind of dots and how they can react to the music and physics and all kinds of things like that. And so, even if you're somebody that's like, well, resolution or whatever, I don't really care about that, that's just a number. The fidelity really does make a big difference in the actual emotional experience, hopefully, that you're going to get from this game. So hopefully that's something people are really going to notice pop much more now on Series S and Series X.
Now, you mentioned audio, and I'm a big audio fan, and hopefully, now tell us, what will this support? I mean, a lot of folks are asking about Dolby Atmos. Will this support Dolby Atmos?
Actually, that's a good question. I don't actually know the answer to that. I should look into that. But audio has been a big part of the original Tetris Effect experience. We had a a full soundtrack created just bespoke for this game.
Wow.
And the connected mode now adds, I want to say, about 10 new tracks. So it does have a bunch of all new music. Every boss, like you're going to see us fight against here in connected mode, has its own theme that evolves as you play against the different bosses, the different skill levels. All the different modes have different music, including like a remix of what we call classic Tetris that some lapsed fans might recognize from, 30 years ago.
Now, we talked about multiplayer. That's a big one of the reasons I want to have you on today. We're going to play a little bit of multiplayer in just a moment. Tell us how local multiplayer mode works before we jump into online.
Sure. So one of the big things, again, with this game was we wanted people to be able to play with their family, with their friends, everybody, strangers on the internet. But one of the big parts about that is, couch co-op, basically, right? Couch multiplayer. So you can play any of the multiplayer modes locally, just on your own Xbox. You can have AI if you want to play some of the modes, like the one we're going to play today, connected mode, which you can play up to 3 players, and you only have one other player around, or you're just playing solo, but you want to practice or try it out. You can use different AI bots to fill in those slots. You can ramp their AI skill level too from 1 to 10. So to kind of match your own, especially if you're playing competitive, that's a lot of help. Somebody like me, despite having worked on Tetris now for 4 years, as you're about to see, I'm still learning. Let's put it that way. But yeah, so you can play now locally all the different modes. You can play friend matches just against your friends, or you can play what we call ranked matches, which is actually set of rules that you have to play against, and you actually will be ranked, higher or lower depending on whether you win or lose and how well you play.
All right, Mark, Green Tea, I've picked up the controller. What do you say we do this, right? So tell us what we're going to play today.
Sure. So we're going to play connected mode, our namesake mode. And like I was saying before, this is a cooperative mode is the idea here. So it's going to be the 3 of us against an AI-controlled boss. If you want to we can all ready up here. And so we're going to it's a little bit of a different spin on competitive Tetris. Everybody, just hit A there and we'll all ready up.
Hitting A and I'm not readying up because this is a live demo and that's what happens. So the tech guys are going to come out and tell me what's going on.
Cool.
Controller's on, I'm ready to play, but once we get this figured out, tell us what we're going to play.
Sure. So it's going to be the 3 of us against one AI-controlled boss, and we don't individually, send lines over the way you do a normal competitive Tetris. What we're going to do is we all 3 of us share a meter, and as we play Tetris clear lines, that meter's going to fill up, and once it fills all the way up, we're going to combine into one big 30-block long matrix.
Okay.
And any of us can move. We'll take turns in that 30-block long matrix, dropping blocks, and those lines that we clear will then get sent over against the boss. Cool. Yeah, here we go.
Okay, got it. All right, we're getting ready to get ready up here. So you talked about it, but feel free to re-explain it as we're continuing.
Sure. So yeah, and you'll also see the boss. The boss is not going to just sit idle. The boss is also going to be clearing lines, filling his own meter, and he's going to send those over in attacks we call blitzes. You'll see here probably pretty soon the effect of that. So yeah, we're just playing.
By the way, that's me over there on the left. Where are you, Mark?
Yes, I'm on the right, and Green Tea, who, by the way, is one of the 5 best players in the world, is in the middle. No pressure, though. No pressure.
Awesome.
So these things are unstable blocks. What he just attacked us with, if you combine these with each other, like I just did, boom, they blow up and screw up your matrix. So try to not have the fiery blocks touching each other.
Ah, I see.
He just attacked us with a no hold. That means normally you can put a piece in storage with the shoulder button, with the L shoulder button. You can't do that right now.
Right.
And here's unstable again, so the fiery blocks. But we're just trying to clear lines to build up our meter right now, so that we can combine forces and go against them. So the different bosses too are going to have different attacks, but all of them are pretty much focused on trying to mess us up. in many different ways.
So
and you can see on our meter
playing and talking is very difficult, so I applaud you, Mark, for being able to do this.
I'm still learning how to do that. So now we filled up our meter. You can hear the music change a little bit, and the effect between the matrices gets a little intense, and boom. Okay, now we're
so now the board, just
Larry,
notice the board opened up. It's crazy now. So tell me what we just saw.
So now we're combining, and we're trying to form lines here, the three of us at once, and taking turns. You can see whose turn it is switched. Now it's the red person's turn. That's me. Now it's you, Larry, yellow. And yeah, we're basically now sharing one big matrix and trying to combine. Now you can see every once in a while you'll get a purple Tetramino, and I'll show you what that does.
By the way, Tetramino, that's what a lot of people don't know the blocks are called. That's a big deal.
That's right. Yeah, the 4-block block. So see, now watch my purple Tetramino here. I can go ahead and fix this. Boom. We call it a magic Mino, and that just basically goes down and fills any gaps or pushes down any blocks that might be covering a gap. So now that we're about to exit the zone, you can see the sparkles on the bottom almost elapse. And when we do, we're going to exit the zone. We're going to separate, but the lines we cleared will now zoom over to the boss and add to his matrix. So,
got it.
Yeah.
So we're kind of ping-ponging around between these modes. We have to continue through the level, and then as we make it, it goes over to the right-hand side.
That's exactly right, yeah. And in the meantime, he can build up his defense. He can try to fight us doing that, which he's doing right now. He can make those lines disappear if he switches into defensive mode. But while he's doing that, that means he's not attacking us, and we have a chance to increase our lines again. So let's see here. You can see also our meter on the bottom. If you look, you can tell by what color the different players have contributed to the line. Okay, now I'm going to drop a bunch. Okay, let's see if we can get better this time.
I thought we did better last time, Mark. Pressure's on.
So yeah, so speed is a thing here, and we can fix mistakes if we need to with those magic Minos later. But you don't earn as much attack against the boss. The more you use those magic Minos, the more you rely on kind of the little cheat Minos.
Right.
The less your attack you're going to send over against the boss. But see here, we're already doing better this time. It feels really good when you get in the rhythm here. Oops, when you don't do what I just did. And you get in the rhythm with 3 players, it feels really good.
What's kind of the best strategy that you guys have found as you know, we're making this a party game?
I'm sorry, what's that?
What's kind of the best strategy that people should, when they're playing this multiplayer mode?
Sure. So one big strategy is to fill up your matrix before we merge.
Okay.
Because once we merge, then you have a whole bunch of blocks already, which you just have to top off. So you'll see some people when we're about to merge just suddenly start dropping blocks, not even trying to make lines, just start dropping blocks as fast as they can.
Right.
And that's because when we merge, it kind of shakes up everything and makes those blocks drop down. Let's beat this boss. We're going to beat him this time if we can merge again. Tatsujima-san's going to take us over the top.
Yeah, don't look for me for that. It's going to be up to you.
Let's go. Here we go. So yeah, so just try to fill up your matrix, Larry. Don't even worry so much about clearing lines right now.
Got it.
Just kind of fill it up and watch this. When we're about to merge, see what I'm doing. It's time. I'm just dropping them all over the place, and here we go. Ooh. So now we're set up kind of already. You do have to be a little more careful now where you drop your... They have these peaks and valleys, right? But we can start completing lines. See, we're already at 8 now. Oh, I'm sorry, that's me. And you can feel the controller vibrate too, right? When it's your turn, it goes. It kind of.
It's a nice little tip.
Yeah, it's a nice little reminder. Hey, wake up.
Oh no.
All right, yeah, we got another line bar. We got this guy. Trying to get that T-spin in there, Larry.
Trying.
Doing advanced
That's why
Tetris
old
here.
school Tetris coming into play. It's just all the muscle memory just came back.
All right, we got him.
Yeah, nice.
Excellent.
So now we beat him. That's one boss. The bosses come in things of 3. We're on normal difficulty. It gets harder and harder. So maybe, here you can see the little result screen. MVP, of course, Patajipa-san.
Right. It better be.
And we'll just give you a taste of this next boss where you can see some of the different attacks he's going to have. Now we're up against Libra, kind of fighting the zodiac signs here. So they escalate as they get more difficult. Their blitz attacks get kind of crazy to the point where some of them hide your matrix where it's completely invisible. You can't see anything. Let's let him get an attack in. He's like setting up for a Tetris.
Okay.
There he goes.
Coming.
Okay, so hard field. So these are lines now you have to clear twice in order to get rid of them. Other things will kind of invert where your blocks are and where they weren't. Here's twist, which just kind of gives a little spin on what you've done. Just basically trying to mess you up any which way he can. So yeah, and as one little extra bonus, we should mention, in general, you're playing against AI-controlled bosses here, but we do have a special weekend mode that only is active 24 hours every week. Okay. And that is called Connected Versus mode, and you can actually play as the boss. So a 4th player can join and play as the boss in that Connected Versus mode. Again, just 24 hours.
Sure.
It's the same 24 hours all across the globe, but at the same 24 hours, you can kind of get a taste of the dark side.
Well, I just want to make sure whenever I'm playing, I'm going to have to check my clock because I want to do it when Green Tea's sleeping. I don't want to ever match up against him.
He is scary, scary good. He's also our, like we mentioned, lead multiplayer designer. So that was a very nice, very, very nice thing to have when it came time to balance the game. But as a live multiplayer game, we're not pretending that we have the formula figured out from the start. So we're super excited, starting today, for people to be playing this game, watching how they're doing, things like bugs and stuff like that we'll be looking out for, but really like what we're excited to see is like how people do strategies we haven't heard of. Should we be balancing things differently? We'll be patching and watching stuff to react to the community as best we can, especially in these first few weeks and months.
Yeah, it'll be great to see some of the a lot of the streamers streaming this and seeing watching it online, because it's a very unique game that you'll be able to stream.
That's what we're hoping, especially that Connected Versus mode where it's 1 against 3. We're really interested, these Tetris pro players like Tajima-san who are so good. We wanted to kind of give them something as well to have fun with. So like 3 of us mere mortals can like team up and see what you can do against somebody who's really skilled. Also, there are handicaps for all of the different modes. So if you're playing with friends or playing locally and somebody is way better than the rest of you, you can still kind of even out the playing field and have fun with each other. Okay, we're going to combine again.
Here we go.
Yeah. Hey, Mark, tell us, you mentioned music a little bit earlier. You said there was bespoke music for this. Tell us a little bit about that.
Sure. So we got the same artist, Hydelic, to do the music that did it in the original game, which was really well received. And it might be hard to notice, but even the music, so we're still in normal difficulty here right now, but the music now with this boss has changed slightly. It's evolved. And it's completely different when you fight any of the 5 different tiers of bosses. But even within those tiers, with the individual bosses, kind of changes slightly, evolves slightly. And yeah, his Hydelic thing is really doing different styles of music, different types of music. So It's really radically different from one tier to the next and in the different modes, and really just like lends the whole mode or boss or stage like a different atmosphere, I think.
All right, I think there we go. I think this will be a good time to kind of wrap it up here. So this was really great stuff.
Sure.
Mark, I want to, first of all, Mark and Green Tea, thank you for joining us to show off Tetris Effect Connected. Available now on Xbox PC Game Pass and Game Pass for PC.
This launch moment to me means to be part of gaming history.
Behind the scenes, here on the Xbox team, we've put in thousands of hours of work to create the best all-around gaming experience for our users.
I'm most excited in this new generation of the amazing capabilities that creators will have to tell deeper, profound, and more immersive stories.
I'm so proud of the work that we've done to make Xbox accessible at all different price points.
It's an absolute dream come true, and it's a culmination of years of work by so many passionate people with a mission to deliver the most powerful and accessible gaming devices to play the games that you love.
Working on something that I know that millions of people in the world will enjoy is amazing.
Giving our fans new, unique, exciting experiences and inviting new players to join us is what gives me energy and makes work worthwhile. Jump in.
A message I'd like to send to the gaming community is thank you.
Thanks to all of the Xbox community for their passion, their love to the brand, and for making Xbox the best gaming experience in the world.
I can't wait to see our community continue to connect, play, and create together with this console launch. Thank you, fans. You're the reason why we do this.
A message I'd like to send to the community is get ready. Get ready for faster load times. Get ready for higher frame rates. Get ready for more detail.
For me, this launch is important because when everybody plays, we all win.
So on behalf of everybody at Xbox and everybody at Xbox Research and Design, have an awesome launch, and thank you for all the feedback and support over the years.
Hey guys, Christian Plisik here. Hope you guys are all having a great time watching the Xbox launch live stream celebration. Gaming and football are two things that can really bring us all together this year. So we want to give you guys an amazing opportunity to earn rewards and prizes all year playing FIFA 21 on Xbox. So make sure you guys stay safe out there and score more with Xbox.
Hello everyone, today we want to talk about the amazing possibilities that the Xbox Series X has brought to our game.
Showcasing our near future London and allowing our players full immersion has been a key goal for us. With the Xbox Series X, we're able to run at 4K resolution and a consistent 30 FPS. Combined with the ray tracing tech we're using in-game, it means we offer a smooth, cinematic gameplay experience.
London in Watch Dogs Legion is a bustling metropolis with self-driving vehicles, drones flying overhead, and holograms all bringing the colorful neighborhoods of the city to the near future. Our players will explore a familiar but unique version of London. It's the perfect place to show the power of real-time ray trace reflections, allowing us to bring a level of realism to an urban playground never seen before.
Thanks to direct storage, all game loading times are dramatically reduced. Players won't have to wait to get back into the action. This tech also gives you a more seamless world traversal experience, especially when driving at high speeds. Anything you see in the open world will have significantly increased resolution and fidelity, including render targets, cube maps, shadows, textures, and high detail geometry. We've enhanced our graphical features, including ray traced reflections, improved shadow quality, and support for variable refresh rate.
For our team, it's about nailing both the vision of what near-future London looks like and offering a phenomenal gameplay experience to the players. Watch Dogs Legion will support smart delivery, so anyone who buys an Xbox copy of the game will get a free upgrade to play on the Xbox Series X. Watch Dogs Legion arrives to the Xbox Series X on day 1, November 10th. We cannot wait to see you there, and welcome to the Resistance.
Yeah. There they are. Oh man, they're still up there.
Having a good time.
Need a break. I'll tell you now. Listen, the recreation of London in Watch Dogs Legions is simply stunning. As is the idea that you can play as anyone. Xbox One owners have been playing it for a little over a week, and today it is a launch title for Xbox Series X and Series S.
That's right, Larry. Big day. So here to take you on a whirlwind tour of the game are Clint Hawking and Kent Hudson. How are you guys doing today?
We're doing great, man.
Congratulations on a big day.
Great to see you guys. I got to tell you, we've been talking here. I've been playing a lot of the game for the past couple weeks. I got it early, thank you. And a couple days ago, I got the update which introduced ray tracing, and my eyes popped out of my head. When I saw that playing on my OLED screen, I could not put the controller down. Now, Malik, you haven't had a chance to play this, have you?
I haven't gotten in yet. I'm planning on doing it when I get my console tonight.
I'm telling you, if you have an Xbox One X, Series X, or Series S, you have to check out this game. The ray tracing is simply unbelievable. Anyway, and I kind of answered my own question, which was for you guys. Hey, what improvements can players see on Series X and S? Certainly there's ray tracing, but there's a lot of other stuff too, right?
Absolutely. I mean, we also brought smart delivery. So what's really important for us, as you mentioned, that we released on the current generation, or I guess the previous generation of consoles. And for those who did get it there, you can grab it today through smart delivery and play on the new generation. Also, aside from the graphic improvements, much faster loading times. One of the great things about our game is, swapping characters and, I want to be my construction worker. I want to be my spy. I want to be a beekeeper. Now those load times are super fast, which makes that, gameplay experience way more fluid. And of course, the graphics, London's a very wet city, very rainy. And it's really wonderful to see how much more life and connection to the world comes from that added layer of graphical fidelity. So it's a great way to experience the game.
You all pack the game with content, and of course the visual fidelity, like you mentioned with ray tracing, is amazing. So I know we have a bunch of gameplay and a bunch of things to talk about. So let's jump right in. What are we going to be seeing today with the Watch Dogs Legion gameplay here?
Well, Play as Anyone is one of the big innovations, probably the big innovation of the game. So the video we're going to watch is basically taking a variety of different characters with different abilities into different situations and kind of showing how, no matter how you like to play, you're going to be able to find characters that have unique abilities and unique capabilities. And so we're trying to actually run through some gameplay here of all kinds of different characters to show what the game has to offer.
And I want to point out that what we're seeing here on this gameplay, this is Series X. It looks fantastic on XRS. But you're just kind of jumped into a car and now you're screaming on down the railroad having tracks. You know what? I got to tell you, I got to use this trick to get around town. I totally forgot because there's no traffic up there. And I'll tell you, one of the challenges I've had playing this game is it's in London, which looks fantastic, but I'm used to driving on the different side of the road. So that's been one of the most difficult things for me. But look at this game. Look, it looks fantastic. I mean, you're seeing the ray tracing action, you're kind of seeing in some of the reflections. What are some of the other areas that we're going to see the graphical enhancements? Certainly ray tracing, draw distances. Tell us about that.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. The ray tracing, the draw distances are all hugely improved. I think I think correctly the shadow fidelity is improved, and I was actually talking to one of our graphics programmers the other day about what it's called, and I can't remember the name of the technology where the shadows closer to a person's foot or to the base of a car or a post are very crisp, but as you move further away from that object, the shadows get fuzzier.
I'm sure Twitter is going to remind you quickly. So.
The experts will tell me, and I'm sure Yarko's really pleased at me for asking what it's called. But I mean, I think one of the things that's great is it's detailed shadows, like these kinds of reflections. They're not just there for graphical fidelity. They really make your characters and your actions in the world feel a lot more physical and grounded. Like it makes the space feel more believable, and the lighting model makes everything feel more connected in the world and makes it feel much richer.
Hold on a minute. I got to point this out. If you have your spider bot, you have to do that move. You can sneak up behind enemies, and it's like this face hugger kind of move, and then completely incapacitates them.
Nightmare is what I call it.
I love it, and I didn't.
It never gets old.
I was playing with Jeff from our team, and I was telling him about this. He's like, "What do you mean you can do this?" And I heard him when he was doing it. He's like, "Oh my God, you can do that." Now, we're seeing kind of the world here and in London, and it looks fantastic. You talked about playing as any character. Here you are in a drone. I want to talk about playing characters in a minute, but this is also cool because there's all sorts of drones you can take over in the world, right?
Yeah, the drones are a huge part of the game. I mean, it's an extension of what we had in Watch Dogs 2 with the quadcopter. But the drones are everywhere in London. There's a drone highway above the city. There's combat drones. There's ambient drones. We have the ability to take them over and do gameplay.
There's
like
news
here, you're
drones.
seeing. Yeah, this is yeah. There's news drones, Wi-Fi drones. This is actually a custom drone to this character. So only this character type can use this drone, which has a shock attack that he's using on the enemies here. And so this character can just summon this drone wherever they want. But at any time, you can also just turn around and hijack drones from what we call the drone highway, which is above the city. And there are enemy drones that are in the levels and are basically pushed back against the character and new challenges to overcome. But you can also, of course, if you invest in the tech progression of the game, you can get the ability to hijack those and take control of them, or even turn them against the enemy to seed a little chaos into the layout. So drones are a huge part of the game. It's one of the major focuses of our Montreal partner studio. They did a great job with it.
And you talked about it earlier, and you kind of mentioned it here, but you can play as any character. And you can go through and you can recruit characters. And I was going through the city and I came across a bunch of different characters. I think his name was Bennett, and he was a drone expert or something, and I recruited him. I don't remember what his name was. But I'm just saying, is all the different characters have different abilities, and you can build up your roster to decide how you want to take on and become the resistance, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, play as anyone is sort of our core innovation, and it's not just that everyone's playable, it's that every single person that you see in the entire open world is simulated. They have a home, they have a job, they have a life, they have friends and relationships, and all of those relationships are tracked. So, if Bennett has a sister, and you beat up Bennett's sister, Bennett's going to know about that, and he's going to like you less. Whereas if you see Bennett's sister being harassed by Albion and being wrongfully detained or persecuted, you can save her, and then Bennett's going to like you more, and he'll be more likely to or more ready to join your team. So it's not just that you can click on people and embody them. It's that the whole population is simulated to a degree we've never seen before in a video game.
Which is super impressive, because it's one thing for you all to literally give every character, every model in the game a background story, but it's also a whole other thing to give them dynamics and how the player can affect the relationships. I remember the unveiling back last year, and hearing that you all were going to tackle giving every character different abilities, different background stories. I'm curious, from your perspective, what was your opinion when you heard, like, this is what we're going to be doing? What was the mentality behind that?
Well, it was a very it was a little bit crazy. We looked at one of our big inspirations for this game was really the first Watch Dogs game. In the first Watch Dogs game, I remember the first unveiling of that game, back in 12 or 13 or whatever, seeing Aiden walking down the street and profiling someone and seeing, Bill Jackson, former professional football player, suffered a head injury or something. And then it gives you this really strong feeling that everybody in the world is a real person with a life and a story. And so when we sat down and said, how are we going to take this game to the next level to get ready for a next generation players and for a next generation open world simulation and really take this and deliver on this promise, it was a natural question of like, what if all those things were real? What if all those people and their stories and their backgrounds and their lives were real? And they were also a really meaningful part of the game. And then if we start from there, what is the game that we build around that to bring that to life? And that was kind of where we started. And this is 5 years later, this is where we landed.
Now we're going through the gameplay here, and you can see you open up some of the skills for this particular character. But I want to point out is that certainly there's a lot of missions in the game, but you guys have created this world, this lifelike world, London in many respects it is. But you've also, for the missions, you've provided a lot of different ways to do the missions. And I think that's interesting. Talk about that in the game design, please.
Sure. So that's, high level, we call that freedom of approach, which has been one of our sort of guiding principles ever since the beginning of the game. So, of course, with Play as Anyone, you can bring anyone you want to it, play it any way you want to, but also with our level design. One of the big things we did was try to give the 360 approach to our locations as much as possible, so that, if you go to a mission and you see what looks like the front door, great, you can go in there, but you can also say, oh, let me see if I can hijack a cargo drone and fly it and come in from the top. Or I bet there's a back door around the back, and I bet there's also, like a gate over here or a pipe I can climb up. And so you can really approach it from any direction you want to. And even so far as what we call uniformed access gameplay, where certain locations, the people who are working there, one of their abilities is, since they have the uniform, they can enter that location with a modified stealth mode, and you actually don't have to sneak around. So if you recruit that person in your team, you can walk there like they're just showing up for their shift, because as Clint said, people are simulated, so these people work at these locations for a period of time and leave. And so you actually can go in there with a modified stealth mode with your uniform on and pretend to be working there while you're secretly doing the mission. So we really try to make it just as much as possible, no matter what kind of gameplay you like. If you like run and gun, or if you like stealth, if you like hacking, or if you like melee, or it's all there for you. We really try to support it as much as possible and let you sort of make the game your own.
And I can see right now the character that you're playing as is the hitman, or the hitwoman, as the case may be. And she's got some. I haven't even unlocked or discovered her yet, so I need to get this. She's pretty amazing. Look at this.
Yeah, really tough. Again, we built lots of different cool sort of character archetypes and a whole bunch of abilities, and then we can mix and match and combine those abilities. And the hitman comes with a weapon arsenal. She or she can use assault rifles and pistols. They also have what we call gun kata, which is the ability to do these cool grapples and takedowns and throw people down on the ground and do cool finishers with their weapons. And she also, and you'll see she's got a combat roll here, which makes her harder to hit. And it also, in the combat roll, she automatically reloads her weapon. So as you're moving fluidly around the environment, closing the gap to people, doing finishers on them, reloading your weapon on the fly, it's a pretty powerful character for a really aggressive play style. When that's a thing that kind of strikes your pulse.
The other thing I want to point out is you said something very subtle there that maybe some folks could pick up on, is that as you're playing as he or she, is that depending on how you play the game, like my secret agent that we talked about that I unlocked, it's a woman, but I was talking with somebody else, and theirs is a man. So the different characters, even though your friends may be playing, you may, in fact, the hitman may be a man or maybe a woman. Who knows? It just depends how you play the game and how you approach the world, right?
Yep. I mean, the world is simulated uniquely for you, for every person who plays the game. You're going to find people in your game that no one else has. It's not like we offline, generated a set number of people and everybody's getting that set. You could find, the same person in different games. Like, the stream we're watching right now, these characters will never exist in anyone else's game.
Right.
So what you find is going to be unique to you. Now, the abilities, of course, are consistent. So if you find a hitman, she, like Clint said, he or she's going to have, the Desert Eagle and the assault rifle and the combat roll and the gun kata, plus additionally other properties, because that's the roll of the dice, I guess. But yeah, it's going to be who they are. It's going to be completely unique to your game, and that's where we find people developing a real attachment to their characters. Like they're like, oh my gosh, that person looks like my high school gym teacher, but they also come with this really sweet shotgun. That's weird. I guess I'll play them. So the game is full of those anecdotes.
That last example was one that probably hit close to home. That's interesting. Now we're looking here. I know we talked about the location, especially the climate informing like what you want to do in the game. And as we go through here, I'm curious with the pick for London. The Watch Dogs 1, we had Chicago. Watch Dogs 2, we had San Francisco. How big is the map compared to the previous games? And what was, again, some of the things that made you choose London?
So, I mean, the map is about the same size. We didn't want to, those maps are really big, but London is a very, very dense city, much denser than the San Francisco of Watch Dogs 2, denser than the Chicago of Watch Dogs 1, and much more detailed, much higher fidelity of detail, narrower streets, lots of pedestrian traffic, lots of vehicle traffic. For us, the choice of London was very much a reflection of our desire to make our play as any one innovation as meaningful as possible. London's one of the most diverse cities in the world. It has over people from over 300 nations call it their home. Over 180 different languages are spoken there. We spend a ton of time on the ground researching the city, talking to all kinds of different people with behind closed doors access, going into these, not necessarily open to the public kinds of locations, and really getting to know the city. And we really felt like when we were trying to decide where we would set the game, if we were going to do play as anyone, we wanted to choose a city that had a really diverse population. If rather than a homogenous population, it's less interesting to play as anyone if everybody's kind of the same, right? So London really brought this opportunity to make the most of our innovation, and we're really proud of the diversity you can see in the population.
And not only that you can see, but I noticed in the characters that you come across and that you play as and with is the accents. The range of accents in the voice acting is incredible. You get North London, South London, Cockney, you get all the different, just London. And then of course you mentioned all the folks that may not be from there that have resettled there. And it's amazing what you guys have done there. I mean, it feels so alive.
Yeah, that was a big investment for us. We not only, have a huge voice cast to make sure that, as you said, the voices are authentic to the people that you find. We actually created some proprietary technology that actually lets us take, the same voice actor and the same voice performance and modulate it and do format modulation and all kinds of crazy stuff that I barely even understand to turn one performance into 2 or 3, to the point that you can have a scene in the game where the same voice actors on both sides of a conversation, and you don't realize it because we've changed it so much. It's more than just simple pitch shifting. It actually changes the voice.
Right.
But the other thing is it's not just voice acting. It's not like we got a bunch of people to come in and just read the same scripts over and over. We actually crafted personas. So a voice actor is actually mapped to a personality and a way of dealing with things. So if you play missions and do cutscenes with different characters, you're going to get a different take. Some people might be really sarcastic and funny. Some people might be really grim. Some people might be like hesitant about the situation or really serious. And so it's beyond just mixing up the voice acting. It's actually that you develop an attachment to these characters and actually speaking and saying different things in different scenes that really just kind of goes to that extra level.
We've seen some of the gameplay. I can't remember what character you have here, what their abilities are. But we saw the Hitman or the Hitwoman earlier. The thing about Watch Dogs is you can really play it any way you want. Whether you want to go in loud and proud and just guns a-blazing, or if you want to go stealth, it's really up to the player, right?
Yeah, absolutely, for sure. So right now, this character is a hacker. Okay. She's a hacker specialist. And so she's got a couple of really cool abilities. She has what we call viral hacks, which is kind of an upgrade on all of the hacks in the game, where if you, instead of just pressing the button to jam someone's weapon like we saw a second ago, she can hold the button and that will propagate out to other people in a radius. And I actually discovered this strategy that you're about to see in this video while I was playing the game, probably for the 3rd or 4th time during development. And I was like, man, if you take a hacker into this drone fight that she's about to get into here, and you have those viral hacks unlocked, you can use the betray hack, and it will propagate to multiple enemy drones and betray them all. Right. So all these drones that are being sent against you end up switching over to your side when your hack goes into effect. So that's why I when I played this section, that's what I was really trying to focus on. So again, yeah, all the different characters have these cool abilities, and there's so many different ways to play. You might be like, oh, well, what if I
wait a minute, I don't have that ability yet on my Spider.
Ability envy here.
Wow. So you as you play through the game and you unlock new characters with new abilities, or you unlock new gadgets through the tech tree and you upgrade them, you start to come up with new strategies and think of new ways of playing. And so it's not just freedom of approach. There's also a certain element of expression and player expression here, and how you want to play and how you want to show off your strategies and your skills and your abilities. That's one of the things that really keeps me continually engaged with the game.
And I think that's great. I mean, for players who are going to be jumping into the game, I think it really sounds great that you, as someone who worked on the game, are still discovering new ways to tackle missions, and I think that's going to be awesome for replayability. Now, I want to go through, as we take out a bunch of these people who are just working for people. Let's talk about the balance between, when you are tackling a mission, whether you, go in as just a person or whether you use drones. What's the balance between abilities and tech here?
It's honestly, like, I know we keep saying this, it sounds a bit cliche, but it's honestly up to you. Like this, we could have played this scene with someone who had the AR cloak, which lets you go invisible, and they never even know you're here. You're playing a cat and mouse game. Obviously, we're seeing like the heavy hacking approach. You could have brought somebody who has their own personal combat drone. You could have brought somebody who has unlocked all of the drone hacks in the game and is jumping from drone to drone, hijacking them, turning them against each other. That we, one of the things that we really, really, really wanted to focus on was never getting into this lock and key thing where we're like, okay, this is a hacker mission and you need to go recruit a hacker because we scripted a bunch of gameplay for a hacker that's only like no, it's just sort of, uniform challenges for everybody. And we really want to say, if this is how you want to play, if this is who you want to play, you can succeed, you can come and have a good time, and we want the game to cater to all the play styles.
Yeah, and it's interesting we're seeing this battle with the drones, but there's so much verticality to the game. Of course, you're going to get that with some drone action, but we're also seeing a lot of these little nooks and crannies that you can fly into or jump into to hide and break the line of sight. I love seeing what you guys have done with this, the stealth. And I go back to one of the original stealth games that I played was another game of Ubisoft, which is Splinter Cell, and just seeing how it's evolved. I mean, the same concept is still there. You gotta hide. It just defines how you want to do it.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I mean, it's not just, Kent already mentioned like hacking and, going in guns blazing or using drones, remoting. Of course, stealth is another strategy in the game for sure. There are characters that are, have quieter footsteps. There are characters that, have other hacks or abilities that can, give you more, can distract people more, can jam their weapons. We've also built a melee system, and that was a really important thing for us when we went on our first trip to London. And we kind of realized...
Did you get into some bar fights? Is that what happened?
Quite the opposite, actually. We realized, which is, I guess, it's pretty common knowledge, but you don't realize it until you're on the ground and you kind of realize that the police there aren't carrying guns, typically, right? And so we're like, well, what are we going to do if we're running around London causing all this mayhem? We can't just give the cops guns. That wouldn't be authentic to our version of London. So we created Albion, who are, this very authoritarian private military company. But at the same time, we also realized it would probably be appropriate to the world if we had a melee system. And so we have a melee system in the game. And why that's important for stealth is it means that if you go into a location, even one that's guarded by Albion, they won't go hot with guns unless you pull out a weapon first. Yeah. There are some situations where they'll still go hot if they've seen you beat up 15 guys or whatever. Like if they realize that you're a real problem, they'll still give you a warning and raise their weapons. But in general, you can try to be stealthy, and then if you get caught, it's not like one guard sees you and then starts shooting and now you have to murder everybody in the building, right? The guard will see you and he'll run over and engage you with melee, and if you beat him, then you can cloak his body, cover everything up, and then resume back into stealth, recover back into stealth, so that it's not as binary and fragile. It's a state that you can go back into. Here we'll see a spy.
This is my favorite character. I love their abilities. You saw the cloaking. It was kind of a DB9-esque kind of vehicle. This is the one that something happened in the game and I kind of lost her for a little bit. So I'll just say that. I don't want to give any spoilers. But I adore this character. I was having so much fun, and I urge you to spend time to unlock her and find her if you can, or him.
Absolutely.
Yeah, this is one of the classic. Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say, like, I mean, if we're doing London, you've got MI5, MI6. You got to pay off the James Bond, or I guess Jane Bond. Yeah. In this case, strategy for sure.
Yeah, I mean, just having a secret agent and having some of those classic abilities and some cool stuff there is really good. So,
absolutely. Now, I understand the last player character type that we're going to talk about is the hooligan. How would you describe the hooligan for those who are going to be going with that?
Is this where the fighting comes in?
I think the hooligan might technically be the one. It might be my turn in the question thing, but Clint loves that character so much. I think I should let him talk about that.
The hooligan is another, it's another character that I discovered kind of late in the development cycle. In fact, I think the game might have already been live before I started ranting to Kent about like, oh, I started playing the game with a hooligan and I love it. So this is a character who's a football hooligan and tends to be kind of a rowdy guy or girl. And they have a couple of abilities. One of them is that they can chug a beer, and that makes them tougher in melee. And it's great because they pull out this beer out of their pocket.
London.
And then they give their little battle cry, and they can call their friends, and then a bunch of other hooligans kind of show up out of the crowd, and they'll run in there and they'll fight alongside you. And it's pretty. It can be pretty goofy, like running in there and like, you're beating up a guy and then you see your guys running in and beating up other guys. But there's some sort of like this sort of ridiculous joy of like bringing your football team buddies to go and beat up, the authoritarian menace in a construction site. I think it's just really delightful.
That's so creative.
Yeah. The other thing I want to point out here is we're seeing the spy here, and I love the hooligan too. Is that we've got, we talked about ray tracing, we talked about the graphics, we talked about the fast loading. I mean, these are things that really add up to a new type of gameplay. So I urge you, if you had a chance to play Watch Dogs already, and you've been playing on your Xbox One X, when you play it on your Series X or S, you're going to see here's your hooligan. You're going to see a pretty substantial upgrade. Actually, I need to stop right now.
Here we are, the hooligan's on the screen.
Look at this, and he's got his own emotes. Oh yeah, this is.
The liquid courage is real in this one.
Yep.
And the mullet. I mean, you guys nailed everything about it.
Yeah, this guy's such a goofball. Again, I was just playing the game at the office, and we're like, okay, we got to catch for some footage. So I was like, okay, I'll go. Oh, there's a hooligan, and I recruited him. But like, again, you don't always know what you're gonna get. And I was like, this guy is perfect. And I gave him this helmet, and I think there's a scene here where he does like this crazy like headbutt takedown, where he like headbutts the guy in the face with his metal helmet. I don't know. He's so over the top. He's got this brazen sort of British like hooligan attitude to him, which is it's crazy. And there's his mates like jumping in there, grabbing these armed Albion guys and throwing punches.
And I want to point out that he's got a mask on here, because sometimes when you go into areas that you're not supposed to, you have to wear a mask. And you've got a bunch of different masks that you can put on. So this one isn't particularly hooligan, is it?
No, this is. I actually think this is a mask that comes from For Honor. So we have some, cool masks that refer to some of our other games, and we're like, yeah, we should see if the For Honor guys can give us one of their cool helmets. And I think they gave us this one. I liked it because this guy's a Southern football fan, and he's got the yellow and black. And I saw this mask, this big pot helm that he headbutts that person in the face with.
It's actually a perfect mask for him.
It's a perfect mask. Yeah.
So that looks fantastic. Anyway.
No, it's great. I'm kind of fascinated by this. I think this is going to be the first person that I recruit a hooligan for sure. Now, moving on to what we can expect when players are jumping in today. Any other unique gadgets? Any other call-outs you wanna tell the players as they get ready to jump in?
Oh wow!
Yeah,
blindsided me with that one.
Yeah,
I've been ranting about my favorite characters. What's your favorite one, Kent?
Oh my gosh, now I'm on the spot. I actually, unfortunately, we saw it, but I really, really like the hacker character with the viral hacks. I also surprisingly love the Hitman, because I usually am more of a stealthy player, but like there's something so visceral about that character. But honestly, to me, the real joy of the game is built. You can have up to 40 people on your team, and so building this huge array of surprising people. I mean, we've got all kinds of people we didn't even show, like the beekeeper and the getaway driver and all these like archetypes. And basically the idea that like you go to a scene, you're like, you know what, who'd be perfect for this job? I'll just make up a name. Malik. I got to bring in Malik for this one, because he's got some ability that we might not even know is in the game, because even as developers, we're still discovering stuff. We still, when we're playing, we take screenshots and send it to each other in Teams chat. Like, holy crap! Look what I just found. So like honestly, like you can't pick a favorite character, because the game just surprises you, and you build this roster, and then you've got all these people to choose from. So it's honestly hard to say.
Here's my request: if we can get Phil Spencer in as a downloadable character, that would be great. I'll work on his abilities.
Yeah.
This has been awesome. You all did a great job. I can't wait. I'm getting my console tonight, checking out ray tracing on Xbox Series X and S. It's going to be fantastic. Clinton, Kent, thank you so much for being here today with us to give us a pretty thorough walkthrough of Watch Dogs Legion, which, of course, again, is available now in stores. Thanks, guys.
Thanks so much.
I think it's just amazing that there is so much accessibility with Xbox. That you've got the adaptive controllers, you've got the ability to play on your phone or play with the Razer Kishi.
Console gaming became much more affordable with subscriptions like Xbox Game Pass.
Instead of the console being released with maybe 10 games at launch, we have thousands that we will be able to play on the new console.
I grew up playing Xbox with my friends, and now I do it with my wife and with my daughter.
I've been able to have great, amazing, deep, shared experiences with people all over the globe simply through playing the games that we both enjoy.
I'm proud that I've been able to create and join some of the most amazing communities on Xbox, as well as raise significant funds for charity.
It's felt important to me as a woman of color in gaming, feeling the sense of being represented and not only heard, but respected in that space.
Gaming has changed my life for the better, and I can't wait to see what the next generation brings.
Bloober Team has made a name for itself in horror games. Layers of Fear, the terrifying Blair Witch, and now The Medium. It's an ambitious title using the power of the new Xbox consoles to let players navigate two worlds at the same time, and I'm assuming that's going to mean it's twice as scary. Here to tell us more are Wojciech Pieko and Jacek Jemba. Gentlemen, thanks for joining us from Poland.
Oh, and thank you for having us.
Yeah, thank you guys so much. We're thrilled to talk to you today. So The Medium made a strong impression when it was announced a few months ago. For those who maybe missed the unveil, what's the game about?
Okay, so The Medium tells a story about Marianne. She's a medium, haunted by visions of a child murder. And during the game, she will be trying to solve this horrible mystery.
Yeah, of course, it's another psychological horror when we can evolve our approach to this genre, yeah?
Yeah, that's right. And Marianne will be traveling to this abandoned hotel that we actually see right now. And of course, it's only a small part of the game because what we actually see is in the middle of the game. So of course, there is more than just the hotel to explore in a game. But yeah, that's the overall plot.
Yeah, hotel is our center point of the plot, yeah, but of course we can explore any, not any, yeah, other stuff than hotel, yeah, some forest, etc.
Yeah, and of course, Medium is a psychological horror game, so we will be exploring different topics, and this time we are tackling the topic of different points of view. And Marianne, maybe I will refer to one of the lines from the script when Marianne says that she can see two words, but she has never been a part of any of those words. So I think she's a very, very cool character to see things from completely different perspectives. Yeah, and this is the heart of our game. And we think that is really important in the times of, fake news and all other things that, you can crop the image to get a completely different message. And our game is about this, about unsolving the mystery, putting the pieces together that can affect your point of view and your view on what happened, what tragedy happened in this abandoned hotel resort.
So the setting, an abandoned hotel, say no more. That's perfect for horror, but so much horror comes from what's inside the character. So what can you tell us without giving too much away about Marianne and who she is?
Okay, so maybe to not give too much, we can say that Marianne works in a morgue. And I'd like to think of her like a ghost doctor, ghost
Therapist, yeah.
Ghost therapist,
Yeah.
yeah, that's right. So, of course, she's living like a normal life as she can,
Yeah.
as a medium, but she also helps other spirits to pass to the other world. So that's why we are referring to her like a ghost doctor.
Yeah, and in a way, she's also an underdog. Yeah, because she's not understood by her peers and what's around her, and in the real world and in the spirit world also, because ghosts mostly they are not aware that they are ghosts and who Marianne is. So she's in a really not so good situation.
Yeah, like trapped between worlds.
That's
as
such
you can see.
Yeah, that's such a fascinating concept. I really love the idea of two different parallel worlds, but the idea that there's no one truth.
Yeah.
So we're starting to see here, these two different worlds at the same time, and vastly, different art styles. Obviously, the spirit world is going to be quite a bit different from what we see in the real world. So what was the inspiration for the art style of the spirit world?
I wished I knew her real name.
Okay, so the spirit world is based on Zbigniew Beksiński's painting. He is a famous Polish surrealistic painter. And our spirit world is, not a hell or not even a limbo. It's something between worlds. And yeah, we are using different tricks to pull it off, to keep the player attention on both worlds. So as you can see, normal world is mostly bluish and the other world is mostly reddish at that point of the game, of course. So we are doing those tricks to, grab your attention, to keep your focus on the both worlds. And yeah. And Marianne is using different abilities that can, help her to get rid of the evil spirits, for example, or solve the puzzles in a game. Like here, we saw her using the out-of-body power to get out of the elevator, which stuck there, and use the spirit blast to create an electricity to, escape this trap.
Yeah, like Marianne has a gift. Yeah, like she maybe doesn't like it, but it's still a gift, and she always try to think how she can use it when resolving some maybe mysteries, like in the case of the hotel in our game. So yeah, we see like out of body, we see her energy spark.
Great.
To create some voltage.
Could you
and I
tell
think
us?
what is
Yeah.
Can you tell us a little bit more about the environment that we're looking at right now?
Okay, so right now we are in the abandoned office. I don't want to, spoil too much, but I would love to say that the game has been designed to flow between worlds. So sometimes you are only in the normal world, sometimes you are dragged into the spirit world by something or someone. Sometimes you have displayed two screens at the same time. So I think you will spend, similar time exploring each variation.
Yeah, and now because we talk about the powers and how Marianne can use it, and now we see some environmental puzzle, how we can use real world to affect the spirit world, and now we can see how Marianne use normal clock to change whole the environment in the spirit world.
That's so cool.
Yeah, that's a really interesting gameplay idea. So
Yeah.
I want to hear more about the different entities in the spirit world. How do we know who our allies are versus which ones are harmful?
The good one, they try not to kill you.
Yeah, I think the good spirits are mostly, begging for your help or talking to you, and the bad ones are really nasty and trying to get you.
Yeah, this is the main difference.
Yeah, but you have, powers that can help you to survive those encounters. And even, traveling to one of the world may help you. So when the monster comes after you, sometimes you can escape to a normal world where the monster doesn't see you, but you will not see the monster also. but you can, hold your breath and stay in the corner and maybe the entity will pass and not grab you. So we are, being in each world has pros and cons, and even with the monsters like here, I think the monster played by Troy Baker, of course, appear, and our character escapes to a normal world.
But we are not sure if she's still safe.
Yep.
Thanks so much, guys. It's really cool getting to see that deep look of the medium and what you're all going to be able to be doing with this generation of consoles. But one game, you have two worlds in this game, and one game is not enough for you. You're also working on two games. So Bloober Team is bringing not just the medium, but also remastering their cyberpunk horror classic, Observer. Let's take a look.
In the time of your life, live, so that in that good time there should be no ugliness or death for yourself or for any life your life touches. Seek goodness everywhere, and when it is found, bring it out of its hiding place and let it be free and unashamed. Place in matter and in flesh the least of the values, for these are the things that hold death and must pass away. Discover in all things that which shines and is beyond corruption. Encourage virtue in whatever heart it may have been driven into secrecy and sorrow. Despise evil and ungodliness, but not men of ungodliness or evil. These understand. Ignore the obvious, for it is unworthy of the clear eye and kindly heart. A clear eye and a kindly heart. In the time of your life, live, so that in that wondrous time you shall not add to the misery and sorrow of the world, but shall smile to the infinite delight and mystery of it. Mystery.
Okay, joining us now for a closer look at Observer System Redux, all the way from Poland, Tomasz Bentkowski. Thanks for celebrating launch with us today.
Yeah, very excited to do it.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us today. We're really excited to have you. So Observer was a huge hit when it launched 3 years ago. For anyone who maybe missed it the first time around, can you tell us about the core concepts of the game?
So the game plot is set in year 2084, where the world is a dark place, while people suffer from the nanophage, which was a disease caused by the constant desire to upgrade and augment both human body and mind. And many of thousands of people have died, but there were yet more dark clouds gathering above humanity. The global war called the Great Decimation, the conflict between East and West, which unfortunately has left no winner except for the big syndicates like Chiron Corporation you can meet in game. As there was no one left to stand against it, Chiron formed a new Fifth Polish Republic from the ashes of the world we know today. As you can imagine, rich people got richer, and those who are there only to survive day by day are finding every possible way to escape from the reality which surrounds them. In this cyberpunk world, technology not only messes with human bodies, but also impacts their minds, releasing their worst fears and making them real.
So we know cyberpunk as a game, but really it's a genre. Blade Runner being a huge example of that. So what makes this game unique from other games in that cyberpunk sort of motif?
So creating this world, we were of course much inspired by Blade Runner, which visionary approach settled the cyberpunk genre, in the pop culture. But Observer's world is unique by not only, blending horror with science fiction, but also with placing it in Middle Europe, which is kind of a unique place itself.
And I will say it's pretty stunning, just looking at the the graphics here in these environments.
Yeah, and I know that there was a lot of enhancements brought about with the new launch. Could you tell us a little bit more about how System Redux uses the power of the Xbox Series X to enhance the original experience?
So we've rebuilt the graphics very much. We've been able to push, textures to 4K. We're now using the ray tracing and HDR, 4K resolution, of rendering, 60 frames per second. So we're able to show this world like never before. Yeah. So it's pretty much like this, using enormous power of next generation.
All right, I could stare at pretty images all day long, but let's talk about the game itself. The game's called Observer. What is the role of an observer?
Yeah, so in the game you play as Daniel Lazarski. He's an observer, which is basically a corporate living interrogation tool, able to search for desired answer, by hacking into neural chip and finding them in most inaccessible places, deep inside human mind. And Dan is played, by Rutger Hauer, who himself is a cyberpunk, not only cyberpunk, but overall cinema icon, and his unique skills are perfectly completed down depiction. So we wanted to, make this whole Redux as great as possible, and we kept in our mind that we need to do our best to somehow honor his memory.
Yeah, Rutger Hauer from Blade Runner, so that's really awesome.
Yeah, what sort of tools are at your disposal as a player?
So I can explain it in the plot. So after receiving an unsettling message from Dan's son, he decided to find out what's happened to him in the old tenement from where he was calling. As finding more and more about what happened, Dan has finds himself locked down with someone or something murdering people living in this building. Where he tries to find some kind of a pattern and connection to his son, he uses his observer augments, which are, bio and cyber visions, to find any possible clue. And tenement itself is a very combined place with dark stories of people living on every floor. The more you dive into this detective case, the more horror things are happening around you, and the truth can be even more scary than Dan can predict.
Yeah, from what we're seeing here, things are getting a little trippier. Can you talk about what's going on?
So while using neural integration, you'll find yourself in a cybernetic vision of a dark mind. We call the Dream Eaters. In those places, you'll have to find answers by living all the nightmares, traumas, fears that the interrogated person had experienced. Sometimes you have to hack a dead mind, which affects them by slowly mixing the real world with cybernetic one.
So as we're looking at this, when I think of cyberpunk worlds, I think of modding and cool stuff like that. I don't necessarily think about horror, although I'm starting to see how that can come together. So what are the challenges of balancing a cyberpunk setting and a sci-fi setting with horror as well?
Yeah, so we're fulfilling the horror experience by focusing on the tension, switching places between hunter and prey, creating more and more confusion to the player. Horror is not only a jump scare thing, the worst ones will always be created in our minds, so messing with what the player can see and leaving the space for interpretation creates a situation where the personal fears can play a big part. Yeah, so this is pretty much it is.
Well, thank you again for joining us today, Tomasz. It was really awesome to get to talk to you about this game.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
It's time to check in on another incredibly creative regional launch experience. This time, we're heading to Canada.
In late October, Samsung QLED teamed up with Xbox and Cyberpunk to launch a mysterious alternate reality game, taking gamers through the obscure corners of the internet to seek clues to the ARG. 5 lucky netrunners were able to solve the digital scavenger hunt and reach the finale, the last challenge, for a chance to win an amazing prize. Now in the finale, they will have to compete against each other and the clock to infiltrate a very real, highly secure shipping container in a mysterious location. Take a look.
The Samsung QLED TV Cyberpunk Edition. Locked inside an impenetrable container. Who will crack the QLED code?
Tune in on November 17th at 10 p.m. Eastern to Twitch to see who can crack the code and claim a custom-designed limited edition Cyberpunk Samsung QLED TV, a brand new Xbox Series X, and a copy of Cyberpunk 2077. Lucky viewers will also get a chance to win some amazing prizes too.
Now, real JRPG fans have a special place in their hearts for Tales of Vesperia. That same team is behind Scarlet Nexus. Here to tell us more about it are Kaita Izuka and Kenji Anabuki. Gentlemen, welcome. Let's jump right in. How would you explain Scarlet Nexus?
So Scarlet Nexus is an action RPG where it takes place in a world where the human brain has evolved to a certain extent where you have special powers. And so you play as characters that have these unique powers, and you go through the game and you explore and you fight evil and darkness.
Excellent. Okay, so what we're seeing here is a lot more chill than what we've seen in some of those trailers that have come out here. Can you tell me where this is and what you can do here?
So this place, we say like a hideout. It's like a hub for where all the characters in this game hang out.
Seems like a nice place to hang out. I love it. So while we're looking at this gameplay, talk to me about the gifting feature. How are players going to use that feature?
So gifts is something that you can sort of send to your allies, your NPC characters in this game, and this is going to increase what is called a bond. It's sort of a like a friendship. It's bond with those characters, and by increasing this bond with those characters, it powers up the powers that you can actually borrow from those characters.
Nice. Okay, I like that. So let's talk about past trailers and gameplay videos that we've seen the male protagonist. But of course, we're playing as a female character. What is her name? What can we also play as her?
So at the start of this game, you can actually select between a male character and female character. The female character is named Kasane Randall, and she is also another new recruit to the OSF, the Other Suppression Force, and she's one of the members of the elite force. She like the main male character, has a similar telekinesis abilities, but it differs in sort of the characteristics from the male character, so that's something to look out for.
Awesome. Yeah, I know a lot of people got very excited when Kasane was showcased at the Tokyo Game Show release, so that was really awesome. But let's talk about the art direction and style here, because I'm looking at these streets. They've got this sort of modern but also somewhat retro feel. I'm curious what inspired this art direction and style.
So our art direction and the inspiration for this sort of setting and environment is sort of this near futuristic urban setting of 90s Japan. So it's going back to sort of 1990s atmosphere, and the intent was for the player to have a sort of nostalgic feel when they're playing this game, but also added some new sort of unseen elements to give sort of distinction from other game environments you see in other video games.
Definitely, it is definitely unique to be sure. We're seeing combat now on our screens here. Can you tell us how that combat works?
So there's two major elements to the battle system. One is this superpowers that you see for is the telekinesis system, and this is more sort of the long-range attack, and it's also combined with melee attacks using weapons. So you can see through the gameplay that utilizes those two things kind of fluidly. And the second element of this game combat system is what's called a SAS system, in which you can borrow the powers, the telekinetic powers from your allies. And so you can adapt the powers that you use depending on the enemies that you're facing. So those are the two major elements of combat.
Well, and this combat looks incredible, and fluid is definitely the word. Let's talk about Kasane and her powers. Where do they come from, and what did they let her do? We're seeing some of it right now.
So Kasane uses her telekinetic abilities to really move objects in the environment around to attack her opponents. And other than her telekinetic powers, she uses throwing knives, kind of like kunai, you just kind of throw them from a distance. So those are the two sort of fundamental aspects of Kasane's playstyle.
Nice. The enemies in Scarlet Nexus are beautiful and terrifying. What can you tell us about the others?
So these enemies known as the others, they descend from the sky. And the threatening thing about them is that they go in and they eat the brains of human beings. And so in order to combat that, this OSF, this group of elite combatants, other suppression force, is there to sort of combat this threat to humanity.
And they are a very scary threat, I will say. Now, we see that Kasane has put on her hood, and the music and visuals change. Things get more frenetic. Talk to me about what that is and how that impacts gameplay.
So this is what's called the drive mode, and this is achieved by filling up the gauge that you can see at the lower center of the game screen. And once this gauge is filled up, you can enter this thing called the drive mode, which the OSF members, these powerful humans, they increase concentration. They go in a state of mind where they're very concentrated and they're sort of in the zone, so to speak. And so that's why you put on the hood and sort of music starts running, and it sort of illustrates how they're mentally in this zone of increase in intense concentration. So that's the drive mode.
Excellent. That's how I feel when I put on a hoodie too. Obviously, Kasane is with some friends here. How does the party system work in Scarlet Nexus?
So both of the main characters in this game can have up to 2 party members accompany them in battle. And by having these characters accompany them in party, their SAS system receives special effects or buffs. So depending on the situation, you can swap them out for different effects or buffs to aid you in combat.
Well, let's talk about some of those party members. Are there any interesting, unique highlights that you want to share from the party member branch?
Yeah, so as you can see in the B-roll, you can use many different types of powers. You can inherit a variety of different powers from your party members. For example, there's a thing called hypervelocity, where time literally slows down around you and you move from this hyper speed to sort of devastate your opponents. There's another example where you can use invisibility to sort of go undetected from the enemies and use very heavy charged attacks to basically wipe out your enemies in one hit. And so there's a lot that you can choose from depending on different situations, so that's something to really look forward to.
Excellent. Well, I know that the brain map is something that's really important to the core of this game. What is it and what does it do?
So the brain map is essentially a skill tree where you can sort of develop and expand the brain functionalities and brain waves of these characters. So as you progress through this brain map, you can unlock different skills or enhance existing telekinetic skills to sort of improve your advantages in the battle.
Nice. Excellent. Okay, so one thing we did see Kasani do earlier was walk through police lines. And I'm curious about these virtual elements within the city. Why are they important? And what is it that you're excited for fans to witness with these?
Yeah, so what you just saw there, since if you sort of recap back to the world setting of this game, the humans have evolved their brains to a certain point that they can sort of pick up a lot of information that's not readily visible to the naked eye. So the police line you saw there is something that is this sort of virtual information that they can just pick up on the spot as they go. And so that's what's going on there. So yeah, players can look forward to these sort of unique aspects and how their enhanced, evolved brains interact with the game environment.
Well, they can look forward to a number of unique aspects for this game. We're unfortunately run out of time here, but I want to say thank you both for your time. I look forward to seeing more of Scarlet Nexus, and I know all of our fans do as well in the future. Thank you once again.
All right, everyone, this is the final pair of HyperX AlphaGold gaming headsets that we're giving away today by the end of the stream. And we have a few more 3-month Game Pass Ultimate subscriptions too. Donate to Make-A-Wish International through SoftGiving's event donation page for a chance to win at xbox.softgiving.com. From all of us here at Xbox, thank you for supporting charities this year, and we're looking forward to seeing how we can work together in the years to come with you, the Xbox gaming community.
You ready to shred some tires? Wreck some suspension? Maybe lose a panel or two?
that trailer was awesome. This crowd is awesome. So let's talk about Dirt 5. The kings of rally racing are back again with Dirt 5, tearing it up from Morocco to Norway and Brazil to New York City. Dirt 5 is available today for Xbox Series X and Xbox Series S. Here to show us the game on our newest consoles are Robert Karp and David Springate. Guys, how are you?
Great, thanks. How are you?
Oh, it's good to see you. Good to see some Dirt 5, man. That trailer, the music, I was bumping. I was like, it's good.
It wasn't weird at all.
All right. So now, Dave, word is that you just got an Xbox Series X. What was your first impression when you opened the box and actually powered up the game that you were making?
Well, I think it's really important to say that Series X is the place to play Dirt 5. A console that can output 120 FPS is a beast. And I'm super excited to be able to finally bring my game home and play it on my big screen TV in the living room the way it's meant to be played. So I'm super thrilled to be playing it.
Well, I was going to say, Davey, I think you may have just answered the next question, which was what made you decide to implement that support for 120 frames per second? But it sounds like the difference is the difference is in the pudding. Isn't that the phrase?
Yeah, something
Proof
like
is
that.
in the pudding.
Proof is in the pudding. There you go.
Is that right?
Yeah, so absolutely. So racing at 120 frames per second is just unlike anything else I've ever experienced on a home console. It's so incredibly smooth. And switching to, say, the bumper cam, you're able to see so many more pixels flying at your eyeballs all at the time. It's a very intense experience. And I think that really covers the game overall. It's intense. So we want to give you incredible weather, like lightning bolts going off and dust storms and having rain coming straight at you. 120 FPS, it feels just far more intense than it's ever felt before.
I like the pixels flying at your eyeballs. That kind of tech talk is exactly what we were looking for
That's
today.
right.
Speaking of talking tech, I'm going to ask a question, which is some acronyms that I don't know that I want everyone else to know as well. VRS, VRR, what does it mean? What do they mean? And how do they impact the experience on Dirt 5?
Wow, it's like being tested.
That's right.
You're telling me.
So VRS is variable rate shading. That's one of the key features of Series X that's going to really drive that great performance. It's only available in hardware that has full RDNA 2 support. That allows us to really make the most of rendering the things that we really need to be giving you, at especially helpful at really high and fast frame rates. VRR is variable refresh rates. That's a FreeSync display. So if you have a modern TV, something like a Samsung QLED or one of the new LG OLEDs like LG CX, you can get frames delivered to your TV as the game is delivering it to them. None of this have to be 30 FPS, have to be 60 FPS. VRR smooths everything out for you. So you're going to get a really great smooth experience on Xbox Series X and S.
That's right, and I'm just like completely blown away by the gameplay that I'm seeing. It's just stunning, and I'm gonna have to hit up my friend Jason Ronald, who architected the console, to explain a bit more in depth, because the game, it just looks super smooth. Now, Robert, can you explain the new Playgrounds mode for us? What is that all about?
Playgrounds is one of my favorite features. It's an area where players can go in and make whatever their imagination can let them. And then they have to play them and validate them, set a score against those playgrounds. They'll then upload those and share those with their friends and the rest of the community. And so anyone can go in and play them, and everyone's got a leaderboard. So it adds a whole depth to the community and the gameplay, where there's new content and new things to play all the time.
Yeah, and the Dirt franchise has so many fans who now getting to make their own creations. It just extends the life of the game, getting to go in and make your own tracks. I'm excited to see what people make.
Absolutely, yeah. I was going to say, Robert, to continue on with that question, is sort of the, let's talk a little bit about the importance of cross-generational playgrounds. Tell me a little bit of what that is, and more importantly, how it adds to the experience.
One thing that means at day one, firstly, on Xbox Series X, there's loads of playgrounds that are already there. The players have gone and made on Xbox One, whether that's One X or One S, and then they can just jump in and play them. The scores will all translate across. So it means even more content that you can play across generation.
That's looking forward to it. Now, let's talk about the Pathfinder stages. I'm being told about it. Can you explain for everyone who is going to jump into the game what Pathfinder stages are?
Go on, David.
Come on, David.
Rob is concentrating on building the ugliest livery man's ever seen.
Oh, man.
But the Pathfinder stages are a real challenge for man and machine against the terrain. So you have a special vehicle, the Rock Bouncer. It's really designed to be rolling around on it. It's very recoverable and versatile. So you're taking on the most intense terrain, the most intense stages that are in Dirt 5, literally climbing almost vertical walls of rock in your car. And you have to figure out how you're going to get to the exit as fast as you can. It's really something I've not seen in video games before, and it's great. It's really good fun.
Something good to do in a video game and not in real life. I'm glad that you all built that into the game.
Yeah.
Hey, but
Absolutely.
I was going to say, let's talk real life. Speaking of story mode, because at this point, I don't know if you know this if you're watching as fans here, but Troy Baker, Nolan North. The question I have is, how did you get them to be for story mode? But just give me the backstory on that.
Wow, to be honest, I was super surprised to get them into the game. I was just so thrilled to have them as part of story mode. And one of the things that really surprised me, I love those guys. I love Troy Baker. I love Nolan North. They're clearly great video game legends. And after hearing Nolan North's performance, I'm just not sure I like him anymore. His character is so unlikable. But so believable as well. He's such an incredible delivery. And working my way through the campaign and hearing how it plays out, I'm trying my best to avoid spoilers as much as possible. But I'm hearing Nolan North being in a character that I'd not heard him do before. It was great. I loved it.
That's awesome. I feel like both of those folks are going to be on the Mount Rushmore of like video game voiceover actors because they're so good. So excited to see what the story is like and how they play together. Now we're seeing some awesome racing here with a bunch of
live
really
gameplay, right?
Which is so, you know, they talked earlier about the particles coming at you. The snow is really intense and it's just a lot going on.
Flying at your eyeballs, Dave.
So,
flying at your eyeballs.
Exactly, that's the phrase. Put it on the back of the box. So how many cars can we expect in the game and how many more are coming down the line?
So there's over 60 cars in the game, but the thing we've really focused on for the game is the variety of different classes. So you'll see lots of rally cars, lots of old rally cars. You'll see the Rock Bouncer that David talked about earlier, taking on the most difficult terrain. You'll see big trucks like the Ford F-150, more smaller SUVs like the new Aston Martin DBX, and a whole range in between, which gives a lot of depth. We have lots of plans post-launch to add more cars, more content, more features. But I can't tell you about those just yet.
Always with the teases. Always, it's fine. I guess that makes us look forward to it a little bit more.
It does, it does. Can we real quick talk about this gameplay right now? Because this is intense, it's stunning. The light, the dynamic weather, like, come on.
Phil did a fantastic, you should be proud.
Actually, there's more to it than that. So,
Please.
In the middle of this race, we're now at nighttime. We're driving on the Hudson River in New York.
Sure.
It's frozen over, of course. Obviously, we'd be
can't drive on water.
Exactly. So, one of the things that's really cool in Dirt 5 is you can jump out to arcade mode. You can pick whichever track you like. You can set whether you want it to be a clear day, whether you want it to be hammering. Or any point in the day that you like, and let the race just run through. And so that means that you can have really interesting looking races and seeing the sky rolling, the clouds rolling above you, seeing the sun come down and get really beautiful sun casted across the track, but also having rain splatter up against your windscreen while you're driving along and sweeping that out of the way. It's more of that eyeball stuff I was talking about.
Yeah, the one I've seen on the back of your Dirt 5 box.
That's right.
That's a thing, right?
But I love that. Ups the replayability of every track. It's a little different each time you play. A great option to add in the game.
I was going to ask, what do you, Robert or Dave, what do you guys think is going to be the big highlight for fans when they first jump in on a next-gen console with Dirt 5? Like, what's that open the box Xbox Series X experience that you're excited for them to have?
I'll take this, Rob. So the thing that I'm super excited about, kind of what I was saying earlier, is that Xbox Series X is a console that's designed to produce beautiful games. So playing Dirt 5 on an HDR TV particularly is just, it's wonderful. I'm really, really pleased with the way that HDR works in Dirt 5. Seeing, like in the track that Rob was just in a moment ago in New York, the HDR lights really punching out of your TV. You're almost having to cover your eyes because it gets kind of bright. But the smoothness, the experience of it all, playing on a next generation console, Xbox Series S or X, it's about how it feels. It's so incredibly responsive and so fast. It's just not like it was before.
Oh,
yeah, I love knowing.
I'm just so giddy to get home and play it. I just can't wait.
Literally,
the game
Malik is on the edge of his seat, by the way.
I can't help. It just looks great.
Those are facts.
I love racing games, and I think they do a great job of showing off next gen, and no different here, especially with 120 frames.
Absolutely. Well, there you have it. A huge thank you to Robert and David. Of course, Dirt 5's looking great on the Xbox Series X. That is also facts. Robert, David, thank you once again for being here.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Exactly. Okay. Well, earlier this year, Xbox and Taco Bell teamed up to offer fans a chance to win the Xbox Series X before it even launches. Bundles went out yesterday, and winners have been sent in a flood of unboxing videos. Let's take a look at those right now. Malik is particularly excited because he likes Xbox and Taco Bell.
Love it both. Love it both. So we have Marvin here opening his box, and there it is.
Look at that. Look at
Series X. His powers have been dreamed, or his dreams have been powered.
Nope. Powers have been dreams. Want to congratulate myself for being one of the
Oh, shit, it is real.
Look at that. It is real.
Seeing Master Chief in the back of the box. What a moment.
It is. And now I'm hungry.
Oh, look at the tacos right in front of the Xbox.
Oh, and then there's the cat.
Love a good cat.
Not as good as the nachos for eating.
Sure, you know, turns out that's not the case. But we have another cat, and we're going to see, I feel like we're seeing a theme with animals in the Series X consoles.
Oh, wait, let me see this one.
Xbox Series X and Taco Bell. You've heard of the $5 box? Let me tell you about the $500 box. Thank you, Taco Bell.
Best friend.
What a friendship. I could cry, Kate. It's such a friendship.
Speaking of Frenchies.
Oh, nice.
Can't stop, won't stop. Sorry, I have one.
No, it's great.
Here we go. That dog is excited. Wait, so excited. He is ready to get that quick start guide.
That is a smart dog. How come my dog can't do that?
Well, you know, anytime. Oh, hello.
Oh, the
So
puppies.
excited.
The puppies.
Apples, I love it. This guy's hair after my own heart. I love it.
Yeah, he's talking about his selfie again. I think your selfie looks great, Justin.
It looks great.
Come on.
You know what? You do you, boo. I love it. And a huge thank you. I keep getting the cup as a Lucky Charm.
Which is so great because all you had to do was buy a drink and you had the potential to win an Xbox. So like $2 and you get an Xbox Series X.
I'm very here for it. Okay.
Doritos.
Yep, that is a healthy order.
Got
Now
some
I'm-
net.
Looks like there's an Xbox in his bag. What?
What is this about?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Where? What? I can't believe it. Where's?
He's just so shocked.
Speaking of shocked,
Oh my gosh, is this what I think it
I was
is?
going to say,
Oh, buddy.
look at this guy.
Gold Spiral, you're right. That is an Xbox.
Making dreams come true.
Fresh from Taco Bell.
Absolutely. Well, you know, I got to say, it's really a delight to watch these people.
Super exciting, Kate. I wanted to win. They said you can't win. And then I wanted to take this and they said you can't do that.
That is the rule.
Unbelievable.
Anywho, moving right along, a huge congratulations to all the winners. Now, here is our last regional launch moment and final clue for the hashtag Solve for X puzzle. Take a look.
In order to explore the world of dreams for the Xbox Series X launch, we first needed to find a place dreamy in its own right. Descending from the Rocky Mountains, the powerful Columbia River leads us into Washington. Follow the path and you'll find this. It is simply referred to as the Gorge. Here in the most surreal of places, we built an ode to dreams and the object that powers them. 4 stories tall and edge to edge with LED, the console projects dreams made real back onto Earth. If only for just a short time, we can see a window into other people's dreams. To see more of the power of dreams, grab an Xbox Series X and see for yourself.
We've shown you highlights from a number of Xbox Series X celebrations across the globe that revealed hidden glyphs. But what do they all mean? We have just the thing you need to decode the dream.
From the clouds they dive, the screams of battle in their lungs. They find each other in the dark embrace of the cold sea.
Okay, I could watch that all day long because it is always great to see a game that is both unique and beautiful, and that is exactly what we have with the Falconeer. Joining us today is the mind behind it, the game's creator, Thomas Salo. Welcome.
Hi, glad to be here.
Well, thank you very much. I know you are an incredibly busy guy, so appreciate you taking the time. We see this game, it looks incredible. We just saw 90 seconds of accolades from gaming institutions, from places that are, are here to give us the reviews of this game. I gotta ask, first things first, you're looking at this going, you gotta feel like pinch me watching that.
Yeah, pretty much. It's a weird sensation because it's been such an intense journey, and to end up with people liking it, and it's amazing for people to understand it even, because it's such a niche, air combat games, which has been absent for quite a while. So to get in there and people sort of get it and understand the world and some of the things I've been trying to do, it's exciting. Yeah.
It is, and that's a very good word for it. I'll take that. Well, before we get into everything, because I know one of the best parts is the visuals and the gameplay, and I want to jump right in right now, and then I'm gonna, while you're playing, I'm gonna lob you some questions, because that's what today is about. It's showcasing this great new launch title, and I want to see it, and I know everybody watching does as well. And while we boot stuff up here, let's talk to a little bit about the look and that art style, because it's such a decisive place to be, and I'm curious how you decided to go this way. I know textures are not exactly your favorite, so I figured I'd ask.
Well, it's a game without textures. I don't think everybody heard that, but I think years ago I wanted to do something different. I'm a 3D artist by trade back then. I do a lot more now, obviously. And I like clean things that look clean and readable. And in 3D art, there's been so long where we need to mask everything because we can't do everything realistically, and things like jaggies and jagged lines were interfering. And over the last years, I've been forcing myself to work without textures, which is a sort of a base element. And that's cleaned up my art. And it's been really addictive because it forces you to do everything, differently. And then things come out looking slightly different, which is exciting and motivating when you're working on something by yourself, when you think, oh, this is new. So it's a trick mostly for myself to get visuals that do look nice and clean and different, and get me going in the morning to make more of it.
I love it. Let's get into those visuals right now. Let's jump into gameplay. Give the people what they want, Thomas. Give the people what they want. Let's jump into some gameplay here. And, maybe right off the bat, let's talk. Is this which mission we're on? If we've got a particular island that we're enjoying, what are we doing here right now?
So I started up the first chapter, and one of the final missions for that. You're looking at a place you've landed called Dunkel, which is a backwater town. And these are the people there that can help you. So there's a shop here. There's someone that sells, if you meet the requirements, new birds. So you can upgrade your birds, which you can see perched in the corner on the left there. There are some side missions, but the meat of the game is the story missions, which tell the story of this world across different factions, basically. So each chapter has you skipping along from a different perspective, joining a different faction, a different storyline, and a different take on the same conflict. So these guys are basically country traders stuck in the middle of nowhere, and they've had a rough time, and you've been helping them at this point in the game.
Got it.
So
let's. I want to just have you play the game and walk me through this, because I mean, at this point, if I start drooling over here, I think it's going to be totally fine. Like let's be together, our own support system. But it's incredible visuals, and I want to see it happen.
I'm going to buff my bird with some mutagens quickly here, because I gave myself some cash at the start of the game.
Well, you can do that, Thomas. You are the person behind this. I love it.
No, I actually had to play it because this is the live version, so there's no cheats in there. So the story is told. The game is really a homage to these old flying games I enjoyed when growing up. To me, that's such an archetype. Air combat is an archetypical game mechanic. It's where a lot of the game industry came from, even. So I like battle maps, and I actually skipped it there. So there's all that in there. So when you do a story mission, you get a nice battle map, an explanation, and then you take off, which is just simply pressing the button. And we're flying at the moment, and I can zoom into the photo mode really quickly and show everybody. So you're someone who rides these giant birds. They are giant birds. There has been some debate online if it's tiny people on giant birds. I'll leave that open. To me, they're big ass birds. That's the tagline. And you ride them, as you can see. I can show you. So the left stick is just panning the camera around, and that's the right stick. Sorry, the left stick's just flying. I've got it set to inverted, but you can change it. And the thing with birds is they use thermals, and they don't have, there's no big jet engine on there. Even though there's a gun and ammo on its back, it doesn't have a jet engine. So you have to dive to make speed, or hit these subtle thermal uplifts, updrafts, or whatever you want to call them. And they'll give you speed, lift you up, and power your blue bar on the bottom. And you can use that to do, barrel rolls and stuff.
Oh my gosh! And is it true that you actually upgrade your ammo? You re-engage it with thunderstorms?
You can buy it in the stoppers. Yeah. So there's ammo canisters on your back, and I've got one that's red, and the rest is all blue. So the blue you charge from regular thunderstorms, and the red ones you get from charging from volcanic lightning.
Oh, sure.
So it's I can see a storm on my mini map on the bottom right. So we're flying in there. We can see how that works.
Yeah. I see. Is that are enemies approaching, or what is that?
Yeah, that is our target, and the storms are procedural, so it's not intended for the mission, what we'll have to do with it. And we have to take down this this pirate captain while I try to stay alive during talking.
I believe in you, Thomas. I believe in you. Just tell us what
Yeah.
you're doing, because there's so much going on, and I think that's such an integral part of this, right? It's this combat. It's this air flight combat. I love it.
So I love air combat games. So I've tried to, really stick to the vocabulary of those, old-time air combat games. With respects to the GUI, there's stuff like if you target something, you can hold the B button and the camera will track the target, so you can get a good spatial awareness of where you are when you're. Because the combat's so much faster or slower and relatively faster. A lot more turning is involved, so it's quite close to, let's say, World War I style dogfighting. But I found it's impossible to hit it by just leading the target. So there's a little aim assist, and when you see the lock on blinking, that means you're basically locked on. You're getting that little boost to help you destroy your opponent. So I think we've taken care of that first wave there. Well, you can see me recharging. There's a danger where if you recharge too much, it might overcharge, and you have to, it's happening there. You have to hit the deck. So let's see.
And when you hit the deck, I was gonna say you can't like die in the water, obviously, right? But you do get some help.
No. It's right here. Let's dive in and pick up a sea mine and take down this little pirate skiff that's being annoying.
Yes.
Oh, I missed. Well, you can see the fun thing is the bombs bounce. So initially people had a little difficulty with aiming the bombs, and there's lots of splash damage. But if you just sort of guess where this target is going, they'll bounce, or you hit it immediately. Oh, there's lots of. We've gone into the thick of it now with little blimps, skull ships they're called.
With blimps?
I'll
my gosh.
Yeah, so there's airships. These are very maneuverable airships, and there's quite big ones. This is a friendly steam rake, which is more like an ironclad, basically. I love all things nautical, and especially that that Age of Sail with the tall ships. So if you go outside of the mission, which we can do in a minute because we're going to die anyway, you'll see there's lots of tall ships and these fast, elegant sailing ships. Which you can escort, and they'll give you hints where everybody's hiding, or if there's a pirate assault somewhere, etc., etc. So there's lots of nautical stuff in there. I love sailing ships.
You love sailing ships. Yeah, we were nerding out.
I
was gonna say we were nerding out about some aeronautics, and I love that you
Yeah. So this is one of the final missions. So the pirate, he got killed, and he called his buddies, which is the freebooters, which is an organic faction. So they drive around or fly around in beetles and manta rays with dorsal guns.
Sure.
Why not?
Yeah, I'll go there.
So
So it's a flying manta ray. Just to be clear.
Down there wasn't paying attention.
Those who are lost seek out their brothers, their sisters.
So the enemy
to be found.
I'm just sitting here drooling over the visuals, so you just keep playing. I'm just gonna sit here.
All right. Well, I'll restart somewhere else.
Yeah. I was gonna say, I know that we've got. So in terms of missions, there's some wingman missions, there's some sort of escorting missions. Like, talk to me about the width and breadth of what there is available to play when you get the game.
So the first chapter, you are still friends with the two major power faction, which is the Mancer Order and the Imperium. So you get to fly around, and it's mostly very simple escort missions and the FedEx missions. Once the game progresses per chapter, the conflict, what the story is about, the war sort of erupts, and missions. The main story missions become more epic, but also the side missions become more, aggressive. Take down this fortress, and you can capture a fortress for your faction, and it'll change the way it looks and behaves. So you'll have some impact in the world.
What's the next part of the gameplay you want to show us, Thomas? I'm just curious because that's.
I thought I'd show you one of the story bits of the game. This is a different faction, so you're now playing for the Imperials.
Okay.
And they're going to war, basically. So the first two chapters, you've met these, and they were sort of preparing and engaging in subterfuge. And they have this particular family have a very long focus of what they want to do. But I thought it nice to show some of the scenery in the game, as we've seen some combat already. So this is a place called the Shard, which is their hometown, and you can see all the trading ships coming in. And when you're just, lazily exploring, you'll meet these guys, which are, like the tall ships that are flying the trade lanes. And you can escort them around, and they'll pay you, and it's a fairly non-violent way of getting some cash. But they are situated on a place called the Maw, which in the story is one of the, it's a giant rift where gravity is a little bit upset, and the water goes up and down and doesn't behave in any normal way. And that's one of the themes in the game, is that in many times you'll be going not just over the water, but you'll be going inside the water or underneath the water or in caves, and you'll be drawn down by the ocean itself, and instead of just flying over an ocean world in itself, which can honestly be quite boring. There will be always places to discover and that sort of upset that idea of what an ocean world can be.
Upsetting the idea of what the ocean world can be. I got to tell you, you come at this from a perspective that is so unique and yet still grounded in those, those air fighting games that we've known and loved, that we've all grown up with, right? I'm curious if there's anything last you want to, as we see these beautiful soaring pictures and this incredible gameplay, is there anything else you want to let viewers know about? Anything that you think that they should know before they play the game? Specifically, are you going to make a statue out of those statues? Because I know that's something you want to do. And I think we should make it happen.
When I have time available, I'll statuettes and stuff. Yeah, there's lots of the imagery in the game is very personal to me, because it's when you're by yourself, you can be very expressive in the things you create. So I'd say for people, I think what people need to realize, that it is a homage to air combat. It is an air combat. Let me fly while doing it. It's an air combat game at heart, and just because it's got an epic story and it's got this great world to discover, it's still an air combat game. So you got to be ready to learn that in air combat things are happening behind you. You're getting targeted. People want to get on your six, and that can be incredibly intimidating. I think it's fantastically rewarding, and it's like I said, it's an archetypical gameplay. And if you've never tried it out, I hope I've added something to the genre that can pull people in and give them their first taste of that.
Thomas, I think you did. Myself included is very excited. Thank you very much for coming on today, showing us all about the Falconeer. A huge congratulations to you. You can sleep after tomorrow. It's going to be great. And I will say thank you so much once again for being here. Congratulations. And we all look forward to checking it out.
Thanks.
All right, earlier in the show, we checked in with the 20-foot Johnny Silverhand statue that is controlled by you, the fans, by voting on Twitter for the next gesture. Let's take a look at what you all voted for this time. It's the As we promised earlier, it is now time to reveal the names of the FanFest sweepstakes winners. Huge congratulations go out to Tony Togart of Norway, Alexander Sosa of Brazil, and David Opozo of Chile. We will be reaching out to all of you to tell you more about the prizes you're going to win very soon. There'll be many other FanFest activities, by the way, also coming up in the future, so be sure to join us today at Xbox.com. And obviously a huge thanks to everyone who participated in the Fan Mosaic. All throughout the show, you've been sending in your awesome photos, and the Nexus is finally complete. And truly, seeing all this come together feels perfect, because you are literally the heart of Xbox. Now, let's send it over to Phil to say goodbye.
On behalf of the entire team at Xbox, I'd like to thank everyone for joining us on the stream to watch, play, and celebrate games. This year has been a challenging one, which makes all of your support more special than ever. So please, stay safe, stay healthy, have fun, and we'll see you online.
world, I work a full-time job. I'm a husband and a father.
In the real world, I'm a producer.
I'm a construction manager.
I am a full-time graphic artist.
I'm a dad.
I am a steel worker.
I am unique.
I'm an uncle.
I'm a nobody.
In the real world, I'm a husband.
I am a YouTube hobbyist, a mom, and a wife.
I am a shoulder to lean on.
I'm a dream chaser. In the real world, I'm a lot of things to a lot of people.
But as soon as I put the headphones on,
And that controller is in my hands.
I am
more.
Your people are broken.
Time has come to speak to them in a language they will understand.
We are more.
I'm a hero.
I am a Viking.
I am a warrior. I can fight back the enemy.
I can protect others.
I can save the world.
I am the strongest.
And the fastest.
I'm a fighter.
I am a superstar.
I can take the winning shot.
I am Master Chief. I am more.
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 In the real world, I can be a lot of things.
But on Xbox,
I am
Extraordinary.